The Old Tree Line. Rural Miller County, Missouri, October 22nd, 2019. I worked animal control for Miller County for 13 years, though animal control makes it sound cleaner and more organized than it was. In the city, maybe that means uniforms, kennels, bite reports, and a dispatcher who knows where you are. Out where I worked, it meant one county truck with a cracked windshield, a catch pole behind the seat, 2 wire crates, a microchip scanner that only worked when it felt like it, and a radio that turned into static anywhere near the river bottoms. I handled loose dogs, livestock in the road, rabies holds, skunks acting wrong in daylight, raccoons in crawl spaces, and the kind of neighbor disputes where a vicious pit bull turned out to be a half-blind Labrador that wandered too close to somebody's mailbox. I knew what dogs did. That matters to me, saying it plainly. I knew what a dog bite looked like on a calf. I knew what coyotes took first. I knew what black vultures did after the fact, and what people blamed on them because it was easier than admitting their fence was down. I had seen animals dead from disease, from neglect, from packs of dogs, from being hit by cars and crawling off into a ditch. I had also seen what people could talk themselves into after dark. So when the first call came in about the Weller place, I didn't think anything mystical. I thought, well, somebody's neighbor has a couple big dogs running loose again. And I'm going to be the one standing in wet grass at 1 a.m. trying to prove it. That was the job. The Weller farm sat off County Road H, north of the Osage, where the land starts folding into timber and old pasture. It wasn't a pretty farm, not in the calendar sense. It had working gates, rusted panels, hog wire patched with baling twine, and a barn that leaned west, like it had been listening to the wind too long. The back pasture ran up against an old tree line, not just a brushy fence row. I mean old. Post oaks, sycamores, and hickories with trunks wide enough that 2 men couldn't touch hands around them. There were limestone shelves under the leaves, and a dry creek bed that only carried water after hard rain. The older folks around there called that strip the dark timber, but folks call any woods dark if they don't hunt in them. The first mutilated animal was a Boer goat. Second was a young steer. Third was another goat. And that was when my phone rang after midnight. It was October 22nd, 2019. I remember because the county commission had met that morning about our winter kennel budget, and I had spent half the day arguing for heat lamps like I was asking for a helicopter. That night, the temperature had dropped into the low 40s. Not freezing, but the kind of damp cold that gets through denim. We'd had rain 2 days before, and the moon was a thin thing behind clouds. Every low spot in the pasture held water, and the dirt around the gates had gone slick with clay. Dispatch called me at 12:38 a.m. The dispatcher, Marlene, said, "Weller's got another one down." She didn't sound excited. Marlene had been dispatching longer than I'd been married. If a tornado came through, she would tell you what road it was on and whether it had a taillight out. I asked if the sheriff's office was sending a deputy. She said Deputy Haskins was tied up with a domestic near Iberia, and if I could go look, he'd head that way after. That was normal enough. Livestock calls fell between everybody's jobs. If it was a loose cow, animal control. If it was trespass, sheriff. If it was disease, state vet. If it was dead and nobody knew why, it became whoever answered the phone. I got dressed in the laundry room so I wouldn't wake my wife. Boots, county jacket, flashlight, radio, notebook. I remember standing there with one sock on, listening to our old hound snoring in the kitchen. He lifted his head when I picked up the truck keys, then laid it back down. Too old for midnight rides by then. The drive out took 25 minutes. Past the last gas station, the county road narrowed to 2 lanes with no shoulder. My headlights caught mailbox numbers, cedar branches, the white flash of a possum turning in a ditch. Everything was wet. The pavement shone black. Every now and then, ground fog moved across the road in sheets low enough that the truck seemed to push through it. When I turned onto the gravel lane to the Weller place, I saw the porch light first, then the barn light. Then Mr. Weller, standing by the gate with a shotgun broken open over one arm. He was 70 if he was a day, narrow through the shoulders, with a white beard cut short and a seed cap pulled low. His wife had died a few years before, and his daughter helped with the place when she could. He wasn't a man who called the county because he heard a bump. I rolled down the window. He said, "It's back by the tree line." Not, "One's dead." Not, "Something got another goat." It. I noticed that. I parked by the barn and stepped out. The smell hit me before I got my flashlight switched on. Blood, wet wool, manure, and that sour stomach smell you get when an animal's opened up. There was diesel in the air too, from his tractor idling somewhere behind the barn. Weller had 2 livestock guardian dogs, big white mixes. Anatolian and Great Pyrenees, if I had to guess. I'd seen them before, and they were not soft dogs. They'd walk a fence with their tails high and make you understand you were visiting. That night, they were under the hay wagon, both of them, pressed belly down in the mud beneath it, not barking, not growling, just staring toward the back pasture. One had its ears flattened so hard they looked pasted to its skull. The other was drooling in a long string that swung from its jaw every time it trembled. I squatted and clicked my tongue at them. Neither dog looked at me. That was the first wrong thing. Not the dead goat, not even the way Weller held his gun. It was those 2 dogs, pretending the world ended at the edge of that hay wagon. I asked if they'd tangled with anything. Weller shook his head. They won't go back there. We took his side-by-side through the first gate. I rode in the passenger seat with my flashlight across my lap and my radio clipped high on my jacket, where I knew it still wouldn't catch once we dipped below the ridge. The pasture sloped down toward the old tree line. The grass was ankle-high and silvered with moisture. Cows stood in a cluster near the pond, too tight for comfort. Cattle don't like to bunch that way unless weather or dogs push them. Their heads were all pointed the same direction, toward the trees. Weller drove slow. The side-by-side tires made a soft tearing sound in the wet grass. No frogs. No night insects. I didn't think about that until later, but I know it now. October nights out there aren't quiet. Something always ticks, chirps, shifts, calls. That pasture sounded padded, like a room with carpet on the walls. We found the goat about 30 yards from the tree line. It was a nanny goat, maybe 90 pounds. She lay on her side with her neck twisted back, legs stiff but not yet locked. Her belly had been open from sternum to pelvis, clean enough that at first I thought knife. Then I saw the ragged places where ribs had been separated. Not chewed off, separated. There were bite marks around the shoulder, but they were too deep and too widely spaced for coyotes. I had a small measuring tape in my truck for bite reports, and I used it out of habit. The upper punctures were nearly 3 inches apart. The lower marks didn't line up like a normal dog bite. It looked like something had gotten hold of her with a mouth big enough to take the whole front of the shoulder, and then shifted its grip. Weller stood behind me, breathing hard through his nose. I asked him where the other carcasses had been. He pointed along the tree line. All close to there. I swept my flashlight across the grass. There were drag marks, but only for maybe 6 feet. Then nothing. The goat hadn't been carried far. It had been killed there, opened there, and left there. That was another thing that didn't sit right. Dogs maul because they're excited. Coyotes feed because they're hungry. Big cats cash if they can. This looked like interruption, except nothing had taken off running when we came up. I radioed dispatch and got static. I tried again. Nothing. Weller said, "You won't get out down here." I told him I was going to check the fence. That was what I said because it sounded professional. Check the fence. Look for an entry point. Find hair on wire. Find tracks. Make something in the night behave like a form I could fill out. The back fence was 5-strand barbed wire, with cedar posts so old they'd gone gray. Beyond it, the timber rose in a black wall. The trees still had most of their leaves, and the leaves held the darkness. My flashlight reached the first few trunks and died there. The bottom strand had been lifted in one place. Not broken, lifted. The staples in one cedar post were pulled halfway out, and the wire bowed upward, like something had gone under it with force from the pasture side toward the woods. That bothered me.
A predator coming in should push from the woods into the pasture.
This looked like whatever did it had left. I knelt by the fence, careful where I put my boots. The ground there was soft clay mixed with leaf mold, perfect for tracks. I expected dog prints, maybe coyote, maybe a person's boot if we were dealing with some idiot playing games. There were prints. I saw 3 clearly. 2 were what I would have called canine at a glance. Long pads, 4 toes, claw marks. Big, but not impossible. Bigger than a German Shepherd, smaller than a horse. I had seen mastiffs leave prints that made people swear they'd found a wolf. The third print is the one I still see when I close my eyes. It was set in the clay just inside the fence, angled toward the trees. I put my tape beside it because my hands needed something useful to do. From the tips of the front claws to the back edge of the heel, it measured 14.5 inches. But it wasn't a dog track. Not right. The front half was canine. 4 toes, claws sunk in deep, the middle 2 toes forward. But behind the pad, the impression kept going. It narrowed, then widened again into a rounded heel, pressed flat and deep, like a bare human foot had been laid into the mud behind a wolf's toes. There was weight in it, real weight. The clay had squeezed up around the heel edge. Water had already begun to pool in the deepest part. I stared at that track for a long time. Long enough that Weller asked me what it was.
I said, "I don't know." That was the most honest thing I said all night. Then something moved in the trees. Not a crash. Not brush breaking like a deer. It was higher than that. A slow scrape against bark. Then the sound of weight settling onto leaves. My flashlight went up. At first, all I saw were trunks, wet bark, grapevines, a cedar with half its lower branches dead. Then the beam caught eyes. They were low at first, maybe 3 feet off the ground. Green-white reflection set wide apart. I thought, there it is. Dog. Big dog in the timber. The eyes rose. That is the part that changed everything. They didn't jump. They didn't bob like an animal stepping onto a log. They lifted in one smooth motion from 3 feet to what had to be 6.5, maybe 7. The body behind them unfolded out of the dark. I did not see it clean all at once. The light caught pieces. A head too long through the muzzle. Ears high and pointed, but not held like a shepherd's. More like something listening from 2 directions. Shoulders bunched forward. Hair dark gray or black, wet along the chest. One forelimb, if that's the word, hanging down with the wrist bent in a way that made my own wrist ache to look at it. It stood just inside the timber, behind the fence, turned half away from us. Not hiding, not charging, just standing there, like it had been watching us do our little inspection and had decided that was enough.
Weller made a sound beside me. Not a word, just air caught in his throat.
I had pepper spray on my belt, a catch pole in the side-by-side, a .22 rifle locked in the truck up by the barn for dispatching rabid animals if I had to. None of those things entered my hand. My body made that decision without asking me. The thing took one step. I heard the foot come down in leaves, heavy but careful. Then it lowered forward, not dropping to all fours like a dog, more like a man putting his hands down because the ground had become steep. Its back changed shape. The shoulders rolled up. The head swung once in our direction, and the beam caught teeth along one side of the muzzle. I remember its mouth was not open in a snarl. It was open because it was breathing. Slow. Steam came out of it in the flashlight beam. There was a smell then, stronger than the carcass. Wet hide, old pennies, and something musky, like a kennel that hadn't been cleaned in heat. It came through the fence line in a wave, and my stomach tightened so hard I thought I might spit up. I tried to say, "Back up." What came out was barely sound. Weller heard it anyway. We backed away one step at a time. I kept the flashlight on the timber, but my hand had started shaking, and the beam jumped from trunk to trunk. The thing moved parallel to us behind the fence, not following exactly, matching. When we stopped, it stopped. When we moved, leaves shifted with us.
That went on for maybe 10 seconds. It felt longer because there was no other noise in the pasture. No cows bawling, no dogs barking from the barn, just our boots in wet grass, and that other set of movements inside the tree line. Then, one of Weller's cows broke. She bolted from the cluster near the pond, hit the rest of them shoulder first, and the whole herd surged uphill in a black mass. Hooves tore the pasture, mud flew. That sound snapped something loose in me. I grabbed Weller by the sleeve and pulled him toward the side-by-side. He didn't argue. We got in. He fumbled the key even though it was already running. His shotgun slid off the seat and clattered against the floorboard, still broken open. I remember seeing the 2 brass shells in his shirt pocket and thinking, useless. All of it. He turned the machine uphill too fast. The back end fishtailed, and for 1 second we were sideways to the tree line. I looked back. It was at the fence. I saw its hands then, or paws, or whatever a person is supposed to call them. They were wrapped around the top strand of barbed wire. Long fingers, dark, with pale claws hooked over the wire. The top strand was chest high on me. It pressed down under its weight like string. It did not leap over. It did not come after us. It watched us leave. That was worse.
A thing that wants to kill you is terrible, but at least you understand your place in that arrangement. This felt different. It had already done what it came to do. We were just late to the scene. At the barn, the guardian dogs were still under the wagon. Weller killed the side-by-side engine and dropped his head over the steering wheel. I stood beside the machine with my flashlight pointed at the ground, because I didn't want to see the tree line from there. My knees had gone loose, and I had to lock them hard to stay standing. My radio caught a burst of dispatch then, Marlene asking for my status. I keyed the mic and realized I didn't know what words belonged to any of it. I said we had one goat down, possible large predator, and requested a deputy. Possible large predator. That was the first lie the county got from me, and I was the one who told it. Deputy Haskins arrived 40 minutes later. By then, Weller had made coffee neither of us drank. We sat at his kitchen table under a fluorescent light while his wall clock clicked loud enough to bother me. Haskins was a good deputy, not one of those men who needs to sound bigger than the room. He listened. He took notes. He looked at my boots, still muddy, and at Weller's hands wrapped around the coffee mug. Then we all went back out together. I did not want to. I went because if I didn't, the story would start changing inside my own head before sunrise. The goat was still there. The fence was still bowed. The track was still in the clay. Haskins shined his flashlight on it and didn't say anything for nearly a full minute. Then he took pictures with his county phone. He asked me, quiet, "You ever see a bear track smear like that?" I told him no. We didn't have breeding populations of bears right there then, though young males wandered sometimes. But a bear didn't fit the bite marks, didn't fit the fence, didn't fit what we saw standing behind it. Still, I understood why he asked. Bear was a word with a box around it. We looked for hair on the wire and found none. Not one tuft. No blood either. Just the top strand bent downward in the place where I'd seen those hands, and the lower wire sprung upward where something had passed under or through earlier. That was the second impossible thing, but the track is the one I kept. 14.5 inches, canine toes, human heel, pressed deep enough to hold water. The next morning, the state conservation agent came out. So did the sheriff, which told me Haskins had said more than he put over the radio. They walked the pasture in daylight with clipboards and coffee breath. The old tree line looked ordinary then. Yellow leaves, gray trunks, squirrels arguing overhead. Daylight is good at insulting you. It shows you the same place and says, "See, nothing here but trees." The track had softened by then, but my tape measure was still in my jacket pocket, and Haskins had the photos. The conservation agent crouched, looked at it, and said the rain and cattle traffic had distorted it. No cattle had been near that fence line. Their hoof prints were uphill by the pond. I said that. He nodded like he was letting me finish. The official report listed the goat as probable feral dog-coyote depredation. The steer and earlier goat were rolled into the same language. The sheriff told Weller that if any reporters called, he should say they were dealing with a nuisance predator and that extra patrols would be in the area. Extra patrols meant Haskins drove by twice over the next week. My own incident note came back from the sheriff's office with edits. Unknown large animal became unknown canine. The line where I described the abnormal track was removed from the shared copy and replaced with partial print located near fence. Partial print.
That phrase sat in my mouth like a penny. I asked the sheriff about the photos later. He said they were in evidence with the depredation file. When I asked to see them for my own records, he told me there was no need to stir folks up over a dog problem. He wasn't angry. That almost made it worse. He sounded tired, like the county had only so much room for what could be true.
Weller sold off half his goats that winter. He kept the cattle, but he ran a hot wire along the back fence and mounted 2 floodlights on the barn facing the pasture. One of his guardian dogs never did go right again. The younger one recovered enough to work. The older one started sleeping on the porch and would not cross the second gate after sunset. I drove past that farm for years, sometimes on calls, sometimes because the long way home felt shorter when I was trying not to think. The old tree line was always there, stitched black against the hills. In summer, it was just shade. In winter, it looked like ribs. I never saw the thing again. I don't know what it was. I know what people call things like that when they're trying to scare each other. Werewolf, wolfman, dogman. Old words that sound foolish in daylight, and less foolish when 2 working dogs are hiding under a wagon and a 70-year-old farmer can't lift a shotgun. I don't like any of those words. They bring too much with them. Silver bullets, full moons, curses, movie teeth. None of that was in the pasture. There was wet grass, a dead goat, a fence bent by something with weight, and a track that should not have been able to exist in one piece. The worst part wasn't that it looked like an animal, or like a man. The worst part was that it stood on the line between the two, and seemed more comfortable there than I have ever been anywhere. I retired from animal control in 2022. My knees were bad, my wife wanted me home before dark, and the county finally hired 2 younger officers who thought the job was mostly dogs and paperwork. I didn't tell them this story. I told them to keep extra gloves in the truck, to never trust a scared cow, to photograph tracks before stepping anywhere near them, to pay attention when dogs refuse to do what dogs are made to do. That was as close as I got. Some nights, when the weather turns wet and cold in October, I still wake up thinking, I smell that pasture. Blood and clay and wet hair. I'll lie there beside my sleeping wife and listen to our new dog breathing at the foot of the bed. If he lifts his head and looks toward the back door, I get up. I don't ask myself why anymore. I just turn on the porch light and wait until he lies back down. The Tracks. Metairie, Kenner, Louisiana. Summer, 1983. I need to tell you where I was in my life in 1983. Because the where matters as much as the what. I'd come down to New Orleans from Memphis about 4 months earlier. My cousin Terrence had a connection at a furniture warehouse in Metairie. Loading and delivery, good hours, cash every Friday. I was 23, built like I still played ball, which I did on weekends. I had a car, a brown 76 Cutlass Supreme with a cream vinyl top that I kept clean enough to eat off of. I had an apartment off Airline Highway, nothing fancy, but mine. I was settling in. New Orleans was good to me. The food was good, the music was good, the women were beautiful in a way that Memphis women weren't. Something in the water, something in the way they walked, something that made you stupid if you looked too long. I looked too long.
Her name was Nadine, or that's what she told me. She came into a clothing store next to the warehouse. Not where I worked, but where I spent my lunch breaks because they had air conditioning, and the girl behind the register let me sit in the back. Nadine came in looking for a gift for her brother. She was tall, 5'9", 5'10", dark-skinned,
hair pulled back tight, and she had eyes that I have never seen on another human being before or since. They were light, not brown, not green. Something between those colors, with flecks in the iris that caught the fluorescent light and looked gold. Like an animal's eyes in a nature documentary. Like the eyes of something that sees in the dark. I asked her out. She smiled like she'd been expecting me to ask. She wouldn't give me her phone number. She said her grandmother didn't allow men to call the house. She wouldn't give me her address. She said I could meet her Friday evening at a park near her neighborhood. She described a small park with a covered basketball court, near the railroad tracks, off a road I didn't know. 7 o'clock. She'd be there. She wasn't there. I waited until 7:30. No Nadine. No gold eyes. No explanation. I sat in my Cutlass in the parking area beside the court, and I watched the sun go down. And I felt the specific humiliation of a man who has been stood up in a city where he doesn't know enough people to call someone and complain about it.
The basketball court saved me.
There were guys playing, 5 or 6 of them, neighborhood regulars, young, loud, good players. I watched for a while. One of them waved me over. "You play?" I was dressed for a date. Slacks, button down, good shoes. But I had gym clothes in my trunk because I always had gym clothes in my trunk. I changed. I played. We played until the park lights shut off, which was about midnight. By then I knew their names, or their names for each other. The one I talked to most was a kid named Jerome, maybe 19, 20, skinny, fast, good hands. He'd been talking to me between games about his girlfriend being pregnant. He was terrified. Not of the baby, of being a bad father. His own father had left when he was 6. He didn't have a model. He didn't know what fathers did. He asked me questions like I had answers, which I didn't. I was 23 and didn't have kids. But I told him what I'd tell any young man. Show up. Stay. Ask the old women in your family, because they know everything. And don't run from it. Don't run from it. I said that to him. At midnight. On a basketball court. 2 hours before I ran from something and left him on the ground.
After the lights went out, I wanted a beer. Cold beer, cold night. The good feeling of having played hard and made some friends. The guy said there was a liquor store about a 15-minute walk up the tracks. A shortcut behind the businesses that lined the highway. I could have driven. I should have driven. But 6 sweaty guys in my Cutlass with the cream interior? No. We walked. The railroad tracks ran behind a strip of commercial lots. A tire shop, a lumber yard, some kind of scrapyard or junkyard with a chain-link fence and dogs that barked when you got close. On the other side of the tracks, the side away from the businesses, was a field. Not a clean field, a wild field, untended, full of weeds and thistles that grew head-high in the Louisiana summer, dense enough that you couldn't see 10 feet into them. The thistles had thorns. Nobody walked through the thistles. The tracks themselves were standard gauge, crushed white limestone ballast on both sides, the kind of sharp, fist-sized rocks that railroads use for drainage. Between the businesses and the tracks, there were streetlights, sodium vapor, orange, spaced at irregular intervals. Between the lights, there were stretches of dark. Not pitch black. The city glow from the highway and the businesses gave you enough ambient light to see shapes, to see movement, to see where you were stepping. But not enough to see faces, not enough to see details. Just enough to see that something was there without being able to tell what it was. We walked single file on the ballast, our sneakers crunching on the rocks. The guys were talking, loud, the way young men are loud after midnight,
full of energy and noise. Jerome was beside me, still talking about the baby. He was working through it out loud, the way some people do, asking questions, answering them himself, circling back. I was listening. I was watching the thistles to our right without really knowing why. Jerome noticed. "There's a dog," he said. "Big black dog from the junkyard. Gets loose sometimes. If it comes at us, throw rocks and yell. It'll run."
I looked at the thistles. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel something. The animal feeling, the limbic thing, the part of the brain that predates language and operates on frequencies that the conscious mind can't access. The feeling of being watched. The feeling of something pacing you in cover, matching your speed, holding a parallel track through the weeds. I picked up 2 handfuls of railroad rocks, just in case. The thistles moved. Not wind, not a rustle, a displacement, a large section of the thistles bending outward from the field toward the tracks, as if something heavy was pushing through them from inside. The movement was fast but not panicked, deliberate, something coming out. It came out onto the ballast about 30 feet ahead of us. I ran. I don't remember deciding. My body ran. The other guys ran. We scattered, some forward past the thing, some backward toward the park. I went backward. 3 steps, 4 steps, 5, and then I heard Jerome fall. He didn't scream at first. He just went down. The sound of a body hitting railroad ballast, the sharp clatter of rocks, and then a sound that I have heard in nightmares every year for 40 years. "Don't leave me." Not a scream, a plea, the specific breaking voice of a young man who is on the ground and cannot get up, and the people around him are running. I stopped. I thought, the dog. The junkyard dog got him. A dog you can handle. A dog you can kick. You can throw rocks at. You can drive off with noise and aggression. I tightened my grip on the railroad rocks in both hands, and I turned around and I ran back toward Jerome, yelling the way you yell at a dog. Loud, deep, aggressive. The dominance bark that every animal recognizes. Jerome was on his back, one elbow propping him up, the other arm across his chest. He was looking up. Something was standing over him, on all fours. Its head, and the word head is doing work that the word wasn't built to do, was maybe 6 inches from Jerome's face. It was looking down at him the way you look down at something you've dropped on the floor. Not with hunger, not with aggression, with attention, with a focus that was more unsettling than violence, because violence is simple, and this was not simple. This was something studying something else. My brain did what brains do. It reached for the nearest category. Dog. The junkyard dog. Big, black, close to the ground. A dog. Then the details came. The way details come when you don't want them.
The shoulders were wrong. Too wide. Wider than any dog, wider than any animal I'd ever seen on 4 legs. The forelegs were wrong. Too long, too thick, with a musculature that didn't belong on a canine. The shape of the back was wrong. Not the curved spine of a dog, but the flat, dense, loaded back of something built to carry weight. And the head. The head was wolf-shaped, or like a massive black German shepherd's head, but scaled up by a factor that made it grotesque. The skull was the size of a watermelon. The muzzle was long, black, and the lips were pulled back slightly, showing the tips of teeth that were white and curved and longer than my fingers. The other guys came back. I heard them.
yelling, throwing rocks, the clatter of limestone on the ballast. One of them, I don't know who, had a pistol. I heard the click of a hammer being cocked, and someone else yelled, "Don't shoot!" because Jerome was on the ground directly under the thing, and a bullet meant for the creature would go through it and into him, or skip off the rocks into any of us. At the sound of the voices, at the yelling, the rocks, the commotion of 6 men running back, the creature lifted its head from Jerome's face and turned toward us. It moved forward, into the light, into the stretch of sodium vapor orange that fell from the nearest streetlight behind the businesses. I saw the hand.
Not a paw. A hand. 5 fingers. Black fur covering the forearm and the back of the hand, but thinning at the palm, where the skin was dark, leathery, and lined like a human palm. The fingers were long, proportionally longer than a human's, with thick knuckles and black claws that curved downward from the fingertips like fish hooks. The claws were 3 inches long, maybe longer. They clicked on the ballast when the hand came down. I saw the forearm behind the hand. The muscle definition was visible through the fur, not like a dog's leg, which is lean and tendon-driven, like a man's forearm, but thicker, denser, with veins visible under the short black fur. The forearm of something that could grip and hold and crush. Then the head came fully into the light. The eyes were the first thing. They reflected the sodium light with a color I've never seen in any animal. A deep orange, burning, with dark centers that contracted as the light hit them. Not the green eye shine of a dog, not the yellow of a cat. Orange, hot, intelligent. The eyes tracked across all of us, left to right, individual to individual, and I could feel the assessment in them, the weighing, the calculation of threat. Its ears went back. It pulled its lips away from the teeth. The teeth. I need to tell you about the teeth, because the teeth are what I see when I close my eyes. White, clean, wet with saliva. The canines were enormous, 2 inches, maybe more, curved slightly backward, designed not to bite, but to hold, to sink in. I'm 5'11".
I was 225 pounds in 1983, thick through the chest and shoulders, trained for football, not a small man. This creature, on all fours, on its hands and its knees on the railroad ballast, had its eyes nearly level with mine. Its shoulders were wider than my wingspan. The mass of it. I've thought about this for 40 years, and my best estimate is 500 pounds, maybe more. The weight of a female grizzly bear, compressed into a shape that was wrong for a bear, and wrong for a wolf, and wrong for everything. It was 7 feet from me, maybe less, close enough that I could smell it. The breath. Hot, rotten. The smell of raw meat left in the sun. Not dog breath. Worse. Deeper. The exhalation of something with a digestive system that processed things dogs don't eat. It came in waves. Each exhale a pulse of warm, foul air that hit my face and made my stomach clench. And the fur. This detail haunts me because it shouldn't matter, but it does. The fur was groomed, clean. Black, short on the body, longer on the shoulders and the back of the neck, and it lay flat and even and well maintained. This creature had just come through a field of thistles. Thorned, dense, 7-foot thistles that would shred a man's clothes and leave him bleeding from a dozen cuts. Its fur didn't have a single burr in it. Not a thorn. Not a tangle. It had moved through the thistles the way water moves through water.
I wanted to run.
I wanted to climb the fence behind the businesses and get onto a roof and be above it, be away from it, be anywhere that those hands couldn't reach. But when I shifted my weight, just moved my feet a half step, the unconscious preparation for flight, it looked at me. It looked directly at me. And the look said, without language, without sound, through the orange eyes and the flat ears and the bared teeth and the absolute predatory stillness of something that has done this before, the look said, run. See how far you get. I stopped moving. My bladder released. I felt it. The warmth spread down my left leg, soaking my gym shorts, running into my sneaker. I was 23 years old and 225 pounds, and I had pissed myself 7 feet from something that could have reached me in one stride. Then something changed. The creature flinched. Not a big movement. A quick, involuntary jerk of the head, the way you flinch when you hear a sudden sound behind you. Its ears came up. Its head swiveled, fast, snapping to the right, toward the thistle field. Toward whatever it heard in the weeds. It stood up. I need to say this clearly because it's the part people don't believe, and it's the part I most need you to believe. It went from all fours to standing upright in one motion. One fluid, continuous movement, like a person standing up from a chair. No popping, no cracking, no transformation. It simply rose. The forelegs became arms. The torso straightened. The spine elongated. And what had been a creature on all fours looking me in the eye was now a creature on 2 legs, looking down at me. 9 feet, maybe 9.5. Standing on the railroad ballast, bipedal, its head above the power lines that ran along the back of the businesses. Its proportions had shifted. The arms were longer now, hanging past the knees. The hands, with those 3-inch claws, dangling at thigh level. The shoulders were still enormous, but they looked different from below. The shoulders of something that could reach down and pick up a man the way I'd pick up a basketball. And the body. The body was wrong in a new way now. Standing upright, in the sodium light, I could see the torso clearly. The chest was broad, muscled, covered in shorter fur. And below the chest, I am not making this up. I have no reason to make this up. Below the chest were breasts. 4 of them. 2 sets, like a dog, but on a torso that was standing upright like a human. The thighs were massive. The thighs of something that could run on 2 legs at speeds I couldn't imagine. The whole shape was female. This thing was female. I looked at its head, 9 feet in the air. The wolf face, the orange eyes, the ears now forward, alert, pointed toward the thistles. And at one ear, I swear to you on everything I have left, I saw a flash, a glint, something gold, small, circular, at the ear. Nadine had worn large gold hoop earrings at the clothing store. The thought hit me, and I pushed it away because the thought was insane. And then I pulled it back because the night was insane, and the thought fit the night the way a key fits a lock. The guys were screaming, all of them. The sound of 6 grown men screaming is something you never forget. It's not a movie scream, not a performance. It's the raw, uncontrolled sound of human beings whose nervous systems have overloaded and the only output left is noise. The creature wasn't looking at us anymore.
It was looking into the thistles, toward the field, toward something deeper in the dark. I looked too. In the thistles, maybe 50 or 60 feet back, I could see lights. Red. 6 of them, spaced in pairs. 2, then a gap. Then 2, then a gap.
The creature leaped. Not ran. Leaped. From the ballast, over the drainage ditch, into the thistles. It covered 30 feet in a single bound, landed in the weeds, and ran. I could track it by the thistles, the 7-foot plants flattening in a line as it tore through them, a corridor of destruction moving away from the tracks at a speed that nothing that size should have been able to reach. The thistles sprang back up after it passed, closing behind it like water closing behind a boat. The red lights vanished. Whatever they were, eyes, reflections, something else, they were gone, either fled or following the creature deeper into the field. The tracks were empty. Just the rocks and the rails and the orange light and 6 men standing and 1 man on the ground. Jerome. We went to him. He was on his back, exactly where he'd fallen. His eyes were open. His mouth was open. He was breathing, shallow, rapid, the breathing of someone in shock. But when I looked at his face, at his eyes, I knew something was wrong beyond shock. His eyes were fixed on the sky, not focused, not tracking, fixed, staring at something that wasn't there anymore, or staring at nothing because the machinery behind the eyes had shut down. I said his name. He didn't respond. I shook his shoulder. Nothing. I slapped him, not hard, but sharp, the way you do when someone has fainted. Nothing. His eyes were open, and his body was breathing, and the person who lived inside both of those things was gone.
Then I noticed his hair. Jerome had black hair, all black, short, tight, well-maintained. When we'd been playing basketball 3 hours earlier, his hair was all black. Now, on the crown of his head, there was a patch of white. Not gray, white. A circle, maybe 2 inches in diameter, where the hair had turned completely white, as if the pigment had been drained out of it. I tried to brush it. I rubbed it. The white wouldn't come out. It wasn't dust. It wasn't paint. It was his hair, growing from his scalp, white as paper, in a circle on the top of his head, where 3 hours ago the hair had been black. We picked him up, 2 of us under his arms, dragging him. His feet dragged on the ballast, his sneakers catching on the rocks. He didn't resist. He didn't help. He was weight, just weight, with open eyes and white hair and breathing that wouldn't slow down. The liquor store was another quarter mile up the tracks. We had to go forward, toward the direction the creature had gone, because going back meant the park, which was dark and empty and farther from a phone. We went forward, through the same stretch of dim light between the businesses, past the thistles that had swallowed the creature. Every step on the ballast sounded like gunfire. Every shadow was the wrong shape. At the liquor store, the clerk didn't believe us. 6 sweaty, panicked black men bursting through the door at 12:30 a.m., dragging a 7th who was unresponsive, screaming about a monster on the tracks. He saw what the world trained him to see. Trouble. Drugs. A robbery. He reached under the counter, for a gun, for a phone, for an alarm, I don't know, and told us to get out. I tried. I said, "Sir, please, just call 911. Something attacked my friend on the tracks. He needs an ambulance." I said it calm. I said it clear.
I said it the way you say things when you know the person hearing you has already decided you're a liar, and your only chance is to sound like someone who isn't lying. He didn't call. He told us to leave. We left. We took Jerome. We walked the long way, around the businesses, down a side street, through a neighborhood where the houses were small and the porches were lit and people were asleep behind screens, to his mother's house near the park. It took 45 minutes because Jerome couldn't walk. We dragged him, 2 men at a time, switching when our arms gave out.
His mother opened the door. She was a small woman in a housecoat. She looked at her son, his eyes, his mouth, his hair, the white patch on the crown that hadn't been there that morning, and she made a sound that I have never heard another person make. A sound between a word and a scream. A mother's sound. The sound of a woman who sees her child and knows, before anyone tells her, that the child who left the house is not the child who came back. She said she was calling the police. I left. I left because there was, as far as my understanding of the world allowed, a werewolf in the neighborhood. I left because I had gotten Jerome home. And I left because I had an unregistered .38 in the trunk of my Cutlass. And when the police came, and they would come, because a woman in a housecoat was going to call them and tell them something happened to her son, they would find a man from Memphis with a gun he couldn't explain and a story nobody would believe. I ran to my car. I changed clothes, peeled off the gym shorts that were still wet from when I'd pissed myself, threw them in the trunk, put on jeans and a clean shirt. I drove home fast, too fast, running lights, checking the mirror every 3 seconds, expecting to see something in the back seat. At my apartment, I pushed my dresser against the door, then the kitchen table, then the refrigerator. I loaded my .38. I loaded the speed loaders. I poured Jack Daniels into a coffee mug, and I sat on the floor with my back against the refrigerator, and I drank, and I held the gun, and I wrote. I wrote everything. In a notebook, in handwriting that was barely legible because my hands were shaking so badly the pen jumped. I wrote the park, the basketball, Jerome, the thistles, the tracks, the hand, 5 fingers, black claws, 3 inches, the eyes, orange, intelligent, assessing, the teeth, the breath, the standing up, the smooth, continuous rise from 4 legs to 2, the gold flash at the ear. I wrote Nadine, the gold eyes with the flecks, the gold hoop earrings, the refused phone number, the park she'd chosen, this park, near these tracks, beside this field of thistles, the date she never intended to keep. She had brought me there. The thought settled into me like a stone into water. She had given me directions to a park next to a field where something lived, and she had not shown up because she was already there. The aftermath was bad. I don't mean the nightmares, although there were nightmares. I mean the way it changed the machinery of my life. The way I stopped going out at night. The way I started carrying the .38 everywhere. Work, the store, the gas station, church. The way I drank. I drank for 3 years. Not social drinking, not recreational, survival drinking. The kind where you pour Jack Daniels into a thermos and take it to work and sip it at the loading dock because the alternative is being sober and remembering the orange eyes and the white teeth and the sound of Jerome saying, "Don't leave me," from the ground. I was afraid of women. That's the thing I've never told anyone until now. I was afraid of women. Not all women, not rationally, But every time I met a woman with light eyes, green eyes, hazel eyes, any eyes that caught the light in a way that reminded me of gold flecks in a fluorescent lit clothing store, my body reacted. My heart rate spiked. My hands went cold. I looked at her and I thought, is this one real? Is this one human? Or is this one going to lead me to a park near some railroad tracks and wait for me in the thistles? I stopped drinking in 1986, after I nearly killed myself on the highway. I was driving to work, reaching into the passenger seat for my thermos, and I drifted into oncoming traffic. A truck horn snapped me back. I missed the truck by maybe 2 feet. I pulled over and I sat on the shoulder and I poured the Jack Daniels into the ditch, and I called my brother in Memphis and I said, I need help. Something happened to me and I need help. He came down. He stayed 2 weeks. He didn't ask what happened. He just stayed. He helped me clean the apartment. He helped me eat meals at a table instead of on the floor with a gun. He helped me start sleeping in the bed instead of against the refrigerator. I never told him what I saw. I told my boss, a white woman named Carol who managed the warehouse. I told her because she was from Louisiana, from the old families, from the part of the state where the French and the Creole and the Catholic all mix together into something that has room for things the rest of America doesn't believe in. When I finished telling her, she looked at me with no surprise at all and said, Baby, you saw a loup-garou.
Loup-garou. Rougarou. The French word. The Louisiana word. The word that every grandmother in the Bayou country knows and every grandfather refuses to say out loud. She told me the old remedies. Rock salt, blessed oil, fire. I looked at her and I thought about the thing on the tracks. 9 feet tall, 500 pounds, claws like fish hooks, teeth like traps. And I thought, you want me to throw salt at that? She laughed. She said the old remedies aren't for killing it, they're for keeping it away. You don't fight a loup-garou, baby. You make your house uncomfortable for it, and you pray it goes somewhere else. I tried to find Jerome. For years, I tried. I went back to the neighborhood. The park was the same. The tracks were the same. The thistles were still growing in the field, head high, thick, thorned. But the people had shifted. Katrina scattered everyone, and the neighborhood I'd known in 1983 was not the neighborhood that existed in 2006. Through a chain of people who knew people who knew people, I found someone who said they were Jerome's son. He was in his 20s. He'd been raised by Jerome's mother because Jerome couldn't raise him. Jerome was alive, or had been alive recently, but he wasn't right. He had episodes. He was afraid of railroad tracks. He was afraid of the dark. He was afraid of dogs. All dogs. Any dogs. The neighbor's cocker spaniel, the strays on the corner. He had the white patch in his hair for the rest of his life. It never grew back in black. Jerome's son was angry. Not at the creature. He didn't believe in the creature. He believed that his father's friends had given him drugs on the railroad tracks in 1983, and the drugs had damaged his brain. And every episode, every nightmare, every time his father screamed at the sight of a dog on the street was because of what those men had put in his body that night.
I didn't argue with him. What would I say? Your father wasn't on drugs? Your father was pinned to the ground by a 9-foot werewolf that breathed in his face and left a white circle in his hair? The son needed a story he could understand. The son needed drugs. Because drugs are human. Because drugs have a cause and an effect and a treatment plan. A werewolf has none of those things. A werewolf is just a thing that happened. In the dark, on the tracks, to a 19-year-old kid who was scared about becoming a father and never got the chance to find out if he'd be a good one. I heard, through the same chain of people, that Jerome died sometime around 2010. Heart attack. Supposedly, his mother told someone that he'd been looking out the window at night, the way he sometimes did, checking the yard, checking the fence line, and he'd seen something outside, something that made him scream. And then his heart stopped. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if Jerome died looking at the thing that broke him in 1983, or if he died looking at a stray cat, and his heart just gave out because hearts do that when they've been running on adrenaline for 27 years. Either way, Jerome died on the tracks. It just took him 27 years to finish dying. Nadine never came back to the store. I went in every day for 2 months, waiting. She never walked through the door. No gold eyes, no pulled back hair, no smile that said she'd been expecting me to ask. She was gone the way the creature was gone, back into whatever the thistles connect to, whatever world sits behind the one we see, where things with gold eyes and gold earrings and 5-fingered hands go when they're not standing on railroad tracks at midnight, looking into the face of a 19-year-old boy who never recovered. The gold flash at the ear. That's the detail I can't reconcile. I've turned it over in my mind for 40 years. Was it real? Did I actually see a gold hoop earring on the ear of a 9-foot creature standing on the railroad tracks? Or did my brain, overwhelmed, terrified, drowning in adrenaline, project the detail onto the memory because the human mind needs connections, needs patterns, needs the story to link together? I don't know. I will die not knowing. But I'll tell you this. Nadine picked a park next to those tracks. She gave me directions to the one place on Earth where I would be at midnight, on foot, near a field of thistles, where something lived. She chose the location. She chose the time. She chose me. And she had eyes that caught the light like an animal's. In New Orleans, the old women have a word for this. They call it the loup-garou. They say it can be a wolf, or a dog, or a person. They say it walks on 2 legs, or 4. They say it chooses who it shows itself to, and the choosing is not random. They say if a loup-garou looks you in the face, it's taking something from you. Not your body, not your blood. Something else. Something behind the eyes. Something that keeps the lights on. Whatever Jerome had behind his eyes, the loup-garou took it. On July 9th, 1983, on the railroad tracks behind a strip of businesses in Metairie, Louisiana, while I stood 7 feet away, with 2 handfuls of white rocks and a bladder that wouldn't hold. I went back for him. I need you to know that. When I heard him fall, when I heard, "Don't leave me," I stopped running and I went back. I went back with rocks in my hands and rage in my throat. And I was ready to fight a junkyard dog for a kid I'd known for 3 hours. But it wasn't a junkyard dog. And rocks don't work on loup-garous. And the old women say that once it's taken what it came for, nothing brings it back. Not salt, not oil, not fire, not 40 years of remembering. I live in Houston now. I've been here since '94. I work for a plumbing company. I have a wife, a good woman, patient, who has slept beside me through 3 decades of nights where I wake up gasping, and she puts her hand on my chest and says, "You're home," and doesn't ask what I was dreaming about, because she already knows. I don't drink. I don't carry a gun. I sleep in the bed, not against the refrigerator. The machinery of my life works again, mostly, the way a car works after a bad wreck. Functional, reliable,
but with a pull to the left that you correct for without thinking about it. The pull is the tracks. The pull is Jerome. The pull is the orange eyes and the white teeth and the gold flash at the ear, and the question I have never answered and never will. Was Nadine the creature? Did the creature wear a woman's face to bring me to the park? Was the date a lure? Was I the target, and Jerome was collateral, the wrong man in the wrong place, between the creature and whatever it wanted? Or was Nadine just a woman who stood me up, and the creature was just a creature, and Jerome was just unlucky, and the gold earring was just my brain stitching a pattern into chaos? Because the alternative, that it was all random, that a 19-year-old kid had his mind taken by something that had no reason and no purpose and no name, is worse than any explanation I can invent. I don't know. I've lived with not knowing for 40 years. I'll die with not knowing. The notebook is in a box in my closet, in handwriting I can barely read, written on the floor of an apartment in Metairie, with a gun in one hand and Jack Daniels in the other, and the refrigerator against the door.
The tracks are still there. The thistles are still there. And somewhere in New Orleans, in a clothing store, in a park, on a street where the sodium lights turn everything orange, a woman with gold eyes is choosing the next man she'll invite to a park near the railroad tracks at 7 o'clock on a Friday. He'll go. They always go. And she won't be there. She never is. But something else will be. In the thistles, waiting. With hands that have 5 fingers, and claws that click on the ballast, and breath that smells like something that eats in the dark and never cleans its mouth. Don't leave me. I didn't leave him. I went back. I went back with rocks in my hands. But I couldn't save him. The rocks didn't work. Nothing works. The old women were right.
The Hollow, Knott County, Eastern Kentucky, 1934, 1937. You want to know about the Hollow. That's what you come all the way up here for, with your little machine and your university business. You want to know about the Depression, about how people lived, about the hard times. I'll tell you about the hard times, but not the kind you're studying, not the kind that goes in your paper. What I'm going to tell you won't make your professors happy. What I'm going to tell you will make them think I've lost my mind. And maybe I have, but I've had 87 years to lose it, and I haven't lost it yet. So you can draw your own conclusions. Sit down, turn on your machine, and don't interrupt me, because if I stop, I might not start again. Laurel Hollow. That was the name. Laurel Hollow, Knott County, Kentucky. If you look on a map now, if there even is a map that shows it, you'll find a creek and some timber and nothing else. No houses, no road, no mailboxes. Nothing to show that people lived there for 100 years, raised families, buried their dead, and then left. They didn't all leave. Some of them were taken. There were 2 families in the hollow when I was a girl. The Combs, my people, and the Sloans. The Combs lived on the east side of the creek. The Sloans lived on the west. The creek was the line. It had always been the line. My grandfather said his grandfather had drawn it, and the Sloane grandfather had agreed. And for 4 generations, the creek was law.
The feud. I hate that word. It makes it sound like a story, like the Hatfields and McCoys, like something on television. The trouble between the families started over timber. The mountain above the hollow had good timber, poplar, oak, some walnut. When the timber companies came through in the 20s, both families claimed the upper slopes. There was no deed, there was no survey. There was a creek and a handshake from 100 years ago. And the handshake didn't cover the mountain because in 1830, nobody thought the mountain was worth arguing about. By 1930, the mountain was worth arguing about. And by 1934, the argument had turned into something else. I was 6 years old in 1934. I was the youngest of 5, 4 brothers and me. My father, Hollis Combs, worked the coal when there was coal to work, which in the Depression meant maybe 3 months a year. The rest of the time he farmed, hunted, and cut timber on the slopes above the hollow. My mother, Iva, kept the house, kept the garden, kept us fed on beans and cornbread and whatever my father brought down from the mountain. The Sloanes had a similar setup. Roscoe Sloane, his wife Della, and their children. I don't remember how many children the Sloanes had, maybe 7, maybe 8. They came and went. Some of them were older, already gone off to the mines or married into other hollows. Some were young, close to my age. I played with a Sloane girl named Birdie when I was small, before the trouble started. After the trouble started, I didn't play with anybody. The first sign was the livestock. My father's hogs started dying in the fall of 1934. Not sick, torn apart. He'd go out in the morning and find them in the pen, gutted. The entrails spread across the mud. The carcasses ripped open from throat to belly. Not eaten, destroyed. Whatever killed them wasn't feeding, it was tearing. My father blamed the Sloanes. The Sloanes had dogs, big, half-wild mountain dogs that ran loose on the west side of the creek. Roscoe Sloane kept them for hunting, but they were mean dogs, underfed. The kind of dogs that would kill livestock if they got the chance. My father went across the creek and told Roscoe to chain his dogs or he'd shoot them. Roscoe said his dogs hadn't crossed the creek. My father said they had. Words were exchanged. My father came home with his jaw tight and his rifle across his shoulder. And that night, he sat on the porch with the gun and watched the hog pen. Nothing came that night, or the next. But the following week, 2 of our chickens were found dead, torn apart, scattered across the yard. And one of the Sloane's calves was found in the same condition, ripped open, entrails spread, the kill pattern identical to our hogs. Whatever was doing this wasn't choosing sides. It was killing on both sides of the creek. But the families couldn't see past the feud. My father blamed the Sloane dogs. Roscoe Sloane blamed my father, said he was poisoning their cattle. The creek, which had been a line for 100 years,
became a border. Nobody crossed it. The children stopped playing together. The women stopped speaking at the spring where they'd drawn water side by side since before I was born. In the spring of 1935, a child disappeared. Marvin Sloan, 7 years old. He'd been playing in the yard on the west side of the creek, in sight of the house, and then he wasn't. Della Sloan came out to call him for supper, and the yard was empty. They searched, both families, because when a child goes missing in a hollow, the feud doesn't matter. You search. My father searched. My brothers searched. They searched the creek, the slopes, the laurel thickets that gave the hollow its name. Laurel grows dense in the mountain hollows of eastern Kentucky, thick, tangled, with branches that weave together until the undergrowth is a solid wall. A child could be 10 feet inside a laurel thicket, and you'd never see him.
They found Marvin's shoe, one shoe, in the creek bed, about a quarter-mile upstream from the Sloan house. The shoe was bloody. The laces were intact. It hadn't been pulled off by running. It had been pulled off by force. They didn't find Marvin. They searched for a week. My father and Roscoe Sloan walked the ridgeline together for the first time in 2 years, calling the boy's name, and the mountain didn't answer. Della Sloan, people said, went quiet after that. Not grieving, quiet. The kind of quiet that a person goes when something inside them has been removed. She did her work. She fed her remaining children. She drew water from the spring. But the voice was gone. The woman behind the voice was gone. She was a body, doing the things a body does when the mind has left. The second child disappeared in August, one of ours. My brother Roy, 12 years old. He'd been hunting squirrels on the slope above the house, not far, a quarter-mile, a place he'd been 100 times. He had a .22 rifle. He knew the mountain. He was a boy who could walk through timber in the dark without tripping. He did not get lost. Boys like Roy didn't get lost, because the mountain was home, and home doesn't lose you. My mother sent my oldest brother Willis to find him, when Roy didn't come back by supper. Willis went up the slope with a lantern. He came back an hour later, white-faced, holding Roy's .22.
The rifle was bent. Not broken, bent. The barrel was curved, as if someone, something, had grabbed it and twisted it, the way you'd twist a green stick. The stock was scored with deep grooves, claw marks, 4 parallel lines in the walnut, cut deep enough to show the pale wood underneath. Willis had found the rifle on the ground near a laurel thicket. The laurel around it was flattened, not pushed aside, flattened, as if something enormous had crashed through it. The branches were broken at heights of 6-7 feet. Whatever had gone through that thicket was taller than a man and heavier than a bear. They surged. Again. Both families. Again. My father and Roscoe Sloan on the ridgeline, calling Roy's name, and the mountain not answering. They found blood. On the rocks above the thicket, on the trail that led to the ridge.
blood and hair, animal hair, dark, coarse, not the hair of any animal my father had ever killed in 40 years of hunting these mountains. My father came home that night, and he sat at the table, and he didn't eat, and he didn't speak. And my mother didn't ask him to. She put her hand on his shoulder, and she left it there. And after a long time, he said one word: Sloanes. The accusation didn't come all at once. It grew, the way things grow in a hollow, slowly, in whispers, in glances exchanged at the spring, in conversations that stopped when certain people walked by.
My father didn't say werewolf. That's not a mountain word. He said witch. He said the Sloanes had something, living with them on the west side of the creek. Something that wasn't right. Something that came down from the ridge at night and killed livestock and took children and went back to the Sloane side and was sheltered, protected. He said Della Sloane's brother, a man named Grady, who'd come down from Virginia sometime in 1933 and was living in a shed behind the Sloane house, was the one. Grady was strange. Even the Sloanes said Grady was strange. He was big, 6'3", 6'4", heavy through the shoulders, with hands that were too large for his body and a way of moving that didn't match his size. Big men move heavily. Grady moved quietly. Grady moved through the timber like smoke. You'd see him on the ridge in the morning, and by the afternoon he'd be at the creek, 2 miles away, and nobody had seen him walk between the 2 points. He didn't talk much. When he did, his voice was low and rough, like something was wrong with his throat. He had a smell. The women at the spring mentioned it. A musk, an animal smell, something that clung to him and got stronger when the weather was warm. Della said he'd been sick. Della said he'd come down from Virginia because he needed family. Della said to leave him alone.
My father didn't leave him alone. My father started saying, at the store, at the church, to anyone who would listen, that Grady Sloane was a witch. That Grady had brought something with him from Virginia. That the livestock deaths and the disappearances had started after Grady arrived. That Grady was seen on the ridge at night, moving through the timber in the dark, and that the sounds people heard from the west side of the creek, the howling, the crashing through the laurel, the screams that might have been an animal and might have been something else, came from wherever Grady was. The Sloanes denied it. Roscoe came across the creek, the first time a Sloane had crossed to the calm side in over a year, and he stood in our yard and told my father that Grady was family, that Grady was harmless, that the accusations were part of the feud and nothing more. My father asked Roscoe about the night of the full moon in August, the night Roy disappeared. My father asked where Grady was that night. Roscoe didn't answer. He looked at my father for a long time. Then he turned and walked back across the creek. The third child was taken in October 1935. A Sloane child this time. A girl, 9 years old, name of Cordy. Taken from the yard in the evening, just before dark. Della screamed. Roscoe ran out with a shotgun. The older Sloane boys ran into the timber.
They found Cordy's dress in the laurel, torn off her body, shredded, hanging from the branches like a flag. No blood on the dress. Blood on the ground underneath it. That night, my father gathered the men of the hollow, Combs' men, and some from neighboring hollows who had heard the stories. 8 men, rifles, lanterns. They crossed the creek. They went to Grady's shed. The shed was empty. The door was open. Inside, they found a pallet on the floor, blankets, a pillow, the basic furnishings of a man living in a shed behind his sister's house. But the blankets were shredded. The pallet was torn. And on the floor, in the dirt, tracks. Not boot prints, not bare feet. Something between. A foot that was too long, too wide, with toe marks that ended in points instead of rounds. And hair. On the blankets, on the floor, on the door frame where Grady had passed through. Dark, coarse hair. The same hair they'd found on the rocks above the thicket where Roy's rifle lay bent. My father looked at the tracks. He looked at the hair. He looked at Roscoe, who was standing in the doorway of the main house, with Della behind him, and the remaining Sloane children behind her. "Where is he, Roscoe?" "I don't know." "Where is he?" "He goes out at night. He's always gone out at night, since he come down from Virginia. He goes out, and he comes back before dawn, and I don't ask where because
you know where. You know what he does, and you let him do it because he's blood. And blood covers blood in this hollow, and my boy Roy is dead because you let that thing live in your shed." Roscoe raised his shotgun. My father raised his rifle. 8 men raised 8 rifles. The hollow, which had been one community for 100 years and 2 feuding families for 2, was about to become a killing field. Della stepped between them. Small, quiet Della, who hadn't spoken above a whisper since Marvin disappeared. She stood between the guns, and she said, "He ain't what you think he is." "Then what is he?" "He's sick. He's been sick since Virginia. Something happened to him up there, and he came to us because we're his blood, and he didn't have nobody else. He goes out at night because he can't help what happens at night. He don't want it. He can't stop it." "Can't stop what, Della?" She looked at my father. She looked at the men with the rifles. She looked at the shed with the tracks and the hair and the shredded blankets. And she said something I have carried for 87 years. "The changing. He can't stop the changing." They hunted him. Not that night. Roscoe's shotgun and the dark and the fact that something was in the timber that was large enough to bend a .22 rifle barrel kept the men from going into the Laurel after sundown. They went back to the Combs side. They waited for morning. At dawn, they went in. 8 men, rifles, dogs, 3 coon hounds that my father kept for bear hunting. The dogs picked up a scent at Grady's shed and went north, up the slope, into the laurel thickets where the mountain got steep and the timber got thick, and the undergrowth closed behind you like a door. I followed them. I was 7 years old, and I followed 8 armed men and 3 dogs into the mountains, because Roy was my brother, and whatever had taken him was up there, and I wanted to see it die. My mother didn't know I'd gone. I was small. I was quiet. I stayed back, maybe 100 yards behind the last man,
moving through the laurel by myself, following the sound of the dogs. The dogs trailed for about 2 miles, up the slope, across a ridge, down into a drainage on the far side, where the laurel grew so thick that the men had to cut through it with hatchets. The dogs were loud at first, the baying of coonhounds on a hot scent, the sound that every hunter in Appalachia knows. Then the baying changed. It went from pursuit to something else. The pitch rose, the rhythm broke, the dogs stopped. I was 100 yards back, crouched in the laurel, when I heard my father yell. Not words, a sound. The sound a man makes when he sees something his mind can't hold. Then a gunshot. Then 3 more, fast. The crack, crack, crack of rifles firing at something close.
Then the sound from the timber ahead of me. Not from where the men were, but from between me and the men. That I have never heard replicated in 93 years of living in these mountains. A howl. Not a dog's howl, not a wolf's howl, not a coyote's howl. Something deeper, fuller, with a resonance that vibrated in the ground and in the tree trunks and in the bones of my chest. A howl that was half animal and half human and fully neither. And then something came through the laurel toward me, fast. The laurel exploding outward, branches snapping, the sound of something enormous crashing through undergrowth that should have been impenetrable. It was moving downhill, away from the men, toward the creek, toward the hollow, and I was in its path. I didn't run. I didn't have time. It was on me in 3 seconds. 3 seconds between the first snapping branches and the moment it burst through the thicket and into the small clearing where I was crouched. It saw me. It was moving at full speed, and it saw me, and it tried to change direction. I remember that. I remember the way its body torqued, the way the hind legs planted and the shoulders twisted, trying to veer around me the way a horse veers around an obstacle. But the clearing was small, and I was in the center, and the momentum was too great. It hit me.
Not with its jaws, with its body.
A glancing blow, the shoulder catching me across the chest and the arm sweeping me aside. I went down hard onto my back, into the laurel roots and the leaf litter, and the breath went out of me and the sky went white. I saw it above me, for less than a second, passing over me mid-stride, its body blocking the sky. I saw the underside, the chest, the belly, the legs. I saw the fur, dark, almost black, coarse, covering everything. I saw the arms, not forelegs, arms, long, thick, with hands that had fingers and claws. And I saw the head, turning, looking down at me as it passed, the way a person looks down at something they've knocked over by accident. The face, not a wolf's face, and not a man's face. The muzzle was long and full of teeth,
but the eyes were set forward, not to the side, the way a predator's eyes are set. The eyes were dark, not the glowing reflections that other people describe, just dark, deep, and aware. They looked at me for less than a second, the eyes of something that knew what it was and hated it. Then it was past me and crashing through the laurel down the slope, and I was on my back in the clearing, and my chest was on fire where the shoulder had hit me, and I couldn't breathe.
The men found me 10 minutes later. My father picked me up and held me, and he was shaking the way men shake when they fired at something and missed, and the something is still out there. They'd hit it. They'd found blood on the laurel, dark blood, the blood of something alive, but they hadn't brought it down. 3 coon hounds had refused to follow. 3 dogs that would tree a bear without hesitation had stopped on the trail and refused. My father carried me back to the house. My mother stripped me and checked for wounds. The blow from the shoulder had bruised my ribs, 3 of them, purple and black across the left side of my chest. But the claws hadn't touched my skin. The arm had swept me aside, and the claws had caught my coat instead of my body. My grandmother's coat. Wool, heavy, triple layered because Mama Combs sewed her grandchildren's coats with extra panels because the winters were cold and she didn't trust single layers. The claws had gone through the outer layer and the middle layer and stopped at the inner layer. 3 layers of mountain wool, hand sewn by a woman who was already dead by the time I wore the coat, and the 3rd layer held. The coat saved my life, the way the girl's stiff collar saved her life in Bedburg, the way a piece of clothing made by a woman who loved a child can stand between that child and the teeth of something that should not exist. They found Grady 3 days later, not in the timber, in the shed, behind the Sloan house, on his pallet, naked, shivering, covered in scratches and cuts. A bullet wound in his left shoulder, a through and through from one of the rifles on the ridge. He was feverish. He was delirious. He was speaking in a language that wasn't English and wasn't anything Della recognized. A guttural, broken speech that came from a throat that wasn't shaped right for human words. My father and the men went across the creek. They found Roscoe on the porch with the shotgun. He didn't raise it. "He come back this morning," Roscoe said. "Crawled in like a dog. He's shot. He's dying. He killed my boy." "I know. He killed Marvin. He killed Cordy. He killed my Roy. I know." My father went into the shed. I don't know what happened in the shed. I was at the house with my mother across the creek, watching from the porch. I heard voices. I heard Grady, if it was still Grady, making sounds that weren't words. I heard my father asking questions. I heard Della crying. What came out of the shed, relayed to me years later by my brother Willis, who was there, was this. Grady had been bitten, in Virginia, in the mountains above Wise County. He'd been hunting alone, at night, and something had come out of a laurel thicket and attacked him. He'd survived, barely, with deep wounds on his arms and his torso, and a fever that lasted 2 weeks. When the fever broke, the changing started. At first it was small, the senses sharpening, the smells, the sounds, the anger that had no source. Then, at the full moon, the change. pain, the reshaping, the loss of self. He'd wake up in the morning, naked, in the woods, covered in blood that wasn't his, with no memory of the night. He'd find the remains of what he'd done. Animals at first, deer, dogs. Then, in Virginia, a person. A woman walking a road at night. He found what was left of her. He didn't remember doing it. He only knew it was him because the blood was on his hands and under his nails and in his teeth. He ran. He came to the only family he had. Della, his sister, in a hollow in Kentucky where nobody knew what he was, and the mountains were deep enough to hide what he became. Della took him in. Della knew. She knew what the scratches meant when they healed too fast. She knew what the restlessness meant before the full moon. She knew what the sounds from the shed at midnight meant. She kept him anyway, because he was blood. And in the mountains, blood covers blood.
He told my father, through the delirium, through the fever, through the bullet wound that was already closing, the way no human wound closes, that he had tried to stop it. He had chained himself. He had locked the shed. 1 month. Della had padlocked the door from the outside and sat on the porch with a shotgun. And the creature had torn the door off its hinges and gone into the night, and come back at dawn with a child's blood on its muzzle. He couldn't stop it. Della couldn't stop it. The changing came with the moon, and the hunger came with the changing, and the children came with the hunger, because children were small and slow, and the creature that Grady became didn't choose its prey. It took what was close. My father asked him about Roy. Grady closed his eyes. Willis said a tear ran down his face, a human tear from a human eye, on the face that was not entirely human anymore. The fever was changing him. The bullet wound was accelerating something. The bones of his face were shifting under the skin, the jaw extending, the brow thickening. He was dying and changing at the same time, and the two processes were fighting each other. And the thing on the pallet in the shed was neither man nor wolf, but something between, something broken, something that had been Della's brother and was now just pain in a shape that couldn't decide what it was. I didn't mean to, he said. Willis told me those were his last words. I didn't mean to. I couldn't stop. He died an hour later. Or the man died. What was left on the pallet after the man died was not entirely a man. Willis said the body had changed in death. The proportions wrong, the face too long, the hands too large, the fur, because there was fur, dark and coarse, growing through the skin on the shoulders and the arms, visible in the daylight coming through the shed door. They burned the shed. My father and Roscoe together.
They poured kerosene on the walls and the floor and the pallet and the body that was not entirely a body, and they lit it, and they stood together, two men who had been enemies for 2 years and were now joined by something worse than enmity, and they watched it burn. The fire burned hot. The shed was dry pine. It went up fast. Nobody tried to save anything. They let the fire do what fire does: erase the evidence, purify the ground, turn the body and the palate and the hair and the claws and the last words of a man who couldn't stop changing into ash and smoke and nothing. They buried the children. Not the real children. The real children were never found. They buried the idea of them. My mother and Della, together for the first time in 2 years, dug 3 small graves in the cemetery on the ridge above the hollow. Marvin, Roy, Cordy. 3 headstones, 3 names, 3 empty boxes in the ground, because the mountain had taken the bodies, and the mountain doesn't give things back. The feud ended, not with a handshake, with a silence. The silence of 2 families who had accused each other of murder and discovered that the murderer was something neither family had a name for. Something that had come from Virginia in the body of a sick man and had fed on their children for 2 years while they pointed guns at each other across a creek. People left the hollow. Not all at once. Over the next year, 2 years. The Sloans left first. Roscoe took Della and the remaining children to Hazard, where he had people. Then the Combs left. My father took us to Pikeville, where there was work in the mines, and the mountains were a little farther away, and the laurel didn't grow as thick. By 1940, Laurel Hollow was empty. The houses rotted. The creek ran through yards where children had played. The laurel grew back over the paths and the graves, and the spot where the shed had burned. I am 93 years old. I have lived in Pikeville since 1937. I married a man named Sloan. No relation to the Sloans. Different spelling, but the name made my father flinch every time he heard it. I had children. I had grandchildren. I had a life that was ordinary and good, and that I built on top of the life that happened in Laurel Hollow. The way you build a house on top of a foundation that has cracks in it. The cracks are there. You live above them. You try not to look down. I have told this story to one person before you. My daughter. When she was 40 and I was 73, and she found the coat, Mama Combs' coat, the wool one, the triple layered one, in a box in my closet. She pulled it out and she saw the claw marks. 3 parallel lines through the outer layer and the middle layer, stopping at the 3rd. And she asked me what had made them. I told her the truth. She didn't believe me. She put the coat back in the box, and she never mentioned it again. And we don't talk about it. And the coat is still in the closet, and the claw marks are still in the wool, and the 3rd layer still holds. You want to know if I believe what I saw. You want me to say it was a bear, or a man with a mental illness, or a story that a 7-year-old girl constructed from trauma and fear and the superstitions of the mountains. You want me to give you something that fits in your paper, something academic, something with a citation. I can't give you that. I can give you what I have. I have 3 cracked ribs that healed wrong and ache in the cold. I have a coat with claw marks that stop at the 3rd layer. I have the memory of eyes that look down at me for less than a second in a laurel clearing on a mountain in Knott County, with an awareness that was not an animal's and a sorrow that was not a man's. The eyes of something that knew what it was. The eyes of something that hated what it was. The eyes of Grady Sloan, who came down from Virginia with a bite on his body and a changing in his blood, and died on a pallet in a shed that his sister set on fire, because fire is the only thing older than the changing. I didn't mean to, he said. I couldn't stop. I believe him. I have believed him for 87 years. Whatever Grady was, whatever the mountains make, whatever comes out of the laurel at the full moon, with hands that have claws, and a face that has teeth, and a hunger that doesn't care if the thing it takes is 7 years old, or 9, or 12. Whatever that is, it didn't choose to be that. It was bitten. It was infected. It was a man who became something else against his will. And the something else was stronger than the man. And the children paid for it. Della knew. Della kept him anyway, because blood covers blood. My father knew. My father burned the shed anyway, because fire covers everything. And I know, I've known since I was 7 years old, lying on my back in a laurel clearing with 3 cracked ribs and claw marks in my grandmother's coat, looking up at the belly of something that was running from 8 men and 3 dogs and the mountain itself, and seeing in the less than a second that it looked down at me, the face of a man who was being eaten alive by what he'd become. The coat saved me. My grandmother sewed 3 layers instead of 1 because the winters were cold, and she loved me. That's all. That's the whole story. An old woman's hands, sewing wool in a cabin in a hollow that doesn't exist anymore, made a coat thick enough to stop the claws of something that the old woman in Bedburg, Germany, were burning people for 400 years ago. I don't know what it was. I know the word werewolf. I've heard it. It's a German word. We didn't use German words in Laurel Hollow. We didn't use any word. We used fire and ash and silence and the agreement between 2 families that what happened in the hollow stays in the hollow, and the children's headstones stay on the ridge, and nobody ever talks about why the graves are empty. Until now. Until you, with your machine and your university. Turn it off. I'm done. I've been carrying this for 87 years, and now you're carrying it. And I hope your coat is thick enough.
The Camden Road. Camden to Charleston, South Carolina. October. I need to tell you about my best friend. And then I need to tell you what killed him. And then I need to tell you what's happening to me. In that order. Because the order is the only thing I have left that makes sense. Part 1. Camden. Ty and I were history majors. College at Charleston, class of 2024. Or that was the plan. Tyler Washington. Ty. My roommate since freshman year, my project partner since sophomore seminar, my best friend since the night we stayed up until 4 a.m. arguing about whether Reconstruction was a failure of policy or a failure of will, and realized we were the only two people on campus who cared enough about dead people to yell about them. Ty was from Buford, old Buford family. Not plantation old, not that kind of old. His people were Gullah. His grandmother spoke Geechee and kept a bottle of blue paint on every windowsill and doorframe in her house. The haints can't cross water, she said. The blue paint looks like water. It keeps them out.
I was from Ohio. Columbus. Suburbs.
The most haunted thing in my childhood was a house on our street where the Christmas lights stayed up until March. I came to Charleston because I loved the history, the buildings, the weight of the past pressing up through the cobblestones. Ty came to Charleston because his grandmother told him to. And Ty did what his grandmother told him to do. Always. Without question. Because his grandmother knew things. She knew things about Camden, too. When we told her our plan, drive up for the weekend, photograph the old cemeteries for our capstone project on Revolutionary War burial practices, she went quiet. She looked at Ty. She looked at me. She said, "Don't go walking those roads after dark." No explanation, no elaboration, just the instruction, delivered in the flat, non-negotiable tone of a woman who has spent 80 years on the Carolina coast and has learned that some instructions don't require reasons. We said yes, ma'am. We meant it. We went anyway. And we went walking after dark.
Camden is 2 hours north of Charleston on US 521. You leave the coast and the low country and the marsh and the salt air, and you drive through the Francis Marion National Forest. 60 miles of loblolly pine, so thick and so uniform that the road feels like a tunnel. And then you come out the other side into the Midlands. The land opens up, cotton fields, horse farms, red clay roads turning off the highway into property lines you can't see the end of. The light changes. Not the low country light, which is soft and silver and comes off the water, but a harder light, a drier light, the light of a place that's been cleared and farmed and fought over for 300 years. Camden itself is beautiful, in the way that old southern towns are beautiful when they haven't been renovated into boutique hotels and brunch spots. There are antebellum homes on the main streets, but they're lived in, not toured. There are churches that predate the Revolution, and there are cemeteries, old ones, colonial ones, some maintained and some not, some with iron fences and some with no fence at all, just headstones, standing in fields at the edge of the tree line. The names worn smooth by 250 years of Carolina rain. We arrived Friday afternoon. We checked into a motel on the edge of town, a place called the something or other motor lodge, the kind with exterior corridors and a Coke machine by the office, and a parking lot where our car was one of 3. We had our cameras, our notebooks, our laptops. We were going to photograph cemeteries. The first one was easy. The Quaker Cemetery, right in town, well-maintained, Revolutionary War markers alongside Civil War and later. We photographed headstones for 2 hours. The light was good. The moss hung from the live oaks above the graves like curtains, and Ty said it looked like the trees were in mourning. I wrote that down. I was going to use it in the paper. The second cemetery was the one that mattered. Ty had found it on a historical survey map, an old church burial ground about 8 miles outside town, on a road that the map called County Road 97, but that the locals, if they called it anything, called the Flat Rock Road. It was associated with a colonial-era church that had burned down sometime before the Revolution and never been rebuilt. The church was gone. The graveyard remained. We drove out late afternoon. County Road 97 was 2 lanes, no center line, cracked asphalt that narrowed to 1 lane in places where the shoulders had crumbled.
The trees pressed in. Not the manicured live oaks of Camden streets, but wild growth. Loblolly pine and sweet gum and water oak, draped in Spanish moss that hung so low it brushed the roof of the car. The light dropped. Even at 4 p.m., the canopy was thick enough to create a permanent dusk. We almost missed the cemetery. There was no sign, no fence, no marker. Just a gap in the trees on the left side of the road, where the undergrowth was thinner. And beyond the gap, headstones. Maybe 30 of them, scattered across a clearing that was being slowly reclaimed by the forest. The oldest stones were slate, thin, tilted. The inscriptions eroded to ghosts. The newest was from 1847. After that, nobody had been buried here, because nobody had been praying here. The church was gone. A rectangle of foundation stones in the weeds was all that remained. Burned down 250 years ago. We photographed until the light failed. Ty was meticulous. Close-ups of every inscription, wide shots of the layout, detail shots of the carving techniques. I was taking notes. Names, dates, epitaphs, the orientation of the stones relative to the compass. History students doing history work. Normal. Academic. The dead staying dead the way the dead are supposed to.
At about 6:30, the light was gone. October in the Midlands. The sun drops fast once it starts, and the canopy accelerates the process. We were in the car, headlights on, pulling back onto County Road 97, when Ty said, "Let's come back tonight. Full moon's tomorrow, but it's nearly full tonight. The stones will look incredible in moonlight." I should have said no. I should have remembered his grandmother. Don't go walking those roads after dark. I should have heard the instruction in her voice. Not a suggestion, not advice, a warning. And I should have driven back to the motel and eaten gas station food and gone to bed. I said yes. We drove back to the motel. We ate. We waited for dark. We went back at 10 p.m. The cemetery at night was everything Ty said it would be. The moon was one night short of full. Fat, silver, flooding the clearing with a light that turned the headstones into teeth. The moss in the oaks looked like hair. The foundation stones of the burned church glowed white against the dark ground. Ty was shooting with a long exposure. The shutter opened for seconds at a time, capturing the moonlight the way a cup captures water.
I was walking the perimeter.
The clearing was bordered by trees on 3 sides and the road on the 4th. The tree line was dark. The moonlight didn't penetrate more than a few feet past the first trunks. I was looking at the edge, trying to read a headstone that had been displaced, and was leaning against an oak at the margin of the clearing, when I heard a sound from the trees. Not a rustle, not a branch cracking, a sound that I can only describe as breathing. Deep, rhythmic, the slow respiration of something large. Not a deer. Deer don't breathe like that. Not a dog. Dogs pant. This was steady, measured, controlled. The breathing of something that was standing still and watching. I pointed my flashlight into the trees. The beam reached about 30 feet before the trunks and the moss absorbed it. I couldn't see anything, but the breathing continued. Steady, close, maybe 20 feet into the timber. Something was standing in the dark, watching us work, and had been standing there long enough that its breathing was relaxed. Not startled by our presence, accustomed to it. "Ty," I said, "hold on. 30 more seconds on this exposure. Ty, there's something in the trees." He looked up. The camera was on the tripod,
shutter open. He listened. I watched his face, the concentration shifting, the head tilting, the ears doing what ears do when the brain redirects them from casual to alert.
Dog, he said. Somebody's dog. Out here in the county, dogs run loose. That doesn't sound like a dog. Everything sounds wrong in the dark, Miles. Finish the perimeter. I need 10 more minutes. I went back to the headstone at the tree line. The breathing had stopped. I swept the flashlight. Nothing. Just the oaks, the moss, the dark. The forest at night being the forest at night. Then the smell hit me. Wet dog. But worse. Deeper. Ranker. With an undertone of something organic and wrong. Not decay. Not like something dead. Like something alive that smelled like death. The smell of a large predator's body. The concentrated musk of fur and gland and meat breath. Arriving on still air from a distance of about 15 feet. 15 feet. Whatever was in those trees was 15 feet from where I was standing at the edge of a colonial graveyard in the dark. And I was holding a flashlight and a notebook and nothing else. Ty, we need to go, now. Something about my voice, the tightness, the pitch, whatever signal the human voice sends when the body has already decided to run, made Ty stop. He looked at me across the clearing. He looked at the tree line behind me. His face changed. Miles, walk toward me, slowly. Don't run. I turned around. Part 2. The road. It was at the tree line, at the exact margin where the moonlight ended and the dark began. Standing on two legs, upright. Maybe 8 feet from the crown of its head to the ground, and the ground was soft and uneven, which meant it might have been taller on flat pavement. Its silhouette was wrong, too wide at the shoulders, too narrow at the waist, with arms that hung to mid-thigh, and a head that was large, elongated, canine. The ears were pointed, erect, forward. The posture of something that has heard you and is now looking at you. The moonlight caught the eyes. They reflected, not green like a deer's, not orange like Roy's creature on the tracks. Yellow. Deep, hot yellow, like the last embers in a campfire. The pupils were dark vertical slits in the yellow, and they were aimed at me from 15 feet away. I did not walk toward Ty slowly. I ran. The moment I moved, it moved. Not toward me, laterally, fast. A burst of speed that took it from the tree line into the cemetery in a direction that cut between me and Ty. I heard Ty scream. Not a word, a sound, the raw noise of a person whose brain has overloaded. I heard the tripod crash. I heard his feet on the ground, running. I reached the road. The car was 30 yards away. We'd parked on the gravel shoulder beyond the gap in the trees. I ran for it. I had the keys. I always had the keys because Ty drove like a maniac, and I preferred to be in control of the vehicle. Behind me, in the cemetery. Sounds. Not sounds I can describe with accuracy because my brain was not recording with accuracy. My brain was recording with survival. What I registered. Crashing in the undergrowth, a snarl. Low, grinding, the sound of a large predator vocalizing. And Ty's voice, screaming my name. Miles! Miles, help! Then a sound that was not a snarl and not a scream. A sound between those things. Wet. Heavy. The sound of an impact, flesh on flesh. And then a cry that started as Ty's voice and ended as something higher, thinner. A sound that human throats make when the body is experiencing damage it cannot process. I reached the car, I got in. I started the engine. I turned on the headlights. The headlights swept across the gap in the trees, across the first row of headstones, across the clearing where Ty's tripod was on the ground and Ty's camera was in the dirt. And at the far edge of the clearing, in the full beam of the headlights, something was crouched over something else. I saw it clearly. 2 seconds, maybe 3. The headlights gave me what the moonlight hadn't. Detail, color, shape.
It was covered in dark fur. Not black, not brown. Dark gray,
like charcoal, with lighter patches at the throat and the inside of the forearms. The body was humanoid, but wrong. The torso was too deep, the ribcage too broad, the shoulders bunched with muscle that humans don't carry in those proportions. The arms were long, planted on the ground, supporting the upper body, while the hind legs were folded beneath it. The hands, and they were hands, not paws, had 5 fingers, tipped with claws that curved downward and reflected the headlights with a dull gleam. The head. The head was a wolf's head on a human's neck. Not like a costume, not like a mask. A living, proportional, anatomically continuous wolf's head, with a long muzzle and erect ears and lips pulled back from teeth that were white and long and designed for one purpose. The eyes caught the headlights and flared yellow, and the pupils contracted, and for 1 second that I will carry for the rest of my life, however long that turns out to be. It looked at me through the windshield with an intelligence that was not an animal's intelligence and not a human's intelligence, but something between those things. Something that recognized the car and the lights and the man behind the wheel and chose not to chase. It was crouched over Ty. Ty was on the ground. I could see him. His legs, his shoes, one arm extended. He was not moving.
I should have driven into the clearing. I should have aimed the car at the creature and hit the gas and used 2 tons of metal to drive it off my best friend's body. That's what I should have done. I put the car in reverse. I backed down County Road 97 at 40 miles per hour, the headlights sweeping away from the clearing, the gap in the trees disappearing, the creature and Ty and the headstones swallowed by the dark. I reached a wide spot, turned the car around, and drove. I drove to Camden. I drove to the police station. I walked in with blood on my hands. Ty's blood. On my hands from where I'd touched the car door that Ty had touched that afternoon. And I said, "My friend is hurt. He's in a cemetery on County Road 97. Something attacked him. Please." They sent deputies. They sent EMS. They drove out to the cemetery with lights and sirens, and I sat in the police station and I waited. At 1:47 a.m., a deputy called in. The cemetery was empty. The tripod was on the ground. The camera was in the dirt. There was blood, a significant amount of blood, on the ground near the tree line, and a trail of blood leading into the forest. There was no body. They searched for 3 days. Dogs, volunteers, a helicopter. They found his shoes, both of them, 30 yards apart in the timber, as if they'd been pulled off his feet. They found his phone, screen cracked, in the undergrowth near the old church foundation. They found more blood. Enough blood, the forensic team said, that survival was unlikely. They did not find Ty. They ruled it an animal attack. Black bear, probably. The Midlands have bears.
A bear, they said, could have dragged the body deep into the forest. Bears do that with large prey. They cache it, cover it with leaves and debris, return to feed over several days. I didn't argue. I didn't say it wasn't a bear. I didn't say it was standing on two legs. I didn't say it had hands. Because the system doesn't have a code for what I saw. And a 21-year-old history major from Ohio telling South Carolina deputies that a werewolf killed his roommate in a colonial cemetery doesn't get a report filed. It gets a psych evaluation. I drove back to Charleston, alone, the passenger seat empty, Ty's bag still in the trunk, his notebooks, his change of clothes, his grandmother's blue-painted worry beads that he kept in the front pocket and rubbed when he was thinking. His grandmother called me that night. Not his parents, his grandmother. She called from Beaufort and she said 4 words. Did it bite you? Part 3. Charleston.
It had bitten me.
That's the thing I didn't tell the police. Didn't tell the deputies. Didn't tell anyone. When I ran from the cemetery to the car, something caught my left arm. Not the creature's jaws. Its hand. Its claws. Raking across my forearm as I pulled away. 3 parallel cuts. Deep. From elbow to wrist. I'd wrapped them with a t-shirt from my bag and driven to the police station, and told them the cuts were from falling on the grave markers as I ran. The cuts didn't heal the way cuts heal. By Sunday, 2 days after the cemetery, the wounds were closed. Not scarred, closed. Clean, pink, new skin where 3 deep lacerations had been. No scabbing, no inflammation, no infection, despite the fact that I'd wrapped dirty claw wounds with a cotton t-shirt and hadn't seen a doctor. By Monday, the pink had faded to the color of the surrounding skin. By Tuesday, there were no marks at all. My left forearm was smooth, unbroken, as if nothing had ever touched it. That was the first wrong thing. The second wrong thing was the smell. Everything had a smell now. Not the normal background of the sensory world, the vague awareness of food or garbage or perfume that everyone experiences. Everything, specifically, individually. I could smell my roommate's shampoo from across the apartment. I could smell the coffee shop on the corner from my bedroom with the window closed. I could smell the salt marsh from campus, 2 miles from the nearest tidal creek.
And I could smell people. Not body odor, deeper than that.
I could smell their blood. The iron salt scent of circulating blood coming through their skin, different for each person. Sweeter in some, sharper in others. A biochemical fingerprint that I could read the way I used to read headstone inscriptions. I could tell if someone was afraid. Fear has a smell. Metallic, thin. A spike in the copper and cortisol cocktail that the body produces under stress. I could smell it on my classmates during exams. I could smell it on the girl at the coffee shop when a large man stood too close to her in line. I could smell it on myself. All the time. A constant low-grade fear smell leaking through my own skin, telling every predator in the area, if there were other predators in the area, that I was compromised, that something was wrong with me, that the prey had become something else and didn't know what yet. The third wrong thing was Ty. He appeared on Wednesday, 5 days after Camden. I was in my apartment, his apartment, our apartment, the apartment where his side of the room was exactly as he'd left it because I couldn't bring myself to touch his things, and his parents hadn't come to collect them yet. I was sitting at my desk, not studying, not sleeping, just sitting, when I heard his voice. "You left me."
I turned around.
He was sitting on his bed, On his bed, in our room, in the apartment on St. Philip Street, sitting the way he always sat. Legs crossed, back against the wall, one hand rubbing the worry beads. He looked wrong. Pale. Too pale. Ty was dark-skinned, Gullah dark, and the man on the bed was the color of ash. His clothes were the clothes he'd been wearing in the cemetery. The flannel, the jeans, the socks without shoes. The flannel was torn at the shoulder. The jeans were dark with something that wasn't mud. Ty? My voice came out as a whisper. You left me, Miles. You got in the car and you drove away. Ty, you're dead. They said you're dead. I know I'm dead. I'm telling you, I'm dead. I'm dead because you drove away. I couldn't. I didn't. You have to listen to me. It bit you. You're changing. My grandmother knows. Call her. Do what she says. Because if you don't, you're going to become what killed me. And you're going to do to someone else what it did to me. And you won't be able to stop it. He looked at me. His eyes were wrong, cloudy, fixed. The eyes of a body that has been dead for 5 days. But behind the cloudiness, behind the fixed, unseeing quality, Ty was there. My friend, my project partner, the kid who argued about Reconstruction at 4 a.m. and drove like a maniac and rubbed his grandmother's worry beads when he was thinking. Call my grandmother, Miles. She knows what this is. She's always known. I blinked. He was gone. The bed was empty. The worry beads were on the pillow where I'd put them Sunday night. I called his grandmother. She answered on the first ring. Midnight. She answered on the first ring as if she'd been waiting. Miss Lucille, it's Miles. I know who it is. Did it bite you? It scratched me. Its claws. My arm. Silence. Then a sound. Quiet. Steady. She was praying. Not in English. In Geechee. The old language. The coastal language. The language that carries things English doesn't have words for. When she finished, she said, You know what a platt-eye is? No, ma'am. A platt-eye is a spirit that takes the shape of an animal. It walks on 4 legs or 2. It comes at night. It lives in the old places, the burial grounds, the crossroads, the places where the dead are close to the surface. The Gullah people have known about them for 300 years. We brought the knowledge from Africa. We didn't bring the creatures. They were already here. The ones in Carolina are old. Older than the colony. Older than the Catawba. Old as the land. Miss Lucille, what I saw wasn't a spirit. It was physical. It was real. It had teeth and claws and... I didn't say it was a ghost, child. I said it was a platt-eye. A platt-eye has a body. A platt-eye can touch you. A platt-eye can bite you. And if it bites you, it puts something in your blood that the blue paint can't wash out. What did it put in my blood? She was quiet for a long time. I could hear the house around her. The tick of a clock, the hum of a refrigerator, the particular silence of a Beaufort house at midnight, where every windowsill and every doorframe is painted blue. Itself, she said. It put itself in your blood. And when the moon is full, what it put there will come out. The full moon was Friday, 2 days away. I spent those 2 days in the apartment, watching my body betray me. The smells intensified. The hearing sharpened. I could hear conversations in the apartment below mine. Could hear the couple on the 3rd floor arguing through 2 ceilings and a floor. Could hear the heartbeat of the cat that lived in the apartment across the hall. Its heartbeat was fast, a tiny, rapid percussion, 180 beats per minute. And when the cat walked past my door, the heartbeat spiked. The cat was afraid of me. The cat could smell what I was becoming before I could. My vision changed, not blurred, sharpened. In low light, details emerged that I'd never been able to see. The grain of the wood on my desk, the weave of the fabric on Ty's bed, the individual fibers in the carpet. And in the dark, in the absolute dark of my room at 3 a.m., with the blinds closed and the lights off, I could see. Not clearly, not in color, but shapes, outlines, the thermal difference between a warm body and a cold wall. The vision of something that hunts at night.
My teeth ached. A deep, bone-level ache in my canines, upper and lower, as if they were being pushed from inside. I ran my tongue along them compulsively, checking for what? Growth? Sharpening? The emergence of something that shouldn't be in a human mouth? And the anger. This was the worst part, because the anger had no source and no target. It was just there, underneath everything, a constant, low-grade fury that colored every interaction. A barista got my order wrong, and I wanted to break the counter. A man bumped me on King Street, and I turned on him with a look that made him step back and raise his hands and say, "Whoa, man, sorry," with fear in his voice. And I could smell the fear, could smell the cortisol spike, and the smell didn't repel me. It excited me. Ty came back Thursday night. He was worse. The pallor had deepened. The torn flannel was darker with blood that had dried and stiffened. His face, Ty's face, my friend's face, the face I'd known for 3 years, was starting to change. The skin was pulling back from the bones. The eyes were sinking. The smell. And God help me, I could smell him now. I could smell the death on him, the decomposition, the slow, organic collapse of a body that was 5 days in the Carolina woods in October was overwhelming. "Tomorrow night," he said. He was sitting on his bed. He was always sitting on his bed. "Tomorrow night, Miles. The moon." What do I do? My grandmother told you. The blue paint. The salt. The prayers. She told you. She told me to paint my doorframe and sprinkle salt on the threshold and pray. Ty, I'm not... This isn't what? Academic? Rational? Something you can write a paper about? His voice was harder now. The gentle Ty. The patient Ty. The Ty who argued about Reconstruction without raising his voice. That Ty was eroding. What was replacing him was something that had been dead for almost a week and was angry about it. You left me in that cemetery. You got in the car and you drove away, and you left me on the ground with that thing crouched over me. And I died, Miles. I died in a graveyard in Camden, South Carolina, that I drove to because you said yes when you should have said no. My grandmother told us. She told us. Don't walk those roads after dark. I know, Ty. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't help me. I'm dead. Sorry helps you. Do what my grandmother said. Paint the door frame. Salt the threshold. And stay inside tomorrow night. Lock the door. Don't open it. Whatever you hear outside, whatever voice calls your name, do not open
the door. What if I can't stop it? He looked at me with the cloudy, sinking eyes of a corpse that still had something to say. Then God help Charleston. Because what you're going to become doesn't know the difference between a stranger and a friend. It doesn't know the difference between love and hunger. It just knows the smell of blood. And this city is full of blood. And you will follow it through every street and every alley and every cobblestone lane until the sun comes up or until someone stops you. And nobody in Charleston can stop you, Miles. Nobody here knows how. He paused. Except maybe my grandmother. But she's in Beaufort, and Beaufort is 70 miles away. And you don't have until tomorrow night. You have until moonrise, which is 7:43 p.m. He was gone. The bed was empty. The worry beads were on the pillow. And the ache in my teeth had become a pressure. Part 4. Moonrise. I did what Miss Lucille told me. I bought blue paint. Not house paint. Craft paint. The brightest blue I could find at the hardware store on Calhoun Street. I painted the door frame. The inside, not the outside. Because the thing I was trying to keep in was me. I bought salt. A 10-pound bag of kosher salt from the grocery store. And I poured a line across the threshold. I closed the blinds. I locked the door. I turned off my phone. I sat on the floor in the middle of the room. Ty's side. My side. The blue frame door. The salt line. The apartment on St. Philip Street. 3 blocks from the Battery. 6 blocks from the market. In the heart of the oldest city in the American South. Cobblestone streets outside. Gas lamps. Horse carriages. Tourists eating shrimp and grits at restaurants where the tables are set with white linen and the walls are painted colors named after plantations. I sat on the floor and I felt my body change. It started in the spine. A heat. Not pain, not yet, but an intense, radiating warmth that started at the base of my back and climbed vertebra by vertebra toward my skull. The warmth became a pressure. The pressure became a stretching. I could feel my spine elongating. Not metaphorically, physically. The vertebrae were shifting, separating, the discs between them expanding. My back arched, my shoulders pulled backward, my neck extended. The teeth, the canines were pushing through. Not growing, pushing, as if there were larger teeth behind the ones I'd had my whole life, and the larger teeth were shouldering the smaller ones aside. I tasted blood, my own blood, from my gums, as the new teeth split the tissue and emerged. I ran my tongue along them. They were sharp. They were long. They were not my teeth. My hands. The fingers were lengthening, the nails. I watched this. I watched my own nails darken from pink to gray to black, thickening, curving, becoming claws. The skin on the backs of my hands rippled. Hair. Dense, dark, coarser than any hair I'd ever grown, pushed through the follicles like grass through concrete. It spread up my forearms, across my shoulders, down my chest. I was on all fours now, not because I chose to be, because my body had decided that all fours was the correct posture for what it was becoming. My hips had rotated. My knees had reversed their bend. Not fully, not yet, but the geometry of my legs was changing, the joints restructuring themselves for a gait that humans don't use. The pain arrived. Not the dull ache of transformation, the sharp, white, screaming pain of bones breaking and reforming inside living tissue. My skull was reshaping. I could feel the plates shifting, the jaw extending, the eye sockets widening. My vision changed. The colors drained, replaced by a silver-gray palette that was sharper and deeper and colder than color. I could see the grain of the floorboards. I could see the individual crystals of salt on the threshold. I could see the moon. Through the closed blinds, through the wall, through the building itself. A pressure, a pull, a gravitational command from 238,000 miles away that my blood was answering. I was screaming. Or something was screaming. The sound that came from my throat was not my voice. It was lower, raw. A vocalization that vibrated in my elongating skull and came out through a muzzle that hadn't existed 30 seconds ago. The scream became a howl. The howl filled the apartment and bounced off the blue-painted door frame and the salt line on the threshold, and the walls of a building that was 180 years old, and had survived wars and hurricanes, and had never, in its long history, contained what it was containing now. I don't remember what happened next. Not clearly. What I have are fragments. Sense memories without narrative. Moments without sequence. The taste of salt. The threshold. My tongue on the floorboards, licking the crystals. The blue paint. Stinging. Burning. A chemical fire on the pads of my hands where I pressed against the door frame. Miss Lucille's prayers, which I'd written on a piece of paper and taped to the inside of the door, and which were burning too. Not with fire, but with something else. Something that pushed back against the thing I was becoming. A spiritual force that the thing inside me recognized and feared and hated. I remember throwing myself against the door. Once, twice, the wood cracking, the hinges bending, the salt line scattering. And then, and I don't know why, I don't know what stopped me. I stopped. I lay on the floor in the dark, in the apartment, panting through a mouth that was too long and full of teeth that were too sharp. And I looked at the blue door frame, and I looked at the scattered salt, and I looked at the piece of paper with the Geechee prayers, and I stayed. I stayed inside. The moon moved across the sky. I could feel it, the way a compass needle feels north, the way a plant feels sunlight. The pole shifted from overhead to west to below the horizon, and as it moved, the heat in my spine faded. The teeth retracted, the claws shortened. The fur, and there had been fur, I could see it on my forearms, dark and coarse and real, thinned and receded. By dawn, I was myself again, lying on the floor of the apartment, naked. My clothes had torn when my body changed, surrounded by scattered salt and fragments of a splintered doorframe, with the taste of my own blood in my mouth and claw marks on the inside of my front door where I had tried to get out.
The blue paint was scratched, but intact. The prayers were still on the door. And across the threshold, in the hallway, the salt line was broken, scattered by my body hitting the door, but not crossed. I had not crossed it. Something in the paint, or the salt, or the prayers, or the combination of all three had held me, or something in me had held me. Some remnant of Miles, of the history major, the Ohio kid, the friend who had left Ty in the cemetery and come back to an apartment where the dead still sat on their beds and told him the truth, had held on through the transformation and the rage and the pull of the moon,
and had stopped my body at the door. I don't know which one saved Charleston that night, the Gullah magic or the human will. I don't know if it matters. Part 5. Now. I'm recording this on a Thursday. The next full moon is Saturday. Miss Lucille has sent me things. A bottle of holy water from the church in Beaufort. A bag of salt that she's prayed over. A small jar of blue paint. Not hardware store paint, something she mixed herself, with ingredients she didn't name. She sent them with Ty's cousin, who drove up from Beaufort and handed me the box on the sidewalk outside my apartment, and wouldn't come inside, and wouldn't look at my face, and crossed herself when she walked away. I've repainted the door frame. I've resalted the threshold. I've taped new prayers to the door. These ones, in Miss Lucille's handwriting, in Geechee, in ink that smells like iron and herbs. I'm going to stay inside Saturday night. I'm going to sit on the floor, and I'm going to hold Ty's worry beads. And I'm going to feel my body become something else. And I'm going to try, with whatever is left of the person I was before Camden, to not open the door. But the thing inside me is stronger this time. I can feel it. Even now, 3 days before the moon, I can feel it. The anger is worse. The smells are sharper. The teeth ache constantly. And the hunger. I haven't told you about the hunger because I don't have words for the hunger. It's not food. It's not sustenance. It's a need. Deep, primal, screaming. For something that I can smell on every person who walks past my window. The iron salt smell of blood. The smell that doesn't repel me anymore. The smell that makes my mouth water and my claws. Because they're always there now. Just below the nails. Just below the surface. Extend a millimeter and retract. Ty was right. The thing I'm becoming doesn't know the difference between a stranger and a friend. It doesn't know the difference between love and hunger. It just knows the smell. And this city, this beautiful, old, cobblestoned, gaslit city, full of tourists and students and families eating shrimp and grits, is full of it. If the blue paint holds, I'll survive Saturday. And the Saturday after that. And the one after that. Month after month. Moon after moon. Sitting on the floor of an apartment on St. Philip Street with salt on the threshold and prayers on the door and the worry beads of a dead man in my hands. If the blue paint doesn't hold, if the door breaks, if the salt scatters, if the prayers aren't enough, then something is going to walk down St. Philip Street on Saturday night that hasn't walked the streets of Charleston in a very long time. Something that the Gullah people have a name for. Something that Miss Lucille's grandmother told her about, and her grandmother before that, back through 300 years of low country nights and blue-painted door frames, and the knowledge that some things don't stay in the old places. Some things follow you home. Ty appears every night now. He's not sitting on the bed anymore. He's standing in the corner. His face is... I won't describe his face. He's been dead for 2 weeks, and the Carolina heat does what it does. But he's still Ty, still my friend, still telling me the same thing in a voice that's getting harder to hear because the mouth that forms the words is deteriorating. Stay inside. Hold on. Don't open the door. I'm trying, Ty. I'm trying. But the moon is coming, and the thing inside me can smell the city through the walls.
The Walk Home. Lick Branch Hollow, McDowell County, West Virginia, November 2004. Let me tell you about my truck first, because if the truck had started, none of this would have happened, and I'd be a man with a story about a bad battery instead of a man with a story about what walks Lick Branch Hollow after midnight. The truck was a 97 F-150. Good truck, ran good, pulled good, did everything I needed a truck to do. But the battery was original, 7 years old, which is about 4 years past the point where a man with any sense would replace it. I kept meaning to. Every morning when I turned the key and the starter ground a little longer than it should have, I thought, I need to get a new battery. And every morning the engine caught and I drove to the mine and I forgot about the battery. Because the truck started, and the thing that works is a thing you don't think about. On November 17th, 2004, the truck didn't start. I was on night shift at the number 4 mine, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. I got off at 7, walked to the parking lot, turned the key. Nothing. The click of a solenoid engaging, and the slow dying groan of a starter motor pulling from a battery that had given everything it had and didn't have anymore.
The mine was at the head of the hollow. My house was at the mouth. 3 miles. 3 miles of gravel road that followed Lick Branch Creek through the narrowest, darkest part of McDowell County, West Virginia. Houses on both sides. Not many. Maybe 15 between the mine and my place. Set back from the road in little clearings cut from the hillside. Some were occupied, some were empty. The hollow had been losing people since the mine started closing in the 80s, and by 2004, there were maybe 40 or 50 people left in a place that used to hold 200. I could have waited. The day shift came on at 7, and somebody would have had jumper cables. But I'd been underground for 8 hours. I was tired, I was dirty, and I wanted coffee and a shower and my bed. My house was 3 miles away. I'd walked farther than that underground every shift. 3 miles of hollow road in November. Cold, dark, quiet was nothing. I started walking. I need to tell you about the hollow. Because the hollow is part of the story the way a room is part of a conversation. Lick Branch Hollow is narrow. The creek on one side, the road on the other, and the mountains pressing in from both flanks so tight that in some places you can stand in the road and touch the hillside with one hand and throw a rock into the creek with the other. The trees come down the slopes, hardwood mostly, oak and poplar and some hemlock in the draws. And in November, with the leaves down, the hollow opens up, and you can see the sky as a narrow strip between the ridge lines. But at night, the sky is just a slightly less dark version of the dark. And the road and the creek and the hills all merge into a single, continuous darkness that your headlamp can push back about 30 feet before it gives up. I didn't have a headlamp. I had a pen light. One of those little LED flashlights you clip to your pocket. It threw maybe 15 feet of usable light. Enough to see the road. Not enough to see what was on the road beyond the next curve. The road followed the creek. The creek made noise. The steady, clattering sound of water over rocks that every person in every hollow in West Virginia knows the way they know their own breathing. In the dark, the creek was the loudest thing. The creek and my boots on the gravel.
two sounds, the sound of water and the sound of walking. For the first mile, those were the only sounds.
At about the 1 mile mark, I passed the Mullins place. Clayton and Deanna Mullins, old couple, been in the hollow since before the war. Their house was set back about 40 feet from the road, up a little bank, with a porch light on. The porch light was always on. Deanna kept it burning from dusk to dawn, every night, had done so for as long as I could remember. My mother told me once that Deanna Mullins had kept that porch light burning since 1971, the year her brother disappeared while walking home from the mine. Nobody found him. Nobody found a body. The company said he'd probably fallen into the creek drunk and been washed downstream. His truck was at the mine. His lunch pail was on the seat. His thermos was full of coffee, which doesn't make sense for a man who was allegedly drunk. Deanna kept the light on. 33 years by the time I walked past it that night. A 60-watt bulb burning through 33 years of darkness because a woman loved her brother and couldn't accept that the creek took him. I looked up at the Mullins porch light, and I felt the particular comfort of a working bulb in the dark. Then I looked back at the road, and I kept walking. About 100 yards past the Mullins place, I heard a third sound. Footsteps behind me on the gravel. Not close, maybe 50 yards back.
And not fast, moving at approximately my pace. The steady crunch of something heavy on loose gravel, with a rhythm that was wrong. Not the four-footed patter of a dog or a coyote. Not the uneven scramble of a deer on a road surface. 2 beats. Left, right. Left, right. The cadence of something walking on 2 legs. My first thought was, somebody else from the mine. Another guy whose truck didn't start, walking home behind me. I turned around. My pen light reached maybe 15 feet. Beyond that, the road was a gray ribbon dissolving into black. I couldn't see anyone. The footsteps had stopped when I stopped. "Hey," I called. "That you, Daryl?" Daryl Lester worked the same shift. His truck was almost as old as mine. No answer. The creek. The dark. My breath fogging in the penlight beam. Nothing else. I turned around and started walking again. The footsteps resumed. Same pace, same distance, same 2-beat cadence. I walked faster. The footsteps matched. I slowed down. They matched. I stopped. They stopped. But 1 beat late. 1 extra footfall after mine ceased, as if the thing behind me was making a decision to stop, and the decision arrived 1 step too late. That extra step is when I knew it wasn't Daryl. I want to tell you what I did next, and I want you to understand why I did it, because it's going to sound stupid, and it was stupid, but it was also the only option available. Here's why I decided against it. Here's the part where the story becomes about more than a man walking home from a mine. Everyone in Lick Branch Hollow knows. Not everyone will say it. Not everyone has seen it. But everyone knows. The way everyone in a small town knows which house sells pills, which husband hits his wife, which family has a still on the ridge. The knowledge is there, distributed, shared without being spoken, absorbed through proximity, the way you absorb an accent or a way of cooking beans. The rule is simple. When you hear the footsteps, you don't go outside. I didn't know this rule explicitly. I'd never been told it in words.
but I knew it the way I knew to put salt on my tomatoes and to never dig a well on the north side of a hill. I knew it because I'd grown up in the hollow. And growing up in the hollow means absorbing a set of instructions that nobody gives you, but everybody follows. My mother, when I was young, would sometimes hear something outside at night. Not the dogs, not the coons, not the sound of the creek rising. Something else. Footsteps on the road. Heavy, two-legged, slow. And she would go to the door and check the lock, and turn off the porch light, and come back to the couch and sit down, and not say anything. And I'd look at her, 8 years old, 9 years old, and I'd see something in her face that I now recognize as the particular expression of a person who is performing calmness for a child. She never told me what walked the road. She didn't have to. The locked door and the killed light said everything her mouth wouldn't. So I didn't knock on the A-Steps door, because the A-Steps knew the rule. They were inside with their TV on and their curtains drawn and their door locked, and me knocking on that door would have meant asking them to break the rule for a man who should have known better than to be walking the hollow road after midnight. I should have replaced the battery. I should have waited for jumper cables. I should have known better. But I didn't. And now I was on the road. And something was behind me. At about the 2-mile mark, the footsteps got closer, not gradually, in a step. One moment, they were 50 yards back, the comfortable distance, the distance that allowed me to pretend I was just hearing things. The next moment, they were 30 yards back. A single stride had closed 20 feet. I walked faster, not running. You can't run on loose gravel in mine boots without falling. But fast. The fastest walk my legs could produce without breaking into a jog. My boots crunching, my breath fogging, the pin light beam bouncing on the road ahead. The footsteps behind me matched my new speed instantly. No acceleration. They were simply faster, as if the thing behind me had been restraining itself to my original pace, and was now matching my new one without effort. And then, the smell. It arrived the way smells arrive in cold air. Slowly, building from nothing to faint to strong over the space of maybe 30 seconds. A smell I'd never encountered in 47 years of living in the West Virginia mountains, where I'd smelled every dead thing the forest produces. This was not a dead thing. This was a living thing that smelled like death. Copper, wet fur, the mineral reek of blood that hasn't dried. And underneath all of that, a musk, heavy animal glandular, that was so strong it coated the inside of my throat and made my stomach clench. I was walking fast, and the thing behind me was walking fast, and the smell was getting stronger, which meant the distance was closing, which meant I heard a sound. Not footsteps, a vocalization, low, sustained, coming from the chest of something large. A rumble, not a growl. A growl is aggressive, a warning. This was something else. A register, a frequency. The sound of a large animal producing a tone with its throat, the way a cat purrs. Except this was deeper and louder, and it vibrated in the gravel under my boots. I broke into a run. I ran for maybe 30 yards before my boot caught a rut and I went down. I went down hard. Hands first, then knees, then chest, sliding on the gravel. The pen light flew out of my hand and skidded across the road and stopped against a rock, still lit, the beam pointing sideways into the weeds.
I lay on the road in the dark, face down, the gravel cutting my palms, the taste of dust and blood in my mouth from where I'd bitten my lip. And behind me, closer than 30 yards now, maybe 20, maybe 15. The footsteps stopped. The rumble continued, low, steady, vibrating in the road surface. I could feel it through my chest, through the gravel, through the frozen ground underneath. Then, silence. I didn't move. I lay on the gravel with my face turned to the side, my cheek on the cold stones, and I waited. I waited for the footsteps to resume. I waited for the teeth. I waited for whatever happens when the thing that's been pacing you for 2 miles closes the last 15 yards. Nothing happened. 5 seconds. 10. 30. A minute. The silence continued. The occupied silence. The silence that isn't empty. The silence of something large and close and perfectly still. Then I heard a door open. The Harless place. Wilma Harless. 78 years old. 5 feet tall. 90 pounds of Appalachian grandmother who'd buried 2 husbands and raised 9 children in a house she'd lived in since 1952. Her house was maybe 40 feet from where I was lying in the road. Her porch light was on. Her door was open. She was standing in the doorway. She was holding a shotgun. Not pointed at me, pointed past me, up the road, into the dark where the footsteps had been. Curtis Blankenship, you get up off that road and you come inside right now.
Her voice was calm, flat. The voice of a woman who has done this before. I got up. I didn't look behind me. I didn't turn around. I walked, fast, straight, eyes forward, across the road, up the bank, across her yard, up her steps, and through her door. She stepped aside to let me pass, and then she stepped back into the doorway and pointed the shotgun into the dark. And she said, "Not to me, not to the road, but to whatever was standing in it. Go on, get." The way you talk to a dog. I sat at Wilma Harless's kitchen table at 3:30 in the morning, and I drank coffee, and I bled on her tablecloth. And I didn't say anything for a long time. She didn't ask me questions. She poured the coffee. She got a washcloth and ran warm water over it and handed it to me for my palms. She sat down across from me with her own cup, and she looked at me the way old women in the hollows look at young men who have just learned something they should have learned a long time ago. Finally, I said, "What is that?" She blew on her coffee. She took a sip. She set the cup down. "That's been walking this hollow since before my time," she said. "My mother heard it. Her mother heard it. It walks the road between the mine and the creek mouth, and it walks it at night, and it has been walking it for as long as anyone in this hollow can remember." "But what is it?" "Curtis, what do you think it is?" I didn't answer. I knew what I thought it was, but saying it out loud in Wilma Harless's kitchen felt like opening a door that wouldn't close again. She watched me not answer. Then she said, My grandmother called it the road dog. My mother called it the walker. The Easteps call it the haunt. The Mullins? Deanna Mullins, with her porch light. Deanna calls it the thing that took Bobby, because that's what she thinks happened to her brother in 1971. He was walking home from the mine, just like you, and he didn't make it. Bobby Mullins. Bobby Mullins. And Carl Ratliff in 1983. And Jeanette Pruitt's boy in 1994, but nobody talks about that because Jeanette says he went to Ohio. He didn't go to Ohio. No, he did not go to Ohio. She drank her coffee. I drank mine. The kitchen was warm. The clock on the wall ticked. Outside, the hollow was dark, and the creek was running, and the road was empty. Or not empty. You heard it from inside the house, I said. I've been hearing it from inside this house for 50 years. And you came outside. You opened the door. She looked at me. Her eyes, brown, clear. The eyes of a woman who has been sharp her entire life and will be sharp until her last breath. Held something I can only describe as authority. The authority of a person who has made a decision about something and will not be moved from it. I came outside because a man was lying in my road. And I am 78 years old, and I've been listening to that thing walk past my house since I was a girl. And I have lost my patience with it. It has taken Bobby Mullins and Carl Ratliff and Jeanette Pruitt's boy, and it will not take Curtis Blankenship off the road in front of my house. Not while I have a gun and a porch light and the sense God gave me. Would the shotgun have stopped it? She looked at me the way the Ojibwe elder looked at Nils Lindquist. The patient look. The look that says, you're asking the wrong question. The shotgun is for me, she said. So I feel like I'm doing something. The porch light is for it. The light is what it doesn't like. Light? Light. Deanna figured that out. That's why her porch light's been burning since 1971. And Carol Eastep's. And mine. Every house in this hollow that keeps a porch light burning all night isn't doing it to see. They're doing it to be seen. To say, we're awake. We know you're out there. Go on past. And it goes past? Most nights. Most nights it walks the road from the mine to the creek mouth, and it goes past the lights. And it goes wherever it goes. And in the morning, the road is just a road. And on the nights it doesn't go past? She didn't answer. She looked at her coffee. She looked at the shotgun propped against the wall. She looked at me. On those nights, somebody doesn't make it home. And in the morning, we don't talk about it. And the porch light stays on. I stayed at Wilma's house until dawn. She wouldn't let me leave before light. She made eggs and toast and more coffee, and she sat with me at the table. And she told me things about Lick Branch Hollow that I had lived in my whole life without knowing. The Hollow has rules. Not written rules. Absorbed rules. The kind that pass from mother to daughter and father to son through glances and locked doors and porch lights that never turn off. The rules are, don't walk the road after midnight. If you hear footsteps, don't go outside. If you're outside and you hear footsteps, get to the nearest light. Don't run. It chases things that run. Don't look at it. Looking creates a relationship. The relationship is not in your favor. If a porch light is on, the house is sanctuary. Get to the porch. The light is the boundary. It will not cross into the light. In the morning, don't talk about it. That last rule is the one that holds the others together. The silence is the structure. The silence is what allows 40 people to live in a hollow where something walks the road at night and still wake up in the morning and drive to work and buy groceries and raise children and live. Because if you talk about it, you have to name it. And if you name it, you have to decide what it is. And if you decide what it is, You have to decide what to do about it. And there is nothing to do about it. Shotguns don't work. The sheriff doesn't work. Prayers don't work. Or if they do, they work the way Wilma's shotgun works. They make you feel like you're doing something. The only thing that works is the light. The 60-watt bulb on the porch, burning from dusk to dawn every night for decades. The thin, warm, human line between inside and outside. Between the world where the rules make sense and the road where they don't. I replaced the battery the next day. I never walked the hollow road at night again.
I started keeping my porch light on. All night. Every night. My wife Doreen asked me why the first week. I told her the bulb was cheap, and I liked being able to see the yard. She accepted that, the way people in the hollows accept things. Not with belief, but with the understanding that some answers are the shape of the question, and you don't push past the shape. I've kept that light burning for 19 years. 60 watts, dusk to dawn, every night, through every season. I've replaced the bulb maybe 40 times. The electric company has never asked why my bill is $6 higher than it should be. In Lick Branch Hollow, the electric company doesn't ask about porch lights. The electric company knows. Everyone knows. That's the thing I understand now that I didn't understand when I was lying in the road with gravel cutting my palms and something standing 15 yards behind me in the dark. Everyone in the hollow knows. The Mullins know. The Esteps know. The Harless family knows. The families that left know. They left because they know. And the families that stayed know and stay anyway. Because the hollow is home. And home is the place where you know the rules and follow them and survive. I saw it once. Just once. Not on the road. I never walked the road again. From my window. 3 years after the night I walked home from the mine.
I was up late. Doreen was asleep. I was at the kitchen window getting water, and I looked out at the road. The porch light was on, throwing its 60 watts of warm yellow light across the yard and the first 10 feet of gravel. Beyond the light, the dark. And in the dark, moving along the road from the direction of the mine, a shape. It was on 2 legs. Tall. Taller than any man in the hollow. Taller than the fence posts along the road. Tall enough that its head was above the lowest branches of the poplar tree at the edge of my yard. It was dark. Black or dark brown. Hard to tell against the dark of the road and the dark of the mountain behind it. The shoulders were wide. The arms hung long. The head was wrong. Too large. Too elongated. With the silhouette of a muzzle that no human head has. It was walking the road. Not fast, not slow. The pace of something that walks this road every night, and has walked it for longer than the road has been paved. Longer than the houses have been standing. Longer than the mine has been dug. Walking with the easy, patient stride of something that owns the dark the way I own my house. It passed through my porch light's reach. The light touched it. The edge of the light. The thin boundary between the 60 watts of yellow and the nothing beyond. And it altered course. A slight veer. A half step to the right, away from the light. The way a person angles away from a puddle on a sidewalk. Not afraid. Not repelled. Just preferring the dark, the way a fish prefers water. Moving around the light, the way water moves around a stone. Then it was past my house, and moving down the road toward the Estep place, where another porch light was burning and it would veer again, and then the Harless place, where Wilma's light was burning, and it would veer again, and then the Mullins place, at the top of the hollow, where Deanna's light had been burning since 1971, and it would veer one last time, and then it would reach whatever it reaches at the end of the road, and do whatever it does when the walking is done. I stood at the window. I watched it go. I didn't wake Doreen. I didn't call anyone. I went back to bed. I lay in the dark, and I listened to the silence of the hollow. And I thought about Bobby Mullins in 1971, and Carl Ratliff in 1983, and Jeanette Pruitt's boy in 1994, and the three of them walking home from the mine in the dark, the way I walked home, hearing the footsteps the way I heard them, and not making it to a porch light. 3 men, 3 empty trucks at the mine, 3 families that never found a body, and a hollow full of porch lights, burning all night, every night, for decades. Not to see, to be seen. Wilma Harless died in 2019, 89 years old, in her sleep, in her house, in the hollow where she'd lived for 67 years. Her grandson found her in the morning, in her bed, with the shotgun propped against the wall where she always kept it, and the porch light still burning. The grandson, a young man from Welch who didn't grow up in the hollow, turned the porch light off after the funeral. He didn't know the rule. Nobody told him. The silence that protects the hollow also fails the hollow, because the silence means the new people don't learn, and the old knowledge dies with the old women, and the porch lights go dark one by one. I drove up to the Harless place the week after the funeral. The porch light was off. The house was dark. I sat in my truck, and I looked at the dark house, and I looked at the road, and I thought about Wilma standing in her doorway with a shotgun, saying, "Go on, get," to something that had been walking past her house since she was a girl. I got out of my truck. I went to the porch. I unscrewed the dead bulb, and I screwed in a new one. A 60-watt soft white, the same kind Deanna Mullins has been burning since 1971. I turned it on. The light came on. Yellow, warm, 60 watts of human stubbornness pushing back against the dark. It lit the porch and the steps and the first 10 feet of yard and a thin strip of gravel road. Not much. Not enough. But something. I got in my truck and I drove home. I checked my own porch light. Still burning. I went inside. I locked the door. I kissed Doreen. I went to bed. The road was dark. The porch lights were burning. And somewhere between the mine and the creek mouth, something was walking. It's still walking. Every night. Patient, slow, walking the road the way it has always walked the road, veering around the lights the way water veers around stones. And the lights hold, and the silence holds, and the hollow endures. That's all we can do. Burn the lights, keep the silence, lock the doors, and never, ever walk home from the mine after midnight. The Wolves That Walk. Superior National Forest, Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, Minnesota, 1998 to 2024. My name is Niels Linkvist. I'm 64 years old. I spent 30 years with the United States Forest Service, the last 22 assigned to the Superior National Forest in northeastern Minnesota. I retired in 2023 with a GS-13 pension, bilateral knee replacements, and a 4-drawer filing cabinet in my basement that my wife, Ingrid, believes contains 3 decades of wolf radiotelemetry data. It does not contain wolf radiotelemetry data. What follows is a summary of research I conducted unofficially between 1998 and 2024, documenting witness testimony, physical evidence, and personal observations regarding what I have referred to in my own notes as an unclassified large bipedal canid observed in and around the Superior National Forest and the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. I use that phrase, unclassified large bipedal canid, for the first time in 2001, typing it into a Word document on a Forest Service computer at the Kawishiwi Ranger Station. I remember staring at the cursor blinking after the final D and thinking, if anyone sees this file, my career is over. I saved it to a floppy disk. I labeled the disk Wolf Mort Data 97-01. I put it in my briefcase, and I drove home through 40 miles of boreal forest in the dark, checking my rearview mirror more often than the road required. I use the clinical language because it gives me something to hold on to. It sounds like science. It sounds like something that belongs in a journal, something that could be peer-reviewed and cited and filed in a university library alongside other papers about large mammals in the North Woods. Without that language, I would have to use the word that my witnesses keep using, and I am not ready to put that word on the first page. You'll hear it soon enough. Who I am and what I'm not. I have a PhD in wildlife ecology. I've published 11 peer-reviewed papers on wolfpack dynamics in the western Great Lakes region. I've testified before the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources on wolf management policy. I've tranquilized, collared, and tracked more gray wolves than I can accurately count. My best estimate is somewhere north of 300 individual animals across 3 decades of fieldwork. I am not a cryptozoologist. I don't attend conferences with names like Paracon or Cryptid Fest. I've never appeared on television. I don't have a podcast. Until this document, I have never shared these findings with anyone outside a group of 4 colleagues whom I trust and who have asked me not to use their names. I began collecting these accounts because they kept appearing in places they shouldn't have been. Wildlife encounter forms, where the animal described was not a wolf, not a bear, not a moose, and not a person. The early ones I filed and forgot. The later ones I filed and didn't forget. The witnesses were, more often than not, people whose professional judgment I had relied on for years. Wolf biologists, backcountry rangers, BWCAW permit station staff, Boundary Waters outfitters, Forest Service trail crew, and Minnesota DNR conservation officers who had spent more time in the Northwoods than most PhDs ever will. My criteria for inclusion were strict, because they had to be. If I was going to maintain a shadow filing cabinet in my basement for 26 years, the material inside it had better hold up. The witness had to be sober. They had to have filed an official report or agreed to a recorded interview on my Olympus digital recorder. The account had to include specific physical details inconsistent with any known North American large mammal. I excluded anything that sounded borrowed from Bigfoot mythology, anything I suspected was fabricated for attention, and any accounts from Ojibwe spiritual or ceremonial contexts.
This last exclusion deserves explanation.
Several people I spoke with, from the Boys Fort Band, the Grand Portage Band, and the Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, made it clear that what they know about these things operates on a level I am not
qualified to address. Their knowledge is older than mine and governed by rules that my training cannot encompass. They have a word for what my witnesses describe. The word is older than English. I am a biologist. I measure tracks and interview witnesses. That is my lane, and I have tried to stay in it. In total, 38 accounts met my criteria. I will present a representative selection here, followed by my own experience, which occurred on January 8th, 2023, on the frozen surface of Knife Lake in the Boundary Waters. After which, I applied for early retirement and began sleeping with the bedroom window closed for the first time in my marriage. The early reports, 1998 to 2007. Account 2. In October 1998, a wolf biologist I'll refer to as Dr. Ellen Voss was conducting a nighttime radiotelemetry survey of the Jackpine Pack in the Kawishiwi district. She was alone in her vehicle on a forest road at approximately 2:15 a.m., rotating the H antenna mounted on her truck roof, listening for the VHF pulse of a collared alpha female designated F107. She picked up the signal and began triangulating. The signal was strong, indicating F107 was close, within 400 meters. Ellen noted the bearing and prepared to take a second reading from a different position. Then, the signal moved. Collared wolves move, of course. That's the point of tracking them. But this movement was wrong. The signal shifted bearing by approximately 90 degrees in under 3 seconds. Ellen told me this would require the animal to cover roughly 300 meters in that time frame, a speed of approximately 225 miles per hour. She assumed equipment malfunction and rechecked her receiver. The signal was clear and consistent. It had simply relocated from one position to another at a speed that no terrestrial animal can achieve. Then, the signal began circling her vehicle. Ellen sat in her truck and watched the bearing indicator rotate around the compass rose on her receiver. 090, 180, 270, 360, 090. A full circle every 8 to 10 seconds at a consistent distance of approximately 200 meters. Whatever was carrying F107's collar was running a circle around her truck at roughly 50 miles per hour in dense boreal forest in the dark. This continued for approximately 2 minutes. Then the signal stopped. Not faded, stopped. The receiver went silent. The VHF pulse that had been broadcasting at 150.340 megahertz for the 2 years since Ellen had bolted the collar around F107's neck simply ceased. Ellen drove back to the ranger station. In the morning, she filed a telemetry equipment malfunction report and requisitioned a replacement receiver. She did not file a report about what she'd heard during the 2 minutes the signal was circling her truck. A sound from outside the vehicle, rhythmic and heavy. The footfalls of something large running at speed through the spruce and birch. But a cadence that was wrong. Too few beats. Not the 4-footed gallop of a canid. 2 beats. Left, right, left, right. She told me this over coffee in Ely, Minnesota in 2003, 5 years after the incident. She held her mug with both hands the entire time, and her voice was flat and careful. The voice of a woman who was choosing every word because the wrong word would make her sound like someone she was not. I've tracked wolves for 14 years, she said. I know what a wolf sounds like running through timber at night. This was not a wolf. I asked her what it was. She looked at me for a long time. Then she said, "Niels, if I answer that question, I can't unanswer it, and neither can you." She never answered the question.
But by that point, 3 other people had already answered it for her. They all used the same word.
Account 7. In August 2003, 2 BWCAW permit station staff members, seasonal employees, both college age, both outdoor recreation majors, were closing up the entry point station at Fall Lake. It was approximately 9:30 p.m. The station is a small building at the edge of the Boundary Waters, surrounded by boreal forest. In August, the northern Minnesota sky holds light until nearly 10, but the forest under the canopy is dark by 9. One of the staff members, I'll call her Jenny, stepped outside to take garbage to the bear-proof dumpster approximately 30 yards from the building. She was carrying a bag in each hand. She walked to the dumpster, opened the lid, and deposited the bags. When she turned around, something was standing between her and the building. She described it to me as follows, in language that I wrote down verbatim, because I'd learned by then that the specific words witnesses choose matter more than any paraphrase I can construct.
It was on 2 legs. It was taller than the door frame of the station, and the door frame is 6'8", because I bumped my head on it earlier that summer wearing a hat. It was dark gray or dark brown. I couldn't tell because the light was going. The shoulders were wider than any person I've ever seen. The head was... Okay, this is where you're going to think I'm crazy. The head was a wolf's head. Not like a mask, not like a costume. A wolf's head with ears, with a muzzle, with eyes that caught the last of the light and reflected it back at me in a color I've never seen from an animal. Silver, like foil. Jenny did not scream. She did not run. She said her body made a decision without consulting her. The decision was to go absolutely still, to become a tree. Just stop being a living thing that moves and breathes and attracts attention, and to become a feature of the landscape. The creature, and she used that word, creature, not animal, looked at her for approximately 5 seconds. Then it turned and walked into the forest. She said it walked the way a person walks, easy, balanced, weight shifting naturally from one leg to the other. She said the only thing wrong with the walk was that each stride covered about 6 feet. She went inside. She locked the door. She told her coworker. He didn't believe her. She drove home. She quit the following week, citing personal reasons. I interviewed her in 2005, 2 years later. She was working at a sporting goods store in Duluth. She hadn't been back to the Boundary Waters. She said she'd tried, had driven up with friends for a canoe trip the previous summer, and had turned around at the entry point parking lot because the sound of the wind in the spruce made her hands shake. She was 24 years old. Account 11. In March 2005, a Minnesota DNR conservation officer, I'll call Sergeant Dale Meyer, was conducting a routine snowmobile patrol on the Gunflint Trail corridor north of Grand Marais. It was approximately 7:30 p.m. The temperature was 14 below zero. The sky was clear, the moon was full, and the snow cover in the boreal forest was 3 feet deep with a hard crust on top. Dale was on a section of forest road that parallels the Boundary Waters boundary. He slowed his snowmobile because he'd caught movement in his headlight. Something crossing the road ahead of him, maybe 60 yards out. His first assumption was moose. In northeastern Minnesota in winter, moose cross roads at night routinely. But the silhouette was wrong. It was upright, bipedal, and it was moving across the road in a direction that was perpendicular to his travel, left to right, from the forest on the south side to the forest on the north. Dale stopped his snowmobile. He killed the engine. In the sudden silence, and at 14 below on the Gunflint, The silence is absolute. The kind of silence that has texture and weight. He watched the figure finish crossing the road and enter the tree line. The moonlight was bright enough to read by. The snow was a reflective surface. Dale had unobstructed visibility for approximately 6 seconds as the figure moved from one side of the road to the other. He described it as follows: 7 feet tall, covered in fur or hair, dark. Against the white snow, the contrast was total. The body was bipedal, but proportioned wrong for a human. The shoulders were too wide. The arms were too long. They hung below the waist, and the hands, if they were hands, nearly reached the knees. The head was large and canine. He used the word wolfish. The legs bent at the knee in the correct direction for a biped, but the stride was too long. Each step covered what Dale estimated at 5 feet, and the movement was fluid. That word again, the word I've come to dread, in a way that didn't match the anatomy. Something that big and that heavy should have sunk through the snow crust. Dale told me its feet barely broke the surface. Whatever it was distributing its weight across the crust the way a lynx does, the way snowshoe hares do. Animals adapted to winter travel.
Dale sat on his snowmobile for approximately 10 minutes after the figure disappeared into the timber. Then he started the engine and drove to his patrol station. He filed a report describing a large, unidentified animal, possibly a bear, walking upright. He told me he wrote bear because the form required him to choose from a list of species, and bear was the closest box he could check without checking a box that didn't exist. There's no box for what I saw, he said. I asked him what he saw. He looked at the table. He looked at the salt shaker. He looked at his hands. Then he said the word. What the reports describe. By 2010, I had 22 accounts. I did something I probably should have done earlier. I read them all, in chronological order, in a single sitting, at my kitchen table, on a Saturday afternoon when Ingrid was visiting her sister in Minneapolis. It took me 4 hours. When I finished, I sat there for a long time, because the accounts were telling me something I had spent 12 years trying not to hear. They were unreasonably consistent. 22 people, spanning 12 years. Wolf biologists, DNR officers, backcountry rangers, outfitters, trail crew, permit station staff, most of whom had never met each other, were describing the same animal. If these were fabrications or misidentifications, I would expect noise, variation, the drift that happens when people are confusing bears with shadows or moose with monsters. Instead, I had 22 accounts that read like 22 observations of a single species. That was the afternoon I stopped pretending it was just a hobby. Let me present the composite description, drawn from 38 accounts accumulated over 26 years. I'll stay in the clinical register, because this section needs it more than any other. The moment I allow myself to editorialize about this material is the moment it stops being useful. Size and build. Witnesses consistently describe an animal between 6 and 8 feet tall when standing upright. On all fours, the body is comparable to an extremely large gray wolf, but with proportions that every witness characterizes, in one way or another, as wrong. The torso too long, the limbs too heavy, the head too large. Several witnesses compared the overall impression to a wolf that's been stretched, or a person wearing a wolf's body who doesn't know how the joints work. Locomotion.
The animal is capable of both quadrupedal and bipedal movement. 14 of my 38 witnesses report seeing the creature transition between the two. Every one of them struggles to describe it. The word that appears most frequently is fluid. The word that appears second most frequently is wrong. These two words don't belong together in normal English. Things that are fluid are graceful, not wrong. Things that are wrong are clumsy, not fluid. But the witnesses keep reaching for both at once, as if the movement they observed was smooth and terrible simultaneously. One ranger, a man with 20 years of backcountry patrol experience, told me, "It moved like water running uphill. It was beautiful, and it should not have been happening." Eyes. Nearly every nighttime witness comments on the eyeshine. Canid eyeshine is typically green gold. Bear eyeshine tends toward amber. What my witnesses describe is a flat, pale reflectivity in a color nobody can pin down. Silver is the most common descriptor. White is close behind. One witness said, "Like headlights bouncing off a mirror." Another said, "Like looking at the moon through ice." A wolf telemetry specialist who had spent years watching wolf eyes glow in her headlamp told me the eyeshine was the color of nothing, which I wrote down and have never known what to do with.
Intelligence. In 26 of 38 reports, witnesses described the overwhelming impression of being specifically observed. They used different language for it, but the sensation was identical. The feeling that whatever they were looking at was also looking at them, and had been looking at them for longer than they'd been looking at it. I called this directed attention behavior in my notes. Naming something is how a scientist creates the illusion of understanding. It has the additional effect of making it feel smaller. It does not actually make things smaller, it just makes them less frightening. What my witnesses described is an animal that watches specific humans with what I can only call intention. And intention implies cognition. And cognition at this level implies an intelligence I am not comfortable assigning to something with a 7-inch canid paw print. But the alternative is that 26 people, independently, across 2 decades, all invented the same feeling. I find that harder to believe.
Odor. Approximately half my witnesses report a strong, distinctive odor associated with the encounter. This is worth noting because it's specific in a way that fabricated details rarely are. People who invent sightings don't usually invent smells. The odor was described most commonly as copper and rot. Imagine a metallic organic reek. Several witnesses compared it to old blood. One trail crew worker said it smelled like a slaughterhouse drain. Another said it reminded him of a gut pile in November after it's been rained on. The particular smell of animal innards going cold and wet. I include these details because they're ugly and specific, and ugly specific details are the fingerprint of truth. Silence. The majority of encounters were silent. An animal of this size, moving through boreal forest, through spruce and birch and alder, through deadfall and snowpack, should produce considerable noise. Many witnesses said the silence of the encounter was the most disturbing element. In the Northwoods, silence means something. It means the small things have stopped because something larger has arrived. In 2 accounts, witnesses reported a vocalization. One described it as a hum, like a power line, but coming from a living throat. The other said it was a sound below hearing that I felt in my sternum more than my ears. I have listened to every canid and ursid vocalization archived by the Cornell Lab of Ornithology and by the International Wolf Center in Ely, where I served on the Research Advisory Board for 9 years. Nothing matches. Temporal and geographic distribution. 32 of 38 sightings occurred between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. The remaining 6 took place during heavy overcast or in dense timber shade during daylight hours. Geographically, the sightings concentrate in 3 areas: the Kawishiwi district, south of Ely, the Gunflint corridor, north of Grand Marais, and the central boundary waters, particularly the chain of lakes running from Knife to Ogishkamunsi to Annie. These are the areas of highest wolf pack density in the Superior National Forest. They are also the areas most remote from roads. The Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness contains 1.1 million acres. No roads, no motors, no permanent structures. If you wanted to conceal a population of large, intelligent animals in the lower 48, you would find no better real estate. The Middle Years, 2008 to 2018.
Account 18. In January 2009, a solo winter camper, a man I'll call Thomas, a 46-year-old attorney from St. Paul who had been winter camping the Boundary Waters for 15 years, was snowshoeing on a portage trail between Knife Lake and Otter Track Lake. It was approximately 2 p.m. The temperature was 22 below zero. The sky was clear. The snow was 4 feet deep with a crust that held his snowshoes if he placed them carefully. Thomas was carrying a 60-pound sled with his winter camping gear. The portage was about a mile. Halfway through, he stopped to adjust a binding on his snowshoe. While kneeling in the snow, he noticed a smell. Copper and something organic. Strong enough to penetrate the numbness that 22 below produces in the nasal passages, which tells you something about the concentration of the odor. He stood up. He looked around. The portage trail ran through dense spruce, black spruce, the kind that grows in tight stands with interlocking lower branches that create a wall of green from ground level to about 10 feet, with the trunks visible as gray columns above. Visibility was perhaps 30 feet in any direction. He saw movement. Through the spruce, maybe 25 feet to his left. A shape, dark against the white snow, moving parallel to the portage trail, moving at his pace, stopping when he stopped. Thomas told me he initially assumed it was a wolf. Wolves follow human trails in winter because the packed snow is easier to walk on. It's common behavior. But the shape was wrong. It was too tall. The dark mass extended above the lower branches of the spruce, which meant it was above 10 feet, which meant it was either standing on something or standing upright. It was standing upright. Thomas watched it through the spruce for approximately 60 seconds. He could not make out details. The interlocking branches broke the shape into fragments. But he could see enough to know it was bipedal, that it was large, and that it was watching him with the particular stillness of something that does not need to move and knows it. He finished his portage. He set up camp on Otter Track Lake. He did not sleep. In the morning, he snowshoed back to the Knife Lake entry point, loaded his sled into the back of his truck, and drove to Ely. He drove to the International Wolf Center and asked to speak to a biologist. They sent him to me. When he sat down across from me in the Wolf Center's conference room, the first thing he said was, "I know what a wolf looks like. I've seen more wolves in the Boundary Waters than most people see dogs in a dog park. What I saw on the portage was not a wolf." I asked him what it was. He said, "It walked on 2 legs and it watched me and it smelled like a slaughterhouse. You tell me what it was." I didn't tell him, but I wrote it down. Account 24. In September 2012, an outfitter based in Ely, a woman I'll call Karen, 61 years old, who had been running canoe trips into the Boundary Waters since 1986, was paddling alone on Basswood Lake near the Canadian border. It was late afternoon, overcast, the water flat and gray. Karen was crossing a wide section of the lake when she noticed something on the shoreline. The northern shore of Basswood is rock and boreal forest, granite ledges dropping into the water, spruce and birch coming down to the rock. The kind of shoreline that looks exactly the same for miles in any direction. Standing on a granite ledge, maybe 200 yards from her canoe, was a figure. Karen had binoculars, Swarovski 10x42s, the kind that cost more than some people's cars. She raised them, she focused. She described what she saw in language I have heard, with minor variations, from 23 other witnesses.
It was standing upright, 7 feet, maybe taller.
I was comparing it to the spruce behind it, and spruce grow to about 60 feet in that area. It was dark gray-brown, the color of wet bark. The body was like a man's body, but wrong. Too wide in the shoulders, too narrow in the hips. The arms were long. They hung past the waist, and the hands, if they were hands, were near the knees. And the head was a wolf's head. I know that sounds insane. I've been in these woods for 35 years. I know what insane sounds like coming out of my own mouth. But the head was a wolf's head. Long muzzle, erect ears, the shape of a canid skull, sitting on a neck that was thick and vertical, the way a person's neck holds a person's head. She watched it through the binoculars for approximately 90 seconds. It watched her back. She said the eye contact was the worst part. Not because the eyes were threatening, but because they were intelligent in a way that canid eyes are not. Wolf eyes are smart, she said. These eyes were something else. These eyes were thinking about me. Then it turned and stepped into the spruce. One step. Gone. Karen paddled to the opposite shore. She did not land on the north side. She completed her route via the southern channels, adding 8 miles to her day, and returned to her outfitter base in Ely after dark. She told her husband. He didn't believe her. She told me. I believed her.
I believed her because by September 2012, I had 24 accounts from trained observers describing the same animal, and believing them had become easier than constructing explanations for why they were all wrong. Account 29. This is the one that changed the way I think about what these things are. In June 2015, a Forest Service trail crew was working on a portage between 2 lakes in the central Boundary Waters. I won't specify which lakes because the crew leader asked me not to. He said he didn't want people going there looking for something they shouldn't find. 3 crew members, experienced. They've been working Boundary Waters portages for a combined 41 years. On the second day of work, they found a moose carcass approximately 30 yards off the portage trail. Moose predation in the Superior National Forest is common. Wolves take moose regularly, and the kill patterns are well documented. A wolf-killed moose shows torn hide, scattered viscera, bones cracked for marrow. The pack feeds. The ravens and eagles scavenge, and within a few days, the carcass is reduced to hide and bone. This moose had not been killed by wolves. The animal had been opened along the ventral midline, a single, clean incision from the sternum to the pelvis. The hide had been peeled back on both sides and folded. The crew leader's word, not mine. The organs had been removed completely. The body cavity was clean. There was remarkably little blood on the surrounding ground, which suggested the drainage had been deliberate. The carcass had been positioned, or repositioned, so that the blood flowed downhill, away from the work area.
Around the carcass, they found tracks. Canid tracks, four-toed with claw marks in a bipedal stride pattern. Left, right, left, right. The prints were approximately 7 inches across, roughly double the width of a large male gray wolf print. The crew leader called it in as a suspicious wildlife mortality. A wildlife biologist from the Forest Service, not me, I'd been careful to keep my unofficial research separate from my official duties, came out to examine the carcass. His report described the incision as inconsistent with known predator behavior, and the organ removal as complete and precise. He noted the tracks but classified them as probable wolf, anomalous size. He did not classify the antlers. The moose was a bull, still in velvet. The antlers had been removed, cut from the pedicles, the bony base on the skull where the antlers attach. The crew leader, who had processed dozens of moose in his career, told me the cut surfaces were smoother than anything teeth or claws could produce. He said they looked like they'd been cut with a tool. I asked 2 veterinary forensic specialists at the University of Minnesota to examine photographs of the skull. I presented them without context, told them only that I was investigating an unusual moose mortality. Bull said the cuts on the pedicles were consistent with a sharp, rigid implement. One asked if someone had used a bone saw. A large bipedal canid that uses tools. I considered the possibility that the tracks and the carcass were unrelated. I still consider that possibility. Some nights it helps me sleep. The word. The question I get from every person I've trusted enough to share this material with is the same. What are they? I'll tell you what I've ruled out first. The process of elimination is at least a road I know how to walk. They're not bears standing on hind legs. Bears don't sustain bipedal locomotion for extended distances. They don't run at highway speeds on 2 legs. They don't leave canid tracks. They're not disfigured or mangy wolves. Mangy wolves still look like wolves. They still walk on 4 legs. They don't approach 7 feet in height.
They're not humans in costumes.
A human in a costume does not leave canid tracks with claw impressions. A human cannot keep pace with a car. A human in a suit cannot survive winter temperatures of 40 below. A human does not process a moose carcass with surgical precision using a tool that leaves no trace. Which brings me to the word. The word I've been avoiding since the first page of this document. The word that 16 of my 38 witnesses used independently, without any prompting from me. Werewolf. 16 professionals. 2 decades. The same piece of folklore. I find that fact uncomfortable. I find it telling in equal measure. The Ojibwe, who have lived in this country for thousands of years, carry oral traditions that include beings described as both wolf and person. The Boy Fort Band elders I've spoken with, carefully, respectfully, at arm's length, use the word rugaru. Some translate this as werewolf. Others say the translation is inadequate, that the rugaru is not a person who becomes a wolf, but a being that has always been both. A creature that exists in the space between the categories that European languages insist on maintaining. Wolf or person, animal or human, natural or supernatural. The Ojibwe don't use or, they use and. I note their traditions not to appropriate them, but to acknowledge that the people who have lived in this forest for millennia describe something that my witnesses, with their spotting scopes and GPS units and government-issued radios, also describe. The consistency crosses not just decades but centuries, not just individuals, but entire civilizations. In 26 years of collecting these accounts, I have found nothing in the scientific literature that accounts for what my witnesses describe. An animal that transitions between quadrupedal and bipedal locomotion, that appears to use tools, that demonstrates awareness of human observation technology, that watches specific humans with sustained, deliberate attention, that smells like copper.
January 8, 2023. The last winter of my career. I went into the Boundary Waters alone, on snowshoes, carrying a sled with winter camping gear and a trail camera, a Reconix Hyperfire 2, motion-activated infrared flash. I was going to place the camera at a location on Knife Lake where 3 previous sightings had occurred. I was going to retrieve it a week later. I was going to have something on a memory card that I could hold in my hand. 25 years of collecting other people's accounts. I wanted my own evidence. I told Ingrid I was doing a winter wolf survey. She packed me extra socks and a thermos of coffee and kissed me at the door. She didn't ask why I was going alone in January, which told me she probably knew I wasn't doing a wolf survey and had decided, after 25 years of filing cabinets and locked desk drawers, not to ask. I reached Knife Lake on the second day. The lake was frozen solid, 3 feet of ice under 2 feet of snow. The temperature was 18 below. The sky was flat gray, a low overcast that sat on the treetops like a lid. The world was white and gray and silent, in a way that the Northwoods in winter achieves better than anywhere on Earth. I placed the camera on a jack pine at the north end of the lake, near a portage where 2 of the previous sightings had occurred. I aimed it at the portage trail. I checked the motion sensor, the battery level, the SD card. Everything was operational. I snowshoed back to my camp on the south end of the lake. That night, I slept in my winter tent, a 4-season with a vestibule, rated to 30 below. I slept poorly. The silence was too complete. In 25 years of winter camping, I had never been bothered by the silence. That night, the silence felt occupied, as if the quiet wasn't an absence of sound, but a presence, something filling the space where sound should be. At approximately 3 a.m., I heard footsteps on the ice. The frozen surface of a northern Minnesota lake in January is one of the best acoustic environments on Earth. Sound travels across the ice with almost no attenuation. A person walking on snow-packed ice can be heard from a quarter mile. What I heard was closer than a quarter mile, maybe 200 yards, and it was moving across the lake from the north end toward the south end, toward my camp. The footsteps were bipedal, 2 beats, left, right. Steady, unhurried, the cadence of something walking at a pace that suggested no urgency. The sound was heavy, not the light crunch of snowshoes or boots, but a deep, compressive sound, the sound of significant weight on crusted snow. I lay in my sleeping bag and I listened. I counted the steps. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each one closer. Each one heavier. The sound growing until I could feel it. Feel the vibration through the ice, through the snow, through the tent floor, through my sleeping pad, into my spine. The footsteps stopped. Maybe 50 yards from my tent. Maybe less. I couldn't tell. Sound on ice is deceptive. Distances compress. Silence. The occupied silence. The silence of something standing on the ice near my tent, not moving, not breathing loudly enough to hear, just being there. Present. Close. Then the smell arrived. Copper and rot. Through the tent fabric, through the vestibule,
through the cold air that should have frozen any organic compound into scentlessness. At 18 below zero, nothing should smell like anything. But this smell was strong enough to penetrate the cold the way a sound penetrates a wall. Diminished, but unmistakable. I did not unzip the tent. I did not look outside. I lay in my sleeping bag with my headlamp clutched in one hand and my bear spray, the only weapon I brought, in the other. And I listened to the silence stand outside my tent for what I estimate was 20 minutes.
Then the footsteps resumed, but they didn't retreat. They circled, the same heavy 2-beat cadence, now moving around my tent at a distance of about 50 yards. 1 circuit, 2, 3. The way the Marine had described the circling at Shoshone Lake in the Yellowstone account, steady, patterned, a loop that never varied. On the 4th circuit, the footsteps stopped again, this time on the side of the tent nearest my head. I was lying on my back. Whatever was outside was maybe 30 yards from my face, separated by 2 layers of nylon, 2 feet of snow, and 3 feet of ice. I heard breathing. Very slow. Very deep. An inhalation lasting maybe 5 seconds, followed by an exhalation of equal length, followed by a pause of 10 to 15 seconds. The breathing of something that didn't need much air. The breathing of something that was resting, or waiting, or deciding. Then a sound I have never heard before, and hope I never hear again. A low vocalization. Not a howl, not a growl, not a whine. A hum. A sustained, single-frequency hum that vibrated in my sternum and in the poles of my tent and in the ice beneath me. It lasted approximately 15 seconds. It was produced by a living throat. I could hear the organic quality of it, the slight waver, the breath support, and it was unlike any sound in my 30 years of fieldwork in canid-occupied habitat. It sounded like a name being pronounced in a language I didn't speak. One long syllable, held and modulated, directed at my tent, at me. Then the footsteps resumed, moving away, north, back across the ice, toward the end. I stood at the tree and I looked at the camera, and I felt the particular vertigo of a man who has spent 25 years studying an animal that has been studying him back. I checked the snow around the base of the tree. Tracks. The same tracks I documented a dozen times. Oversized canid prints, 7 inches across, in a bipedal stride pattern. They approached the tree from the direction of the lake. They returned to the lake in the same direction. 1 set of tracks in, 1 set out. The creature had walked from the lake to the camera tree and back. It had not deviated, not explored, not investigated anything else. It had gone to the camera, redirected it, and returned to the lake. It knew the camera was there. It knew what the camera did, and it chose not to destroy it. It chose instead to render it useless in the most elegant way possible, by pointing it at nothing. I retrieved the camera. I packed it in my sled. I snowshoed to the entry point and drove home to Ely. I pulled into the driveway. I went inside. I held Ingrid for a long time without explaining why. Then I went to the basement and I sat at my desk and I opened my filing cabinet. And I looked at 25 years of accounts. And I thought about the hum on the ice and the camera pointed at the sky and the tracks that went straight to the tree and back. And I thought, it knows about me. It has known about me for a long time. Now, I retired from the Forest Service on March 1st, 2023. I told my supervisor it was the knees, both of them.
The replacements were holding, but the cold made them ache in a way that made winter field work increasingly difficult. All of that was true. None of it was the reason. The reason was the hum on the ice. The reason was the camera aimed at the sky. The reason was the realization, arriving slowly over months, settling into me the way cold settles into a house when the furnace fails. That what I had been studying for 25 years was aware of the study. That the filing cabinet in my basement, the Olympus recorder, the trail cameras, and the spreadsheets, and the carefully clinical language, all of it was observed, monitored, known about by something that understood data collection well enough to disable a trail camera without destroying it. I have 7 new reports since January 2023. The witnesses continue to be credible, reluctant, and frightened. I continue to record their accounts. I continue to file the transcripts. The filing cabinet has 4 drawers, and the 4th is almost full. Ingrid and I have slept with the bedroom window cracked open for the entire 31 years we've lived in Ely. Even in January, when the temperature drops to 30 below and the frost builds on the inside of the glass, we crack that window 2 inches because we like the cold air and the sound of the pine wind, which you can hear from our bedroom if the night is still.
Since January 2023, I keep the window closed. Ingrid watched me shut it the first time. She looked at my face. She didn't ask why. She's known me for 35 years. She knows when I've seen something in the field that I'm not ready to talk about. She knows the look. Our house in Ely sits 3 miles from the boundary of the Superior National Forest. I used to think 3 miles was a comfortable distance. I used to drive those 3 miles every morning and feel the transition, from town to forest, from civilization to wilderness, from the world where things have names to the world where some things don't. Lately, I find myself wondering why I ever assumed they would stop at that boundary. I have no evidence that they do. In 26 years of collecting these accounts, 38 reports from trained observers across 3.9 million acres of wilderness, I found nothing to suggest that whatever lives in that forest respects the lines we've drawn on our maps. 3 miles is nothing to something that can keep pace with a snowmobile. The Ojibwe elders at Boy's Fort said something to me once that I wrote down and have carried ever since. I asked one of them, an old man, 80s, who had agreed to speak with me only after I'd sat in his kitchen for 2 hours drinking coffee and saying almost nothing. I asked him how long his people had known about the Rougarou. He looked at me the way you look at a child who's asked where the sun goes at night.
Not with condescension, with the patient understanding that the question reveals how much the asker doesn't know. We didn't discover them, he said. They were here when we arrived. They'll be here when we leave. I wrote that down. I've thought about it every day since. The wolves that walk. That's what I call them now, in my own head. When I'm alone in the basement with the filing cabinet and the Olympus recorder and the clinical language that stopped protecting me, the night something stood on the ice outside my tent and hummed a sound that felt like a name. They walk. They watch. They know about us. They've known about us for longer than we've known about them. And in 3.9 million acres of boreal wilderness, in a forest that stretches from Ely, Minnesota to the Arctic Ocean without a single break in the canopy, they have room to be whatever they are, forever, without ever being cataloged or classified or filed in a cabinet by a man who thought his clinical language could keep him safe. It can't. I know that now. The language doesn't help. The filing cabinet doesn't help. The locked doors and the closed windows and the 3 miles between my house and the tree line, None of it helps. They walk. They watch. And somewhere in the North Woods tonight, in the spruce and the birch and the burned jack pine and the frozen lakes and the portage trails where the snow is 4 feet deep and the silence has weight, something is standing in the timber, looking south, toward the lights of Ely, with eyes the color of nothing. And it knows my name.
The Commune, Paris, France, March through May, 1871. I will tell you what I am before I tell you what I did, because the two things are inseparable, and because the confession requires the context, and because I am running out of time. The blood I cough into the handkerchief this morning is darker than yesterday's, and the room is colder than it should be in March, and the butcher below me is cutting something that I can smell through the floorboards, and the smell makes my mouth water in a way that the mouth of a dying man should not water. I am a werewolf. I use the word because no other word is adequate, and because I am tired of euphemism. Lycanthrope, loup-garou, the changed, the afflicted. 22 years of synonyms, and they all mean the same thing. A man who becomes a wolf when the moon is full, who wakes in the morning with blood under his nails and meat between his teeth, and no memory of the night except the taste. My name is Lucien Marbeuf. I was born on Christmas Eve, 1844, in a village called Doullens, in the department of the Somme, in circumstances that the church would call cursed, and that I call simply unfortunate. My mother was a servant girl. My father was the parish priest. I need you to understand the theology, because the theology is the mechanism. In the folklore of northern France, the old folklore, the stories a grandmothers tell by the fire while the priests pretend not to listen, a child conceived by a priest is marked. The violation of the vow, the breaking of celibacy, the sin of the flesh, committed by a man who has sworn himself to God, produces a child who carries the sin in his blood. The child is not guilty. The child did not choose, but the blood knows what it is, and the blood answers to the moon, and the child grows into a man who cannot control what the blood does when the moonlight enters it. This is superstition. I know this. I attended the lycée. I read Voltaire, who said that superstition is to religion what astrology is to astronomy, the mad daughter of a wise mother. I believed Voltaire at 16. By 20, I had killed my first person, and Voltaire seemed less convincing in the morning when I was washing blood from my hands in a creek outside Amiens. My mother knew what I was. She knew before I did. She watched me through my childhood, the restlessness before the full moon, the fevers, the sleepwalking. The night I was 12, and she found me in the barn with the body of a sheep, the wool bloody, my mouth stained, my hands crammed into claws that were relaxing back into fingers as she watched. She held me. She didn't scream. She held me against her chest and she said, "It's not your fault. It's his." His. The priest. My father, who had taken a servant girl in the sacristy and left her with a child and a curse and the knowledge that the child would carry what the father had done until the blood ran out. She took me to an old woman in the village, a woman who knew the old remedies. The woman gave my mother herbs and prayers and instructions. Keep him inside on the nights of the full moon. Lock the door. Bar the windows. Tie him if you must. Keep him from the moonlight. because the moonlight is the key and the blood is the lock. And when the key turns, the man goes away and the wolf comes out. My mother followed the instructions. For 8 years, from the time I was 12 until I was 20, she locked me in the cellar on the nights of the full moon. She barred the door with an oak beam. She sat on the stairs and she listened to me change. The sounds of it, which I am told are terrible, the cracking and the stretching and the howling. And she waited until morning, and she came down the stairs and she found me naked on the stone floor, bruised, exhausted, with the marks of my own claws on my arms, where I had torn at myself in the absence of other prey. The cellar held me, barely. Some months I nearly broke through. The oak beam bent. The stone walls bore scratches that my mother covered with whitewash. But the cellar held, and the village was safe, and my mother, aged 10 years in 8, sitting on the stairs every month, listening to her son become something else. In 1864, she died. She was 39 years old. She died of exhaustion, of poverty, of the particular weariness of a woman who has spent 8 years containing a monster with an oak beam and her own body between the monster and the world. I was 20. I was alone. And the next full moon came, and there was no one to lock the cellar, and I went out. Amiens. I killed 3 people in the Somme between 1864 and 1870. I tell you the number because the number matters, and because I have spent 22 years carrying it, and I will not die with an imprecise account. 3. A farmer walking home from a tavern. A woman gathering kindling at the edge of a wood. A child. I will not describe the child. I walk each time in the morning, in the fields or the forest, naked, cold, covered in blood that was not mine. The first time, the farmer, I thought I had been attacked. I thought the blood was my own. I ran to the river and I washed and I examined my body, and I found no wound, and the blood washed away, but the taste in my mouth did not. And the taste was the taste of a living thing's interior. And I understood. Not immediately. Understanding came in stages, the way grief comes in stages. Denial first, then rage, then the slow, exhausting acceptance of a fact that cannot be changed. I was a werewolf. The grandmother's stories were true. The priest's sin was in my blood. The moon turned the key, and the wolf came out. And the wolf killed. And in the morning the man came back and found the evidence, and had to live with it. I tried to control it. I locked myself in sheds, in cellars, in an abandoned mill outside Amiens. The wolf broke through every barrier I constructed. The wolf was stronger than oak, and stronger than stone, and stronger than the desperate engineering of a 20-year-old man who knew that if he didn't contain himself, someone else would die. Someone else died. The woman with the kindling. The child. After the child, I stopped trying to contain myself and started trying to disappear. I left the Somme. I walked south. I avoided towns. I slept in forests and barns and the empty spaces between human settlements. And on the nights of the full moon, I chained myself to trees with the heaviest chain I could steal. And sometimes the chain held. And sometimes it didn't. And when it didn't, I would find the evidence in the morning and I would walk further. And I would hope that the next place would be emptier, and the chain would be stronger, and the wolf would find nothing to kill. In 1870, I reached Paris. Paris in 1870 was a city of 2 million people, 2 million beating hearts, 2 million pumping bloodstreams, 2 million bodies walking the boulevards and the side streets and the alleys. The smell was overwhelming. Not the smell of the city, the sewers, the horse dung, the coal smoke, the bakeries. The smell of the people. The iron salt smell of circulating blood, coming through the skin of every person I passed. A constant, low-grade assault on senses that no human being should possess. I came to Paris because I reasoned, with the cold, calculating logic of a man planning his own atrocity, that a city of 2 million could absorb a few bodies. A death in the countryside is an event. A death in Paris is a statistic. The city's morgue processed hundreds of unidentified dead every year. Murders went unsolved. Bodies were found in the Seine. The machine of the city was large enough that a werewolf could operate within it, the way a rat operates within a wall. Present, destructive, invisible. I was not proud of this reasoning. I was practical. The wolf was going to kill. I could not stop the wolf. I could only choose where the wolf killed. And a city where death was already common seemed less terrible than a village where every death was a catastrophe. I found work as a printer's assistant. I rented a room in Belleville, the working-class quarter on the Eastern Heights, where the streets were narrow and the buildings were tall, and the residents were too busy surviving to notice the man on the 5th floor who locked his door on certain nights and could be heard making sounds that were not the sounds of a man. I made it through September and October without incident. I chained myself to the iron bed frame on the nights of the full moon. The bed frame was bolted to the floor. The chain was ship's chain, heavy, galvanized, the links thick enough that I couldn't break them even with the wolf's strength. The wolf raged for the night, and in the morning I was bruised and raw, and the room was destroyed. Furniture overturned, plaster gouged from the walls, the window shutters splintered, but the chain had held. November, December, January. The chain held. I was surviving, not living, surviving. The difference is the difference between a man who walks through a city and a man who haunts one. I was a ghost in a living body, moving through Paris, smelling the blood of 2 million people, counting the days to the next moon, reinforcing the chain, patching the shutters, paying the landlord for the damage with money I couldn't afford. Then the war came, and then the commune, and then the blood was everywhere. And the wolf didn't need a chain to break free, because the city itself had become a cage with the door torn off. The siege. In September 1870, the Prussian army surrounded Paris. The siege lasted 4 months. The city starved. The rats were eaten first, then the horses, then the animals in the zoo, the elephant, the camel, the kangaroos. The butcher shops sold cat and dog and called it something else. The bread was made of sawdust and plaster. The city's 2 million shrank into themselves, hollowed out by hunger, and the blood I could smell through their skin grew thinner, weaker, the iron content dropping as the nutrition failed. I should have been weaker too. I was eating what everyone else was eating, which was almost nothing. But the wolf doesn't starve the way a man starves. The wolf feeds itself. On the nights of the full moon during the siege, the chain held, but the hunger was worse. A screaming, tearing need that the wolf expressed by destroying the room with a thoroughness that cost me more money I didn't have. The siege ended in January 1871. The French government, the Provisional Government, the government of Adolphe Thiers, based in Versailles, signed an armistice with the Prussians. The Prussians withdrew. Paris was free. Paris was not free. Paris was furious. The workers of the Eastern Arrondissement, Belleville, Ménilmontant, the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, had survived 4 months of starvation and bombardment, and the government in Versailles had surrendered without consulting them. On March 18, 1871, the workers of Paris seized the city. They declared the Commune. They raised the red flag over the Hôtel de Ville. They elected their own government. They armed themselves with rifles taken from the National Guard armories, and they built barricades across the boulevards, and they prepared to fight the army of Versailles, which was preparing to take the city back. I joined the Commune, not out of ideology. I had no ideology. I joined because the Commune gave me a rifle and a barricade and a purpose that was not the wolf, and because the chaos of the Commune, the violence, the gunfire, the bodies in the streets every morning, was cover. The Commune was the largest, most sustained act of urban violence in French history. Thousands of people died. In that ocean of blood, a few more bodies with wounds that didn't match any rifle caliber, would go unnoticed. I am telling you this without flinching, because I have spent 22 years flinching, and I am done. La Semaine Sanglante. The Bloody Week. May 21 through May 28, 1871. The army of Versailles entered Paris through an undefended gate at the western edge of the city and fought its way east, barricade by barricade, street by street, arrondissement by arrondissement. The communards fought back. The killing was indiscriminate. The army shot prisoners. The communards shot hostages. Buildings burned. The Tuileries Palace burned. The Hôtel de Ville burned. The sky above Paris was orange for a week. I was on the barricades. I fought. I fired my rifle at the advancing troops. I pulled wounded communards behind the sandbags. I carried ammunition. I did the things a man does when his city is being invaded and his friends are dying, and the cause, however confused, is the only thing between him and the void. And on the night of May 23rd, Wednesday, the third night of the Bloody Week, the night the army reached Belleville, the moon was full. I had not prepared. I had been on the barricades for 2 days without sleep. The chain was in my room, 5 blocks away, in a building that might already be on fire. I felt the change coming, the heat in the spine, the ache in the teeth, the particular restlessness that precedes the transformation, and I left the barricade. I told my section leader I was going for ammunition. He didn't question it. Men were coming and going from the barricades constantly. For food, for water, for ammunition, for the momentary relief of standing in an alley and breathing without the smell of gunpowder. I made it 2 blocks. The change caught me in an alley behind a bakery that had been shelled that morning. The walls were blackened. The street was empty. The fighting was further west. The residents were in their cellars. The alley was a dead space between one battle and the next. I went down on my knees on the cobblestones. The spine, the teeth, the hands, the skull. The process that my mother had listened to through a cellar door for 8 years, happening now in an alley in Belleville, while the city burned around me. I don't remember the night. I never remember the nights. The wolf takes the memory the way it takes everything else. The body, the hands, the teeth. I know what happened only from the evidence I found in the morning. I woke at dawn in the Père Lachaise cemetery, the great cemetery on the eastern edge of Paris where the dead of the city have been buried since 1804. I was naked. I was lying between two tombs, elaborate stone monuments, the kind the bourgeoisie built to announce that death has not diminished their importance. I was covered in blood. The blood was not mine. I checked. The first thing I always did, the routine of 20 years of mornings after. Hands, arms, torso, legs. No wounds. No pain except the ache of the change, the deep bone soreness that follows the transformation like a hangover follows drinking. The blood was on my face, my chest, my hands, under my nails, between my teeth. I found the bodies in the cemetery. Not all of them were mine. The army had executed communard prisoners against a cemetery wall the day before, and the bodies were still there, piled, waiting for burial that wouldn't come. But among the executed, among the bullet-riddled, uniformed dead, there were others. 3, lying apart from the pile, with wounds that no bullet makes. One was a soldier, Versailles Army by the uniform, young. His throat was torn out, not cut, torn. The wound was ragged, the edges of the skin showing tooth marks that were too large for a dog and too precise for an explosion. His rifle was beside him, unfired. The others were civilians, a man and a woman. They had been hiding in the cemetery. The mausoleum behind them had a broken door, and inside were blankets and bread and a candle. They had been sheltering among the dead, waiting for the fighting to pass. They would never leave. I stood among the bodies, the 3 I had killed and the dozens the army had killed. And I felt the particular nausea of a man who cannot tell his own atrocities from his government's. The cemetery was full of death. My dead were indistinguishable from the state's dead. The wolf had killed 3 people during the bloody week, and the army had killed thousands, and the difference between us was scale, not nature. I was a monster, but the commune had given me the cover of a larger monstrosity. I found clothes, stripped from a dead communard, a man approximately my size. I dressed. I walked out of the cemetery. The fighting was still happening to the west, the sound of rifle fire and artillery, the constant percussive backdrop of a city being taken by force. The eastern arrondissements were falling. The barricades were collapsing. The commune was dying. I walked east, toward the city wall, toward the edge of Paris, toward the country beyond. I walked through streets full of broken glass and horse carcasses and shell craters and the particular debris of urban warfare, furniture thrown from windows to build barricades, cobblestones pulled up for ammunition, the detritus of a city that had dismembered itself. I didn't go back to the barricade. I didn't look for my section leader or my fellow communards. I left Paris the way a wolf leaves a carcass, when the feeding is done and the daylight makes the kill visible and the only option is distance. The years between. I will not give you the full accounting of the years between the commune and this room above the butcher's shop. The accounting would be too long and too repetitive, because the years were the same year, over and over. The moon rising, the change coming, the morning after, the evidence, the walking, the next city, the next room, the next chain. I went south, Lyon, Marseille. I worked as a printer, a clerk, a laborer. I was competent. I was quiet. I was the kind of man that landladies approve of, clean, punctual, solitary. I paid my rent. I mended my clothes. I attended to the ordinary business of being alive with a meticulousness that was, I understand now, the compensation of a man who knows that his existence is an ongoing crime. I killed people. Not many. The chains got better. The rooms got stronger. The precautions I took before each full moon became more elaborate. But the wolf escaped sometimes. The chain broke. The bolt failed. The wall cracked. And in the morning I would find the evidence, and I would wash my hands, and I would walk. I kept count. 22 years. The total is 14. 3 in the Somme. 3 during the Commune. 8 in the years after. Spread across 4 cities and 2 decades. 14 people whose names I mostly don't know, whose faces I've never seen, whose lives ended because a priest in Doullens broke his vow and a servant girl bore a child that the blood marked for the moon. 14. Not a large number, measured against the scale of French mortality. More people die of cholera in a week. More people died on a single barricade during the bloody week than I have killed in 22 years. But cholera is impersonal. The barricade is political. My 14 are personal. My 14 are the work of my hands and my teeth. And the fact that I don't remember the work doesn't diminish the count. This room. I came back to Paris in 1891. I don't know why. I told myself it was the printing work. The wages are better in Paris. The shops are more numerous. The work is steadier. But the truth is that Paris is the only place I've ever felt invisible. 2 million people. The city that absorbed a siege, a commune, a war. The city that has processed so much death that a few more bodies are rounding errors. I am dying. The consumption is taking me the way the wolf takes prey. Slowly at first, then with acceleration, then with the sudden final lunge that ends it. I cough blood every morning. The blood is mine. For the first time in 22 years, the blood I taste is my own. And the irony is so precise that I would laugh if laughing didn't make me cough. I have not changed in 3 months. The last full moon, February, I chained myself to the bed and I waited, and the change did not come. The heat in the spine, the ache in the teeth, the restlessness, they were there, faint, like an echo of an echo. But the change itself, the cracking, the stretching, the wolf emerging from the man, I know how monstrous that sounds. Grief for the wolf. Grief for the thing that made me a killer, that took my mother's life through exhaustion, that put blood under my nails and meat between my teeth every month for 22 years. The thing that ate the child in the Somme, the soldier in the cemetery, the people in Lyon and Marseille whose names I never learned. But the wolf is the only constant I have known. The wolf has been with me since I was 12, since the first night in the barn with the sheep, since my mother's arms and the words, "It's not your fault." The wolf is the thing that fills the space inside me where a normal life should be. The wolf is the reason I have never married, never fathered children. The terror of passing the blood, of making another vessel for the curse. Never stayed in one place. Never allowed anyone close enough to see me on the nights when the shutters are barred and the chain is on, and the sounds from the room are not the sounds of a man. Without the wolf, I am only Lucien Marbeuf, a printer, a reader of Voltaire, a dying man in a rented room above a butcher's shop, writing a confession that no one will read because the confession is unbelievable, and the confessor will be dead before the ink dries. With the wolf, I was something else. Something terrible, yes. Something that killed. But something alive. Something that felt the moon the way a compass feels north. The pull, the certainty, the magnetic inevitability of the change. Something that ran through the streets of Paris on 4 legs, with the city burning above it, and the blood of the commune in its nose, and the power. The terrible, beautiful, damning power of a body that could tear through an oak door and scale a cemetery wall and bring down a man in uniform with one lunge. I miss it. God help me, I miss it. Not the killing, the running, the speed, the strength, the feeling of the cobblestones under paws that could grip them, the smell of the city, not the human smell, the real smell, the chemical and organic complexity of 2 million lives being lived simultaneously. A symphony of scent that the human nose can detect maybe 1% of, and the wolf's nose detects all of. Every note, every chord, every dissonance. I am dying, and the wolf is dying, and soon this room will be empty, and the butcher below will wonder why the quiet tenant on the 5th floor has stopped paying rent and has started smelling wrong. And someone will open the door and find me and this confession, and will not believe a word of it. That's acceptable. I'm not writing this to be believed. I'm writing this because the silence has lasted 22 years, and the silence is heavier than the confession, and I am too weak to carry both. The priest. I went to the church last week. Not the parish church in Doullens, the church on the corner here in Montmartre. A small church, dark, cold, the candles burning low. I had not been inside a church since my mother's funeral. The church is the institution that made me, the priest's sin, the violated vow, the blood that carries the curse. I have spent 22 years hating the church the way a creation hates its creator, with the specific, intimate fury of something that knows it was made wrong. I sat in a pew. I looked at the altar. I looked at the crucifix. I thought about my father, the priest in Doullens, who had taken my mother and left her with me, and gone on saying Mass and hearing confessions and absolving sins, while his son became a wolf in a cellar, and his servant girl aged into death. The priest at this church, a young man, younger than me, with the soft hands of a man who has never worked, came to me and asked if I needed anything. I said, I need to confess. He took me to the confessional, the booth, the screen, the darkness. I told him I had killed 14 people. He was silent for a long time. Then he asked me how. I told him. He was silent for even longer. Then he said, and his voice was careful, the voice of a man choosing his words, the way you choose steps on a frozen river. My son, what you describe is not possible. I know, I said. It happened anyway. The church does not recognize. The church does not believe in. The church created me. A priest broke his vow, and a child was born with the curse in his blood. The church doesn't believe in what the church made. He didn't speak for a long time. I could hear him breathing on the other side of the screen. Breathing the way a man breathes when the world has shifted under him and he's trying to find his footing. I can offer you absolution, he said, for the sins you have committed. The sins I committed were committed by the wolf. The wolf doesn't need absolution. The wolf doesn't know what sin is. Then the absolution is for you, for the man, for the part of you that knows. The part of me that knows has known for 22 years. The knowing hasn't stopped anything. The knowing has just made the mornings worse. He gave me absolution. I don't know if it meant anything. I don't know if absolution works on a man whose soul shares a body with a wolf. I don't know if I have a soul. The theology is unclear on the status of the lycanthrope's soul. Are there two souls in one body? One soul that splits? No soul at all, just the blood and the moon and the animal mechanics of a curse that was set in motion before I was born. I walked out of the church. The air was cold. The sky above Montmartre was grey. The Sacre-Cœur was being built on the hill above me, the great white basilica, rising stone by stone, erected as penance for the Commune, as if architecture could atone for what the city did to itself in 1871. I looked at the basilica, and I thought about the alley in Belleville where the change had caught me on the third night of the bloody week. The bakery wall, blackened. The cobblestones under my knees. The wolf emerging while the city burned. The church is building a monument to the sins of the Commune. Nobody is building a monument to the sins of the church. Nobody is building a monument to the priests who break their vows, and the servant girls who bear the consequences, and the children who carry the curse in blood that answers to the moon. The end. The consumption will finish me soon. Weeks, perhaps. The coughing is constant now. The blood is dark. The room smells of iron and sickness and the butcher's work below, which I can still detect through the floorboards with the sense of smell that is diminished but not gone. The wolf's nose, dying with the wolf, still sharper than a man's. I have written this confession over 4 days. The handwriting deteriorates toward the end. My hands shake, the pen slips, the letters blur. I apologize for the illegibility. I apologize for nothing else. I did not choose this. I was born on Christmas Eve to a servant girl and a priest, and the violation of the vow put something in my blood that the moon activates and the body cannot refuse. I was 12 when it started. I am 48. I have spent 36 years as a vessel for something I didn't invite and couldn't evict. I have killed 14 people. I have loved none of them and mourned all of them and carried them. Not their names, which I mostly don't know, but the weight of them, the cumulative mass of 14 lives, ended by an appetite I couldn't control, for 22 years. I want to be clear about one thing. I am not asking for forgiveness. Forgiveness is for men who commit sins. I committed biology. The wolf killed because the wolf is a wolf. The man carried the count because the man is a man. Between the wolf and the man, there is no one to forgive and no one to ask. I am asking for understanding. Not of me, of the condition, of the curse, the blood, the moon, the chain that breaks, the cellar that doesn't hold, the mornings after. Of what it is to be two things at once, to be the monster and the man, to wake up with blood on your hands and no memory of whose it was, and the taste in your mouth that tells you everything your memory won't. My mother understood. She held me in the barn with the dead sheep and she said, "It's not your fault." She was the only person who ever said that to me. She was the only person who ever knew what I was and didn't run. She's been dead for 28 years. I'm joining her soon. And the wolf? The wolf that she contained with an oak beam and her own body for 8 years. The wolf that escaped after she died. The wolf that killed 14 people across 36 years of nights I don't remember, the wolf is joining us too. Because the consumption is killing the vessel, and when the vessel breaks, the passenger dies with it. I hope the passenger dies. I hope the wolf goes wherever wolves go. Not heaven, not hell, just the dark. The long, quiet dark where there is no moon and no blood and no morning after. I hope the wolf rests, and I hope the priest, my father, the man in Doullens who broke his vow and made me and never spoke to me and never acknowledged me and died in 1878 of old age in a comfortable parish with a housekeeper who wasn't a servant girl. I hope the priest knows what he made. I hope his God told him. I hope in whatever afterlife the church promises it's ordained, the priest sits in a confessional and listens to the sound of his son's bones breaking and reshaping on the other side of the screen, month after month, for eternity. That is the only prayer I have ever said with conviction. This confession is complete. I leave it on the table beside the bed. Whoever finds it may do with it as they wish. Burn it, file it, publish it, ignore it. It makes no difference to me. The truth is on the paper, and the paper is in the world, and the silence is broken. I am Lucien Marbeuf. I was born cursed, and I lived cursed, and I will die cursed, in a room above a butcher's shop in Montmartre, in the city where I killed 3 people during the Commune, and walked through the cemetery at dawn, wearing a dead man's clothes. The moon is dark tonight. The wolf is quiet. The coughing has stopped for the moment. The butcher is closing his shop. I can hear the scrape of his knife on the steel, the slap of meat on the block, the particular wet sounds of his trade that reach me through the floorboards and make my mouth water and my dying heart beat faster. Even now, even at the end, even with the wolf dying inside me and the consumption eating my lungs, and the confession written and the priest's absolution cooling on my soul like holy water on a burn. Even now, the smell of blood makes my mouth water. That is the curse, not the killing, not the moonlight, not the change. The hunger that doesn't end. The hunger that the wolf and the man share. The hunger that will be the last thing I feel when the coughing takes me and the room goes dark and the butcher's sounds fade and the city, this city of 2 million beating hearts, this city that survived a siege and a commune and a war and a werewolf, the city goes on without me. The hunger is the curse. The wolf is just the teeth. Paris, March 1893. This document was found among the effects of an unidentified male tenant at 14 Rue Lepic, 18th arrondissement, following his death from consumption in April 1893. The landlord, unable to identify next of kin, submitted the document to the Préfecture de Police along with the deceased's other possessions. It was catalogued, filed, and forgotten. It was rediscovered in 2019 during a renovation of the archives at the prefecture. The identity of the author has never been confirmed. The Beast of Valea. Negre.
Valea Neagră, Hunedoara County, Carpathian Mountains, Romania. Nodani un sosto sedem miciată, nodani un soste sedem biseten. The village was called Valea Neagră, the Black Valley. You won't find it on any map printed after 1988 because the systematization program erased it. The house is demolished, the people relocated to apartment blocks in Deva, the fields collectivized, the church torn down for its stone. The party did this to thousands of villages across Romania. They said it was modernization. They said the peasants needed to be brought into the socialist future. What they did was erase places where the state's authority was thin and the old ways were thick. Because the old ways asked questions the party couldn't answer. Valea Neagră asked a question the party couldn't answer. The question had teeth. The question killed 26 people. The village. Let me tell you what Valea Neagră looked like, because the place is gone, and the only people who remember it are old and getting fewer. It sat at the bottom of a valley in the Retezat Mountains, the Western Carpathians, Hunedoara County, about 40 kilometers from the nearest real town. The road in was unpaved, a track of clay and gravel that turned to soup in spring and froze to iron in winter, and was impassable for weeks at a time in both seasons. There was no electricity until 1969, and even after the power lines came, they failed in every storm and the village went dark again, and the women lit the oil lamps they'd kept filled because they knew the power wouldn't last. About 80 families, maybe 300 people, Romanians mostly, with a few Hungarian families at the north end and 2 Roma families at the south end, who lived in houses that were slightly worse than everyone else's, which is saying something, because everyone's houses were bad. Stone walls, wood roofs, dirt floors in the older ones, concrete in the newer. Each family had a garden, some chickens, a pig if they were lucky. The collective farm, the CAP, the Cooperativă Agricolă de Producție, took whatever the state wanted, which was most of it. What was left was what you lived on. The village had a church, Orthodox, old, maybe 200 years, maybe older. The priest, Father Dumitru, was ancient and bent and barely literate, but he knew the liturgy and the prayers and the saints' days, and the women came every Sunday, and the men came at Easter and Christmas, and the party tolerated this because the party had learned, over 30 years of trying to extinguish religion in rural Romania, that you can burn the icons, but you can't burn the faith, and a village with a church is quieter than a village without one. The village had a party secretary, Comrade Lazarescu. He was not from the village. Party secretaries never were. He was from Bucharest. He'd been sent to Valea Neagră as punishment for some infraction I never learned the details of, and he lived in the only house with a telephone, and he drank, and he wrote reports to the county party committee in Deva that said everything in Valea Neagră was proceeding according to the 5-year plan. And the village had shepherds. This is important because the shepherds were the first to die. The high pastures above Valea Neagră were the village's real wealth, the thing that the collective farm hadn't been able to fully absorb because sheep don't cooperate with ideology. The shepherds took the flocks up to the alpine meadows in May and brought them down in October. They lived in stane, stone huts on the mountainside, with a fire pit and a cheese room and a sleeping platform. They were alone up there for months. A shepherd and his dogs and 500 sheep, above the tree line,
in country where the nearest human being was another shepherd on the next ridge, 2 hours' walk away. The shepherds knew the mountains. They knew the weather, the wolves, the bears, the lynx. They knew how to protect a flock. The dogs, the Carpathian shepherd dogs, those big white animals with the spiked collars, each one capable of fighting a wolf to a standstill. A good shepherd with good dogs didn't lose sheep to predators. He lost them to sickness, to storms, to the occasional cliff, not to wolves. The dogs handled the wolves. In the summer of 1974, the dogs stopped handling the wolves. 1974. The first death was a shepherd named Gjörke. He was found by another shepherd, a man from the next ridge, who had come over to share tobacco and found Gjörke's stenna empty, the fire cold, the dogs silent. The dogs were the wrong part. Gjörke's dogs, 3 Carpathian shepherds, each 170 kilos of muscle and instinct, were huddled in the corner of the stone hut, pressed against the wall, trembling. They would not come out. They would not eat. They would not respond to commands. 3 dogs, bred and trained to fight wolves, were cowering like puppies in a thunderstorm. Gjörke was found 200 meters from the stunner, in the meadow, on his back. The body was... I was 12 years old. I did not see Gjörke's body, but I heard my father and the other men talking when they came back from the mountain, and what they described was not a wolf kill. A wolf kills by bringing the prey down, hamstringing, going for the throat, suffocating. The pack feeds. The remains show bite marks on the legs, the throat, the flanks. The bones are cracked for marrow. The hide is torn but not peeled. Gjörke's body had been opened, from the sternum to the pelvis. The wound was clean, not the ragged tear of teeth, but a long continuous incision, as if drawn with a blade. The organs had been removed. Some were found nearby, others were not found at all. The dogs were not injured. The sheep were scattered but alive. Whatever had killed Gjörke had not touched the dogs or the sheep. It had come for the man. The men of the village carried Gjörke down from the mountain on a stretcher made of branches. Father Dumitru said the prayers. Gjörke's wife screamed until her voice gave out, and then she made a sound that was worse than screaming. The sound of silence, where a scream should be. They buried him in the churchyard, with a cross that his brother carved from oak. Comrade Lazarescu filed a report. Shepherd killed by wolf attack on the alpine pasture. Routine predator incident. He sent the report to Deva. Deva acknowledged receipt. The matter was closed. The second death was in August. A girl, 17 years old, Maria Voinia. She had gone to gather blueberries on the slope above the village. Not the high pastures, not the alpine meadows. The slope. A 20-minute walk from the nearest house. She went in the morning. She was found in the afternoon by her younger brother, who had gone looking for her when she didn't come back for lunch. I knew Maria. She was 5 years older than me, and she was beautiful, and she had been kind to me once, letting me try on a necklace she'd been given for her name day. I remember the necklace, a thin gold chain with a small cross that caught the light. I remember her face when she let me wear it. She was smiling. Her brother found what was left of her in a thicket of juniper, about 500 meters from the village. The same wounds, the same incision, the same removal. The same careful, methodical destruction of a human body by something that was not a wolf and not a bear and not anything the men of the village had ever seen
in 100 years of living in these mountains. The dogs of the village, not just George's dogs, all the dogs, had been howling the night before. Every dog in Valea Neagră, howling together, starting at about midnight and continuing until dawn. The sound had woken everyone. My mother had pulled me close in the bed and held me and said nothing. And my father had stood at the window and looked out at the dark and said nothing. And the dogs had howled until the sun came up, and then they had gone silent. All of them, at the same moment, as if a switch had been thrown. Comrade Lazarescu filed a second report. Second fatality attributed to wolf predation. Request assistance from County Hunting Authority. The county sent 2 hunters with rifles. They spent 3 days on the mountain. They shot a wolf, a large grey male, maybe 40 kilos. They brought it down to the village and displayed it in the square. Lazarescu took a photograph for the report. Wolf responsible for attacks eliminated. Matter closed. The killings continued. 1975. In 1975, 4 more people died. A shepherd, a woodcutter, an old woman who was walking between villages on a path through the forest, and a soldier, a conscript from the garrison at Petroșani, who had been assigned to a border patrol in the mountains and was found by his unit, alone, on a trail, with the same wounds. The soldier changed things. A dead shepherd is a peasant. A dead girl is a tragedy. A dead soldier is a problem for the army. The regional military commander, a colonel whose name I never learned, sent a platoon, 20 soldiers with rifles. They established a perimeter around the high pastures, and they patrolled in pairs. And they set up observation posts, and they brought a radio and a field telephone, and they conducted the operation the way the Romanian army conducts everything, with obedience, without imagination, following a protocol designed for a threat they understood. Bears, wolves, possibly a human predator, applied to a threat they did not understand. One of the soldiers saw it. I know this because his sergeant told my father, and my father told my mother. And I listened through the wall, the way children in small houses listen to everything their parents say when they think the children are asleep. The soldier, a young man, 19, from Craiova, a city boy who had never been in mountains before, was on night watch at an observation post above the tree line. Full moon, clear sky. The visibility on the alpine meadow was hundreds of meters. He saw something cross the meadow. The sergeant said the soldier described it as a man, very tall, walking on 2 legs, moving across the open meadow with a stride that covered too much ground. The soldier had called it in on the radio. Movement, 1 individual, crossing the meadow heading west. The sergeant had responded. Describe the individual. The soldier had paused, then, large, very large, unclothed, moving on 2 legs. The head is wrong. Clarify. The head is not a man's head. The shape is wrong. It's the muzzle. I think it's... The radio had gone to static. The sergeant had taken 2 men and gone to the observation post. They found the soldier sitting on the ground, his rifle across his knees, his eyes fixed on the meadow. He was uninjured. He was not speaking. His eyes were open, but he was not responsive to his name or to direct orders. He was evacuated to the military hospital in Petroșani. The sergeant told my father that the soldier never spoke again. Not to the doctors, not to his family, not to the military investigators who came to take his statement. He sat in a hospital bed, and he stared at the wall, and he did not speak. The army withdrew the platoon the following week. The colonel filed a report that attributed the deaths to an unidentified large predator, possibly a brown bear exhibiting abnormal behavior. The report recommended continued monitoring by local hunting authorities. Local hunting authorities. The men of Valea Niagara with their old rifles and their older prayers. 1976. The killings escalated. In 1976, 11 people died. 11. In a village of 300. Shepherds. Farmers. A teenage boy who was walking home from the next village at dusk. A woman gathering mushrooms. A man checking his sheep trap on the mountainside. A couple, newlywed, married less than a year, found on the road between Valea Niagara and the next settlement. Both dead. Both opened with the same clean incision. The village was terrified. People stopped going to the high pastures. The flocks came down early, in August instead of October, losing 2 months of grazing, which meant less cheese, less wool, less meat. The economy of the village, already fragile, began to collapse. Comrade Lazarescu wrote increasingly desperate reports to Deva. Deva wrote back with instructions. Investigate possibility of human criminal. Contact militia. The militia, the Romanian police, sent 2 officers. They spent a week in the village. They interviewed everyone. They concluded that the deaths were caused by an animal or animals, and recommended a professional hunting team. No professional hunting team came. The county didn't have the resources. Bucharest didn't care. A village of 300 people in the mountains, losing a few peasants a year to wildlife, was not a priority for a regime that was building a palace of the parliament and hosting state visits from Richard Nixon. Valea Niagara was invisible, and invisible places solve their own problems. The village solved its problem the only way it could. It turned to the old knowledge. The knowledge the party said didn't exist. The knowledge Father Dumitru kept in his head because the books had been burned in 1949, when the communists had come through and confiscated the church library along with the icons and the silver. The old knowledge had a word for what was killing the people of Valea Niagara. The word was pricolici, the Romanian word, older than the country, older than the language, older than the church. The pricolici is a dead man who rises from the grave in the form of a wolf. Not a wolf exactly, but something between wolf and man. Something that walks on 2 legs or 4. Something with teeth and claws, and a hunger that the grave cannot satisfy. Father Dumitru said the word at a meeting in the church. He said it quietly, the way you say a word that has power, the way you handle a loaded weapon. The men looked at each other. Comrade Lazarescu, who was present because the party secretary was always present at gatherings, stood up and said, "There is no such thing as a pricolici. This is superstition. This is exactly the kind of backward thinking the party has been working for 30 years to eliminate." Nobody argued with him. Nobody argued with the party secretary. But nobody believed him either. Father Dumitru told the women to paint their door frames blue. The same tradition the Gulla carried across the ocean. The same belief rooted in different soil, reaching the same conclusion. Water repels evil. Blue looks like water. Paint the boundaries of your home. The women painted their doors. Lazarescu filed a report noting increased superstitious activity among villagers and recommending ideological education. The killings continued. 1977. In the spring of 1977, after 22 people were dead and the village was half empty from fear and flight, and the party had done nothing because the party couldn't admit that something was happening that its ideology couldn't explain, an old shepherd named Vasile Chastel walked into the church on a Sunday morning and told Father Dumitru that he was going to kill the Pricolici. I was in the church. I was 15. I was sitting with my mother in the pew my family had occupied every Sunday for as long as anyone remembered. I heard Vasile speak. I saw his face. Vasile was 73 years old. He was the oldest shepherd in the valley. He'd been taking flocks to the high pastures since he was 14, which meant he'd been on the mountain for 59 years. He was small, bent, weathered to the color and consistency of old leather. His hands were enormous, the hands of a man who had spent 6 decades gripping staffs and ropes and the collars of dogs. He walked with a limp from a broken leg that had healed wrong in 1951 because the nearest doctor was in Deva and the road was impassable. He was also the last person in the village who owned a silver bullet. I didn't know this then. I learnt it later from my father, who learnt it from Vasile himself. The bullet had been in Vasile's family for... Vasile said he didn't know exactly, but his grandfather had told him that his grandfather had made it. 4 generations, maybe 5. The bullet was old. It was imperfect, hand-cast, slightly irregular, smaller than a modern rifle cartridge. It had been kept in a leather pouch, in a box, in a chest, in Vasile's house for over 100 years. Why does a Romanian shepherd keep a silver bullet for 100 years? Because his grandfather told him to. Because his grandfather told him there are things in the mountains that steel cannot kill. Because the old knowledge, the knowledge the party said didn't exist, included specific, practical instructions for dealing with the Pricolici. And one of those instructions was silver. Silver blessed by a priest. A bullet cast from a coin or a cross or a piece of church silver, blessed with holy water and the prayers of the saints, fired from a gun with hands that don't shake. That's how you kill a Pricolici. That's what the old knowledge says. That's what Vasile's grandfather told him when he gave him the bullet and said, "Keep this. You'll know when to use it." Vasile loaded the bullet into an old single-shot rifle, a Mannlicher, Austrian, probably from the First World War, the kind of rifle that had been circulating in the Romanian mountains for 60 years. He had Father Dumitru bless the rifle. Father Dumitru said the old prayers, not the standard liturgy, but something older, something that he said had been written in the margins of a book that the communists had burned in 1949. Something that he had memorized because he knew, even then, that the burning of books is temporary, but the need for prayers is permanent. Vasile went up the mountain alone. Comrade Lazarescu tried to stop him. He stood in the village square and told Vasile that unauthorized hunting was a criminal offense, that the use of firearms without a permit was punishable by imprisonment, that the entire enterprise was an embarrassment to the socialist principles of the community. Vasile looked at Lazarescu the way old men in the mountains look at young men from the city. The look that says, "I was here before you. I'll be here after you. The mountains don't care about your principles." He walked past Lazarescu. He walked up the track toward the high pastures. He carried the Mannlicher over his shoulder, and the leather pouch with the silver bullet in his pocket, and 60 years of mountain knowledge in his legs and his lungs and his bones. My father wanted to go with him. Vasile said no. He said, This is for one man. It has always been for one man. I watched him from the edge of the village. An old man, limping, walking up a mountain with a gun that was older than the regime and a bullet that was older than the gun. Walking towards something that had killed 22 people in 3 years. Walking alone because the old knowledge says it must be one man, one bullet, one prayer. He disappeared into the tree line. The village waited. He was gone for 3 days. 3 days. The village went quiet. Not the quiet of routine, but the quiet of held breath. The women went to the church. The men stood in doorways. Comrade Lazarescu sat in his house and drank and wrote no reports. The dogs were silent. The sheep were penned. The doors were painted blue. On the morning of the 4th day, Vasily came down the mountain. He was limping worse than before. His clothes were torn. There was blood on his shirt, his blood, from cuts on his arms and his chest. He was carrying the manlicher in one hand and something else in the other. A pelt. He walked into the village square and he laid the pelt on the ground. It was large, larger than any wolf pelt I had ever seen. And I had seen many, because wolf pelts were common in the mountains. This was different. The fur was dark, not grey, not brown. Black, with a reddish undertone that caught the morning light. The hide was heavy, thick, the hide of something that carried significant mass. And the shape was wrong. The legs were too long. The forelegs, and I use the word forelegs with hesitation because they were not exactly forelegs, were thick, with a musculature that suggested gripping as well as walking. The paws had been removed, or the hands, the things at the end of the arms. Vasily had cut the head off. The skull, cleaned of flesh, was in a bag. He didn't show it to us. He showed it to Father Dumitru, alone, in the church, with the door closed. I don't know what Father Dumitru saw. I know that when he came out of the church, his face was the color of the candle wax on the altar, and his hands were shaking, and he went directly to his house and did not come out for 2 days. Vasily told my father what had happened. My father told my mother. I listened through the wall. He had tracked it for 2 days, not by sight, by smell. The Prikolichi had a smell, Vasily said. Copper and rot, the smell of old blood. He picked it up near the Stana, where Gheorghe had been killed 3 years earlier, and followed it along the ridgeline, through the alpine meadows, into a valley on the far side of the mountain that Vasily said he had never entered in 60 years of shepherding. The valley was wrong. Vasily used that word, wrong. The trees grew at angles that didn't match the slope. The ground was soft in places where it should have been rocky. There was no birdsong, no insects. The dogs, he'd brought 2 of his Carpathian shepherds, refused to enter the valley. They sat at the ridgeline and whined and would not move, and Vasily left them there and went in alone. He found the den at the head of the valley. A cave, not deep, more of an overhang in the limestone, with a floor of packed earth and a ceiling blackened by what might have been fire or might have been something else. In the cave, he found bones, human bones, not scattered, arranged, stacked. The skulls in one area, the long bones in another, the ribs in a third. Organized the way a person organizes a pantry, the way something with intelligence organizes a food supply. He found 22 skulls. He counted. 22. He waited. It came back at dusk. He didn't see it approach. He heard it. The footsteps, two-legged, heavy, coming up the valley from the south, from the direction of Valea Neagră, walking with a stride that covered more ground than any man's stride should cover. Vasile was inside the cave, in the dark, with the manlica and the silver bullet and Father Dumitru's prayer on his lips. He had the advantage. He was concealed. He was upwind. And he had the only weapon in the mountains that the old knowledge said could kill this thing. He saw it enter the valley. In the last light of dusk, against the dark trees, a shape. Upright. Tall. Taller than Vasile by more than a head. And Vasile was not a small man despite his age. The shoulders were wide. The arms hung long. The head was... Vasile told my father. The head was a wolf's head on a man's body. Not a costume, not a mask. A head that was attached to a neck that was attached to shoulders, and all of it was covered in the same dark fur. And the eyes? The eyes caught the last of the light and reflected it back in a color that Vasile said was silver. It walked to the cave mouth. It stopped. It sniffed the air. Its head turned. Slowly, left to right, the scanning motion of a predator checking its environment. Vasile was in the back of the cave, in the dark, behind the stacked bones of 22 people. The manlica was at his shoulder. The silver bullet was in the chamber. The prayer was in his mouth. The Pricolici stepped into the cave. Vasile fired. The sound of the mandisha in the enclosed space of the cave was, Vasile said, like the end of the world. His ears rang for a week afterward. The muzzle flash lit the cave for a fraction of a second, long enough to see the bullet strike, long enough to see the impact, long enough to see the creature's body jerk and the mouth open, and the teeth. The teeth that had opened 22 people from sternum to pelvis, bared in a sound that was not a howl and not a scream, but something between, something that the cave walls amplified and echoed and threw back until the sound was everywhere. The creature fell. It fell the way a person falls, not the collapse of an animal, but the crumpling of a biped, the knees buckling, the body folding, the hands, and Vasile said hands, not paws, reaching for the ground. It fell on its side. It convulsed. The convulsions lasted maybe 30 seconds, Vasile said, and during the convulsions, the body changed. The fur receded, the muzzle shortened, the limbs contracted, the proportions shifted, the arms shortened, the legs straightened, the torso narrowed. Vasile watched, in the dark of the cave, by the light of a match he struck with shaking hands, as the Pricolici became something else. A man, naked, old, grey-haired, with a wound in his chest where the silver bullet had entered. The face was... Vasile said the face was human, but wrong. The proportions were not quite right. The eyes were open, and they were the eyes of a man, but the pupils were wrong. Too large, too dark, as if the eyes were built to see in conditions that human eyes cannot. The man was dead. The Pricolici was dead. The thing that had killed 22 people in 3 years in the mountains above Valea Neagră was a naked old man with a bullet hole in his chest and a face that was almost human, but not quite. Vasile didn't recognize him. Nobody in the village recognized him. Whoever the man had been, whatever he had been, he was not from Valea Neagră, and he was not from any village in the valley. He was from somewhere else, from deeper in the mountains. from a place that the maps didn't show and the party didn't administer, and the old knowledge warned about in stories that began in the high places where the rock is bare and the trees don't grow. Vasile skinned the body. He took the pelt and the skull. He buried the remains in the cave, under the bones of the 22 people it had eaten. He said the prayer that Father Dumitru had taught him, the old prayer, the one from the margins of the burned book. He sealed the cave mouth with stones. Then he walked home. After the killing stopped, after Vasile came down the mountain with the pelt and the skull, not one more person died. Comrade Lazarescu filed a final report. Large predatory wolf eliminated by local hunter. Attacks ceased. Matter closed. He didn't mention the pelt. He didn't mention the skull. He didn't mention the 22 skulls in the cave, or the body that had changed from wolf to man on the cave floor. He filed the report and he drank, and he sat in his house with the telephone, and he did not look at the mountain. He was transferred to another posting the following year. I don't know where. I don't know what happened to him. He was a party man, and party men were moved from place to place, the way pieces are moved on a board, and the board didn't care about the pieces. Vasile died in 1982. He was 78. He died in his bed, in his house, in Valea Neagră, with his dogs at his feet, and the manliquor on the wall, and the leather pouch, empty now, the silver bullet spent, on the shelf above his bed. Father Dumitru said the prayers. The village buried him in the churchyard next to Gheorghe, next to Maria, next to the 22 people whose names were carved on crosses that the state would pull down 6 years later when the systematization program came through and demolished the village. The skull, the Pricolochi skull, was in Father Dumitru's keeping. He kept it in the church, in the altar, wrapped in a cloth that he had blessed. I don't know what happened to it when the church was demolished in 1988. I hope he took it with him. I hope it's in a box somewhere, in a house in Deva or Timișoara, or wherever the displaced people of Valea Neagră ended up. Wrapped in a blessed cloth, waiting for someone who knows the old knowledge to find it and understand what it is. Or I hope it was destroyed. I hope the demolition crew smashed it with the church stones and the altar and the icons and everything else. And the pieces are in a landfill somewhere, and nobody will ever have to look at it and see what Father Dumitru saw, and come out of the church with a face the color of candle wax. I don't know which I prefer. Now, I am 70 years old. I live in Timișoara. I have a flat with central heating and running water, and a television, and neighbors through the walls. I am a long way from Valea Neagră, which no longer exists. But the mountains exist. The Retezat still stands. The valleys are still there. The valleys where the trees grow at wrong angles and the dogs refuse to go. The high pastures are still there, empty now because the shepherds are gone, and the flocks are gone, and the stane are falling into the grass. And the caves are still there, sealed with stones, containing bones. You want to know if I believe what Vasile saw. You want to know if I believe in the Pricolici. You want me to say it was a wolf with mange, or a bear with brain disease, or a human serial killer who operated in the mountains for 3 years and was shot by a shepherd and buried in a cave. I could say that. Any of those explanations would fit in a report. Any of them would satisfy Comrade Lazarescu and the county party committee and the Romanian state and the rational world that doesn't have a category for what killed 22 people in a valley in the Carpathians. But I was 15 years old when Vasile came down the mountain with a pelt that was too large for a wolf and arms that were too long for an animal. And Father Dumitru looked at the skull and came out of the church with his face white and his hands shaking and didn't speak for 2 days. I saw the pelt. I touched it. The fur was black and coarse, and the hide was thick, and the shape of the thing that had worn it was not a wolf's shape. The forelegs were wrong. The torso was wrong. The proportions were wrong in the specific way that every witness in every werewolf account, in every country, in every century describes them. Like a man wearing a wolf's body. Like a wolf wearing a man's. Like something between the two that is neither and both. The party said there was no such thing as a prikulichi. The party said this was superstition. The party said the old knowledge was ignorance, and the prayers were meaningless, and the blue paint on the door frames was decorative, and the silver bullet was a fairy tale. The party is gone now. Ceausescu is dead. The Securitate is disbanded. The reports are in archives that nobody reads. The party secretary's house in Valea Neagră is rubble. But the mountains are still there. The caves are still sealed. The prayers are still said by old women who remember Father Dumitru and the book that was burned, and the words he saved in his memory. And in my grandmother's village, the village that doesn't exist anymore, the village the state erased, the village where 22 people died, and a 73-year-old shepherd walked up a mountain with a silver bullet and a prayer, and walked back down with the pelt that wasn't a wolf's. In that village, the door frames were painted blue, the same blue, the same tradition, the same knowledge, carried across centuries and oceans and borders and ideologies and the rise and fall of empires, arriving at the same conclusion. There are things in the mountains that the state cannot explain and cannot kill. Paint your doors, say your prayers, heap the silver, and when the dogs howl, all of them together, starting at midnight and stopping at dawn, don't go outside. Lock the door. Wait for morning. Morning always comes. That's the one thing the old knowledge promises. The prikolichi hunts at night, and the night always ends.
The Tent. Pelican Valley, Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming, July 2013. I need to explain something about fear before I tell you what happened. Because the kind of fear I experienced in Pelican Valley was different from anything I'd encountered in 15 years of sleeping in grizzly country. And the difference matters. I've been charged by grizzlies twice. The first time was in Hayden Valley in 2004. A sow with cubs, maybe 60 yards, a bluff charge that stopped at 30 feet. The second was in the Thoroughfare in 2009. A boar, no bluff, full contact intention. Stopped only because I deployed bear spray at 12 feet, and the capsaicin hit him in the eyes and the mouth, and he veered. I've had grizzlies in my camp at night more times than I can count. I've lain in my sleeping bag and listened to a 500-pound animal sniff my tent wall from 2 feet away, its breath condensing on the nylon, its claws clicking on the rocks outside. And I have not moved. I have not flinched. I have not made a sound. This is not bravery. This is training. I learned early in my career that the most dangerous thing you can do in a bear encounter is panic.
Panic produces cortisol. Cortisol produces a scent signature. Bears can smell cortisol the way you can smell coffee, instantly, from a distance, with total clarity. A panicked human smells different from a calm human, and the difference tells the bear everything it needs to know about whether you're prey.
So I trained myself. Breathing exercises, meditation, biofeedback. I can lower my resting heart rate to 52 beats per minute while a grizzly is standing on the other side of a 1/4 inch of tent fabric. I'm not calm. My mind is screaming, but my body is calm, and the body is what the bear reads. This system has kept me alive for 15 years. On July 19th, 2013, the system failed. Not because my training broke down, because whatever was outside my tent was not reading my body the way a bear reads it. It was reading something else. Something I didn't know I was broadcasting. Pelican Valley is a bear management area in the interior of Yellowstone. Access is restricted. Solo travel is discouraged. The valley is approximately 7 miles long and 2 miles wide, bounded by mountains on 3 sides and Yellowstone Lake on the 4th. It is one of the highest concentrations of grizzly bear activity in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. In July, when the cutthroat trout are running in the creeks and the elk calves are still small enough to take, the valley holds an estimated 20 to 30 grizzlies at any given time. I had a backcountry permit for a 5-day solo trip.
I'd done this trip, or one like it, every summer for over a decade. Same valley, same campsites, same routine. Hike in with 60 pounds of camera gear, set up at a site near a creek crossing where the grizzlies fish, spend 3 to 4 days shooting from a distance with a 600mm lens, hike out with a memory card full of images that would pay my rent for the next 6 months. I knew the valley. I knew the bears. I knew which sow had cubs and which boar was territorial, and which animals were habituated to human presence and which were not. I knew the scent protocols, how to hang food, how to cook, how to manage my camp so that the smell profile was minimal. I was as prepared as a human being can be for sleeping alone in a tent in the middle of grizzly country. I was not prepared for what came to my tent on the 3rd night. I set up camp at my usual site, a flat area near a creek, about 2 miles from the nearest maintained trail. The site was in a stand of lodgepole pine, mature trees, widely spaced, with good visibility in all directions. I could see about 100 yards through the timber. The ground was dry, rocky, with a thin layer of duff and pine needles. Not ideal for tracks, but decent for hearing approaches. Anything walking on dry ground in a lodgepole stand makes noise.
The first 2 nights were uneventful. Bears in the valley, visible from a distance during the day, a sow and 2 cubs fishing the creek, a big boar. I'd photographed him before. I called him Scar because of a mark on his left shoulder, crossing the meadow at dusk. Normal. The valley doing what the valley does in July. I turned in around 9 p.m. on the 3rd night. I was in my tent, a 2-person backpacking tent, single wall, with a mesh inner and a nylon rainfly. I was in my sleeping bag, on my back, head on a stuff sack, camera gear stacked on the tent floor beside me. I read for a while by headlamp. I turned the headlamp off around 9:30. The sky was still light. July in Yellowstone, the sky holds gray until after 10. And I lay there, watching the silhouette of the lodge poles through the tent fabric, and listening to the creek, and waiting for sleep. I fell asleep around 10. I woke up at approximately 2 a.m., not from a sound, from a feeling. The feeling of presence, the limbic signal, the animal awareness, the part of the brain that predates language and operates on input the conscious mind can't access. Something was outside my tent. I lay still, eyes open, heart rate climbing. Or I could feel it, 52 to 60 to 70. And I started the breathing protocol. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4. The heartbeat slowed. 65, 60, 58. The system working the way it was supposed to. Then I heard the sniffing.
A bear sniffs a tent in a recognizable way. The nose is at ground level. Bears approach low, head down, leading with the olfactory. The sniffing is rapid, rhythmic, a quick series of short inhalations followed by a snort or an exhale. The sound is concentrated at one point on the tent wall, usually near the ground, usually near where the food smell is strongest despite your best efforts. This was different. The sniffing began at the foot of my tent. Not at ground level, at the height of the rainfly's lower edge, about 18 inches off the ground. The sound was slow. One long, deep inhalation, lasting maybe 3 seconds, followed by a pause, followed by an exhalation that I could feel as a warm pulse of air against the nylon. Then another inhalation, slow, deliberate. The cadence of something that was not frantically investigating, but methodically sampling. And it was moving. The sniffing traveled along the seam where the rainfly met the tent body, the join, the line of double fabric, the structural element that runs the length of the tent from foot to head. The sound tracked along the seam at a consistent pace, moving from the foot end toward the head end, from my feet toward my face.
A bear doesn't do this. A bear doesn't follow the seam of a tent. A bear doesn't track along a linear feature with the precision of a finger tracing a line on a map. A bear investigates. It pushes. It sniffs. It moves on. What was outside my tent was reading me, following the length of my body along the tent seam, sampling my scent at intervals, mapping the shape of me through the fabric. It paused at my hip, a long inhalation. Then it continued, past my ribs, past my shoulder. It stopped at my head. I was lying on my back. My face was approximately 6 inches from the tent wall. The rainfly was another 2 inches beyond the tent wall. Between my face and whatever was outside, there was a 1/4 inch of mesh, a 2-inch air gap, and a layer of nylon rainfly. Something was on the other side of that nylon, breathing. I could feel the warmth. Not the cold breath of an animal in the mountain night air. Warmth. The radiant body heat of something very large, very close, bleeding through the fabric. The temperature on the right side of my face, the side nearest the tent wall, was noticeably warmer than the temperature on my left side. I was lying next to something that was generating heat the way a wood stove generates heat. Passively, enormously, from sheer mass. The breathing. This is the part I need you to understand, because the breathing is what told me this was not a bear. A grizzly bear at rest breathes approximately once every 3 to 5 seconds. The metabolic demand of a 500-pound animal requires a certain rate of oxygen exchange, and the breathing rate reflects that demand. It's steady, audible, and it falls within a range I've memorized through 15 years of proximity. What was breathing outside my tent breathed once every 15 to 20 seconds. One inhalation. Long, slow, 5 seconds of air being drawn through nostrils or a mouth or something I couldn't see, followed by one exhalation of equal duration. Then a pause. 10 seconds. 12. 15. The kind of pause that makes you think the breathing has stopped.
that the thing has left, that you're alone again. And then another inhalation. Slow, deep, patient. The breathing of something that doesn't need much air. I lay 6 inches from it, and I counted the breaths. I counted because counting was the only thing I could do that wasn't screaming. I counted 14 breaths over approximately 4.5 minutes. 14 breaths. In 4.5 minutes, a grizzly would take 60 to 90 breaths. What was outside my tent took 14.
It was at my face for the entire 4.5 minutes. I could feel its presence. The heat, the displacement of air, the particular quality of proximity that your nervous system registers as close. Not near, close. Inches. The distance between lovers. The distance between a predator's mouth and the thing it's deciding about. I held my breathing protocol. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4. My heartbeat was at 62. Not ideal. 62 is too high. A bear would read the cortisol. But I was holding. The system was holding. My body was lying still, and my breathing was even, and my heart was almost calm. And the thing on the other side of the nylon was 6 inches from my face, and breathing once every 20 seconds. Then, the breathing stopped. Not gradually. It just stopped. One exhalation, then silence. The warmth remained for a few seconds, the residual heat of something large pulling away. And then the temperature equalized, and I was alone in the tent. I heard footsteps, walking away. Not the 4-footed gait of a bear. 2 beats. Left, right. Left, right. Heavy, measured, moving through the lodgepole stand with a stride I could count. The footsteps got fainter. Then they stopped. Maybe 50 yards away. Maybe 100. I couldn't tell. Then silence. The creek, the wind, the particular silence of 2 a.m. in a valley where 30 grizzlies are sleeping, and something that is not a grizzly is awake. I didn't move until sunrise. I want to be clear about that. I did not unzip my tent. I did not turn on my headlamp. I did not reach for my bear spray, which was in the tent vestibule within arm's reach. I lay in my sleeping bag, on my back, eyes open, breathing my protocol, and I waited for the sky to lighten. Sunrise in Yellowstone in July is approximately 5:45 a.m. I lay in the dark for 3 hours and 45 minutes. In those hours, I heard the footsteps twice more, both times at a distance, 50 to 100 yards, circling the camp in a wide arc. Two-legged, steady. The pace of something that was not in a hurry because it had nowhere to go, and the night was long, and it could take as much time as it wanted. At approximately 4:30 a.m., I heard a vocalization, a low, sustained hum. Not a growl, not a whine, not a howl. A hum. A single frequency, held for maybe 10 seconds, coming from the direction of the creek. The sound vibrated in my tent poles. I could feel it in my sternum, in my jaw, in the fillings in my teeth. It was produced by a living throat. I could hear the organic quality, the slight waver of biological origin. And it was unlike anything I have heard in 15 years of sleeping in wildlife habitat. It sounded like a word. One long syllable, modulated, shaped by a mouth and a tongue and a larynx into something that was almost language. I don't know what it said. I don't know if it said anything. But the shape of the sound, the intentionality, the directionality, the fact that it was aimed at my tent, the way a person aims their voice when they're speaking to someone specific, told me that whatever made it was not vocalizing into the void. It was vocalizing at me. Then silence. Then the birds. Then the sky turning gray, then blue, then gold. Then sunrise. I unzipped the tent. I stepped outside. The lodgepole stand was bright, clean. The morning light slanting through the trunks at a low angle, turning the bark gold and the ground amber. The creek was running. A gray jay was calling from somewhere above. Normal. Beautiful. The valley waking up the way it wakes up every morning in July. I looked at the ground around my tent. The surface was rocky, not ideal for tracks. I could see disturbance in the duff, scuffed needles, displaced pebbles, but nothing I could call a clear print. Whatever had been here had walked on a surface that wouldn't hold detail. Then I saw the tree. A lodgepole pine, approximately 6 feet from the spot where my head had been. A mature tree, 12 inches in diameter, with the typical smooth, scaly bark of lodgepole. And in the bark, at a height of approximately 8 feet above the ground, 5 gouges, 5 parallel lines, vertical, cut into the bark deeply enough to expose the white cambium layer underneath, spaced evenly. The spacing was consistent with 5 digits, 5 fingers, or 5 claws, gripping the trunk and dragging downward. I put my hand against the bark beside the gouges. I have large hands. I wear an XL glove. The spread of the gouges was wider than my hand by at least 2 inches. I looked at the depth. The gouges penetrated the bark completely, through the outer bark, through the inner bark, into the cambium. The wood was fresh, white, oozing sap. These marks had been made recently, within hours. While I was in my tent, breathing my protocol, counting to 4, 6 inches from something that breathed once every 20 seconds. I took photographs. I measured the spread. I measured the height. 8 feet, 2 inches. I measured the depth of the gouges. I did these things methodically, professionally, the way I do everything in the field, with precision, with documentation, because documentation is how a person maintains the illusion of control when the world has shifted underneath them. Then I packed my camp. I collapsed the tent. I loaded my pack. I left. I had 4 days remaining on my permit. I left on the morning of the 3rd day. I hiked out of Pelican Valley at a pace that was faster than any pace I'd ever maintained with 60 pounds of camera gear on my back. I didn't stop for photographs. I didn't stop for water. I didn't stop for anything except the moments when the trail crossed open meadow and I could see in all directions and confirm that nothing was following me. Nothing was following me. At least, nothing I could see. I sat in a coffee shop in Jackson, Wyoming 2 weeks later, across from a man I'd been told could help me understand what had happened. His name was Mac. He was a retired fish and wildlife biologist with a filing cabinet in his garage that he wanted to tell me about. I told him everything. The sniffing along the seam, the breathing, 14 breaths in 4.5 minutes, the warmth through the nylon, the footsteps on 2 legs, the hum at 4:30 a.m., the claw marks at 8 feet. He listened. He took notes. He recorded me on an Olympus digital recorder. He asked precise questions, distances, durations,
temperatures, the exact cadence of the footsteps, the frequency of the hum. He was thorough. He was patient. He treated my account with the seriousness of a peer-reviewed data submission.
When I finished, he sat for a while. He looked at the window behind me. I noticed his eyes tracking to the tree line beyond the parking lot, a stand of cottonwood and willow along a creek channel, the kind of cover that exists on the margin of every Wyoming town. His jaw tightened slightly. Then he looked back at me. "How many grizzly encounters have you had?" he asked. "Hundreds." And this was different. This was not a bear. "Tell me about the breathing." 15 to 20 seconds between breaths. 4.5 minutes at my head. 14 breaths total. He wrote something down. He looked at it. He looked at me. "I have 22 accounts in my files," he said. 3 of them describe the same breathing pattern. Slow, sustained, well below the metabolic rate of any known North American large mammal. What breathes that slowly? He didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, "A reptile can breathe that slowly. A crocodilian at rest might breathe once every 15 to 30 seconds. But crocodilians don't walk on 2 legs through lodgepole pine stands at 8,000 feet in July. And crocodilians don't leave 5-clawed gouges in tree bark at 8 feet. Then what?" He looked at me. He looked at his notes. He looked at the recorder, still running, the red light blinking, capturing everything. "I don't know," he said. "I've been collecting these accounts for 9 years. I have 22 people who've described what you described. I have measurements. I have photographs. I have GPS coordinates. I have everything a scientist needs to build a case except the one thing a scientist actually needs, which is a specimen." He paused. "But I'll tell you what the witnesses call it. The word they use when they've run out of other words. 14 of my 22 witnesses use the same word, independently, without prompting." "What word?" "Werewolf." I looked at him. He looked at me. The coffee shop was warm, bright, full of tourists in hiking boots and fleece, the comfortable machinery of Jackson Hole in summer. The word sat between us on the table, like a stone that had fallen through the ceiling from a place that shouldn't exist. "I don't believe in werewolves," I said. "Neither do I," he said. "But I believe you. And I believe the other 22 people in my files who describe the same breathing, the same footsteps, the same claw marks, the same hum. And belief is a kind of evidence, even if it's not the kind that gets published." I haven't been back to Pelican Valley. People ask me this. Interviewers, friends, other photographers. "When are you going back? You've been going every summer for 15 years. And I make excuses. My schedule, my knees, new projects, other parks. I make the excuses that a professional makes when the real reason is something he can't say out loud, without becoming a different kind of professional. The kind whose colleagues look at him with the careful, concerned expression that means they've reclassified him from serious to unreliable. The real reason is the breathing. Not the claws, not the footsteps, not the hum. The breathing. 14 breaths in 4.5 minutes, 6 inches from my face, through a 1/4 inch of mesh and a layer of nylon. From something that was warm and massive and patient, and breathing the way something breathes when it doesn't need much air and has all the time in the world. I've controlled my heartbeat through 2 grizzly charges and 100 camp investigations. I've trained my body to lie still and project calm while a 500-pound animal decides whether I'm food. I'm good at that. I'm the best at that, but I cannot control my heartbeat when I think about the breathing. When I close my eyes and put myself back in that tent, on my back, in the dark, the warmth on my right cheek, the slow inhalation through the fabric, the 15-second pause that makes you think it's gone, the next inhalation that tells you it's not. My heart rate goes from 52 to 90 in about 3 seconds. The protocol collapses. The training fails. The body knows something the mind can't talk it out of. The body knows that what was outside my tent was not a bear. A bear I can handle. A bear operates on rules I understand. Hunger, territory, threat assessment. A bear sniffs your tent and decides you're not food and moves on. A bear doesn't track along the seam of your rainfly from your feet to your face with the systematic precision of a doctor performing an examination. A bear doesn't breathe 14 times in 4.5 minutes. A bear doesn't leave claw marks 8 feet up a tree as if marking the spot where your head was. And a bear doesn't hum at 4:30 a.m. in a frequency that vibrates in your fillings. Whatever was outside my tent was doing something that bears don't do. It was studying me, cataloging me, moving along my body the way I move along a landscape when I'm composing a photograph. Systematically, from one end to the other, looking for the frame, looking for the angle, looking for the detail that tells the whole story.
I was the subject. The tent was the viewfinder. And whatever was on the other side of the nylon was composing a portrait of me using senses I don't have names for. I keep the photographs. The claw marks on the lodgepole pine. 5 gouges, 8 feet up, wider than my hand. I keep them on my computer in a folder labeled Pelican Valley 2013 MISC. The label is a lie, the way every label in this world is a lie. A word placed on top of a truth to make the truth easier to file. I look at them sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and my wife is asleep, and I'm in my office with the door closed and the monitor glowing. I zoom in on the gouges. I look at the white cambium, the fresh wood, the sap. I measure the spread with a digital tool. The same tool I use to crop and frame and adjust the photographs that pay my mortgage. The spread is 11 inches, from the first gouge to the 5th. 11 inches across, at a height of 8 feet, on a tree that was 6 feet from my head. 5 claws, 11 inches, 8 feet. Those 3 numbers are the truth. Everything else, the breathing, the warmth, the hum, the word Mac told me his witnesses use. Everything else is testimony. Subjective. Deniable. The memories of a man who was frightened in a tent in the dark. But the numbers are objective. The numbers are carved in wood. The numbers will be there long after the lodgepole falls and the bark rots and the cambium turns to soil. Something with 5 claws, spaced 11 inches apart, reached 8 feet up a tree and dragged downward, 6 feet from a sleeping man, on a night in July in Pelican Valley. The numbers don't need me to believe in them. The numbers are just there, in the wood, in the photographs, in a folder on my computer labeled with a lie. I don't believe in werewolves. Mac doesn't believe in werewolves. The 22 people in his filing cabinet don't believe in werewolves. None of us believe in werewolves the way a person believes in a thing they've accepted intellectually. The way you believe in gravity, or evolution, or the speed of light. We don't believe because we chose to. We believe because something came to our tents, and our trucks, and our campsites in the night, and made the alternative, not believing, impossible. The breathing. 14 times in 4.5 minutes. I counted.
I'm a man who controls his heartbeat for a living, and I cannot control my heartbeat when I remember the counting. Matt called me last year. He'd had his own encounter. Pelican Valley, September. Something had walked beside him through burned timber for 20 minutes, matching his pace with a half-second delay. He'd placed the trail camera, and something had removed the SD card with the precision of someone who understood what the card contained. He said the word on the phone, the word he'd been avoiding for 20 years. I think they're werewolves, Ben. I think that's what they are. And I think they've been in this park longer than the park has been a park. I listened. I thought about the breathing, the warmth on my cheek, the hum at 4:30 a.m. that sounded like a word in a language I didn't speak. I know, I said. Have you been back? No. Are you going back? I looked at my office wall. There's a photograph there, my best photograph, the one that made the cover of National Geographic in 2011. A grizzly sow and 2 cubs, backlit by dawn, crossing a meadow in Pelican Valley. The fur is lit gold. The cubs are playing. The sow is looking directly at my lens from 60 yards, with the calm, magnificent indifference of an animal that knows it is the largest thing in the valley. She wasn't. I know that now. She was the largest thing I could see. But in a valley where something walks on 2 legs at night and breathes 14 times in 4.5 minutes and leaves claw marks 8 feet up a tree, in that valley, the grizzly is not the apex predator. Something else is. Something that doesn't need much air. Something that knows the difference between a sleeping man and a waking man by the cadence of his breathing through a tent wall. Something that hums at 4:30 a.m. in a frequency that says, I know you're in there. No, I said. I'm not going back. He was quiet for a while. Then he said, I don't think it matters whether we go back. I think it knows where we are. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in my bed in Jackson, Wyoming, 40 miles from Pelican Valley, and I listened to my own breathing, and I thought about the breathing on the other side of the nylon. And I wondered if the system, the protocol, the training, the 4-count breathing that had kept me alive through 15 years of grizzly country was protecting me or advertising me. Because a calm heartbeat in a valley full of grizzlies means you're a man who isn't afraid. And a man who isn't afraid in grizzly country is a man who understands grizzlies. But in a valley where something else hunts, something that reads heartbeats through tent walls the way I read light through a viewfinder, a calm heartbeat might mean something different. A calm heartbeat might mean, this one is interesting. This one controls his fear. This one is worth coming back to, worth studying, worth breathing on through the nylon 14 times in 4.5 minutes while the man inside counts and doesn't scream. I think it came to my tent because I was calm. I think my training, the very thing that was supposed to protect me, was the thing that drew it. A panicked man in a tent is prey. A calm man in a tent is a puzzle. And whatever was outside my tent that night was solving me.
The Folder, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, 1991 to 2022. I want to tell you about a folder, a manila folder in a desk drawer in a county office building in Elkhorn, Wisconsin. It's where this started, and depending on how you look at it, it's where I ended too. 1991. In the fall of 1991, I was a reporter for the Walworth County Week. If you've never heard of the Walworth County Week, don't feel bad. Nobody outside of Walworth County had heard of it either. It was a weekly paper, circulation about 4,000. I covered everything: school board meetings, crop reports, the Lions Club pancake breakfast, the occasional car accident on Highway 11. I had a journalism degree from UW-Madison, and I was using it to write about pancake breakfasts. I was 29 years old, and I was exactly as ambitious and exactly as frustrated as that combination of facts suggests. My editor called me into his office on a Tuesday and told me to drive out to Bray Road. Bray Road is a 2-lane county road about 3 miles outside Elkhorn. It runs through farmland, cornfields, hayfields, the occasional dairy operation. It's the kind of road where the speed limit is 45, but nobody drives under 55 because there's nothing to hit except deer, and the nearest stoplight is in town. In 1991, it was the kind of road that a journalist from the County Weekly had no reason to visit unless somebody's barn burned down. Somebody's barn hadn't burned down. Something else was happening. People were seeing things. The reports had been filtering in for a couple of years, not to the newspaper, but to the sheriff's department and to the county animal control office. Drivers on Bray Road, mostly at night, reporting a large animal on or near the road. The descriptions were consistent in a way that should have been reassuring and was instead deeply unsettling. A large, dark, upright figure, 6 to 7 feet tall, covered in fur or coarse hair, with a canine-shaped head. Several drivers reported that the creature had been crouched over roadkill, a deer, a raccoon, and had stood up on 2 legs when the headlights hit it. One woman said she'd hit something with her car, gotten out to check, and seen a massive, wolf-like shape standing on 2 legs at the side of the road. She'd run back to her car. The creature had jumped onto her trunk. She'd driven home with claw marks on the metal. My editor told me to go talk to people, write a feature, something weird for the Halloween issue. Locals seeing strange animals on a country road. It was a color piece, a fun piece, the kind of story you illustrate with a cartoon and run above the fold because it sells papers in a week when nothing else is happening. I drove to the county animal control office. I asked the officer, a solid, no-nonsense man named John, who'd been doing the job for 20 years, if he'd heard about the Bray Road sightings. He looked at me. He opened his desk drawer. He pulled out a manila folder. He placed it on the desk between us. The folder was labeled, in John's careful block handwriting, Werewolf. I looked at the folder. I looked at John. He looked at me with the expression of a man who has been waiting for someone to ask. I was a novice reporter, I told an interviewer once, years later. But even I knew that if a county official is keeping a folder labeled Werewolf in his desk, you probably have a story. I opened the folder. Inside were reports, handwritten, some typed, spanning approximately 3 years. Drivers, farmers, a night shift worker at a factory on the highway, a woman walking her dog at dusk, a teenage couple parked on the shoulder. Each report described the same thing: a large, dark, bipedal creature with a canine head, seen on or near Bray Road, usually at night, usually briefly, always from a vehicle. The descriptions were not identical. They varied in the way genuine observations vary. The height ranged from 6 feet to 7.5. The color was described as dark gray, black, brownish black, charcoal. The posture was consistently upright, but some witnesses saw it drop to all fours before disappearing. The eyes reflected headlights in colors that nobody agreed on: amber, yellow, reddish, silvery. The head was universally described as wolfish, canine, dog-like. A long muzzle, erect ears, a shape that was not a bear's head and not a human's head. I read the folder. I thanked John. I drove to Bray Road. It was a Tuesday afternoon, October. The corn had been harvested and the fields were stubble. The road was empty. I drove it end to end, 2 miles, looking at the fields and the fence lines and the tree cover. Scattered woodlots, no deep forest. The kind of open agricultural land where you can see a 1/4 mile in any direction. I didn't see anything. I never would. But I didn't know that yet. I wrote the article. It ran on October 31st, 1991. Front page, above the fold. The headline was something like, "Area residents report unusual animal sightings on Bray Road." I don't remember the exact words. I remember the editor adding a small illustration. Not a cartoon exactly, but a sketch of a wolf-like figure standing upright. I remember thinking, this is going to be fun. A weird Halloween story. People will clip it out and stick it on their refrigerators. People did clip it out, but not for their refrigerators. They clipped it out because they'd seen it too. And until my article, they thought they were the only ones. The calls started the day after publication. Not from the people I'd already interviewed, from new ones. People who had seen the creature months or years earlier and hadn't reported it because who do you report a werewolf to? The sheriff? Your pastor? Your wife? They reported it to me because I'd written the article. Because the article meant someone was listening. Because seeing your experience in print, seeing the words large, upright, canine in a newspaper meant you weren't crazy. It meant someone else had seen it too. It meant there was a folder in a desk drawer in the county building labeled Werewolf, and the folder wasn't empty, and the man who kept it wasn't laughing. I took the calls. I interviewed the witnesses. I drove to their houses and sat at their kitchen tables and drank their coffee and listened to them tell me, with careful voices and steady eyes, what they had seen on a road near Elkhorn, Wisconsin, in the dark. Every interview followed the same pattern. The witness would start by telling me they weren't crazy. They'd establish their credentials, their job, their years in the area, their experience with wildlife. They'd tell me they knew what a bear looked like, what a large dog looked like, what a coyote looked like. They'd build a wall of normalcy between themselves and what they were about to say. And then they'd say it. The wall never held. The words came through anyway. The same words from different mouths, in different kitchens, on different days. It was standing on 2 legs. The head was a wolf's head. It looked at me. I know what I saw, and the word. The word that John had written on the folder. The word that my witnesses used with a self-consciousness that bordered on pain. The awareness that saying this word out loud, to a reporter, on the record, would change how people looked at them for the rest of their lives. Werewolf. 1992 to 2000. The article became a series. The series became a book. The book, The Beast of Bray Road, Tailing Wisconsin's Werewolf, became a regional bestseller and then a national curiosity. I was on the Today Show. I was on Inside Edition. I was in the Chicago Tribune, the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, papers in New York and Los Angeles and London. The Werewolf Lady of Elkhorn, Wisconsin. I didn't want to be the werewolf lady. I wanted to be a journalist. I wanted to cover politics, crime, the real stories. Instead, I was the woman who took werewolf sightings seriously. And once you become that woman, the world has a very specific place for you. Somewhere between entertainment and embarrassment. Somewhere the serious people can point to when they need an example of credulity. Somewhere the believers can point to when they need an authority. I was neither. I was a reporter who had found a story and followed it. And the story led me to a filing cabinet that grew fuller every year. And the filing cabinet led me to a career I hadn't chosen and couldn't escape. The sightings didn't stop after my article. They accelerated. Bray Road, Highway 11, the roads around Delavan, Whitewater, Lake Geneva, the cornfields, the woodlots, the edges of the small towns where the lights ended and the farmland began. People kept seeing it, or seeing them, because by the late 90s I was no longer certain it was a single creature. The sighting area was too wide. The timeline was too long. Either one creature had been patrolling 100 square miles of Walworth County for a decade, or there were more than one. The witnesses kept coming, not just from Walworth County, from across Wisconsin, then from Michigan, Illinois, Ohio, Minnesota. People who had seen upright canines in rural areas, on back roads, at the edges of forests, in their headlights at 2 a.m. They found me the way people find anyone who's willing to listen to the thing nobody else believes. Through the book, through the articles, through the interviews, through the whisper network of the frightened. I drove to sighting locations. I walked the fields and the fence lines and the tree covers. I examined claw marks on vehicle doors. I photographed tracks, candid tracks, oversized, in mud that was good enough to hold detail. I recorded interviews on a little digital recorder that I bought in 2003 and still use. I was thorough. I was methodical. I was professional. I never saw it. The witnesses. I need to tell you about the witnesses, because the witnesses are the story. Not the creature. The creature is a shape in someone else's headlights. The witnesses are the people sitting across from me at kitchen tables, gripping their coffee mugs, choosing their words the way you choose steps on a frozen pond. Carefully, testing each one before committing your weight. Lori, 1991, one of the earliest. She was driving on Bray Road at night when she hit something. She got out to check. A large, dark shape was crouched at the side of the road. She thought it was a dog until it stood up. She ran to her car. It jumped onto her trunk as she accelerated. She drove home with scratches on the metal. When I interviewed her, she showed me the trunk. 4 parallel lines in the paint, deep enough to expose bare metal, spaced consistently with a 5-fingered hand. I measured the spread. It was wider than mine. Lori was a dental hygienist. She had no history of mental illness, no substance abuse, no reason to invent a story that would make her co-workers look at her sideways for the next 20 years. She told me what happened, and she showed me the scratches, and she said, "I know what I hit, and it wasn't a dog." Mark, 1999. A dairy farmer on the north side of Bray Road. He'd been losing chickens. Not to foxes, not to coyotes. The kills were wrong. The coop was breached from above. The wire mesh on the top had been peeled back, not chewed through. Whatever had gotten in had reached down through the opening and taken the birds. The mesh was heavy-gauge chicken wire, and peeling it back required a grip strength and dexterity that no raccoon, no coyote, no fox possesses. Mark set up a game camera. The camera captured one image before its batteries died. A single frame, blurred by motion, showing a dark shape approximately 6 feet tall, upright, near the chicken coop. The image was too blurred for identification, but the height was clear, the posture was clear, and the game camera, which had been mounted on a fence post at a height of 5 feet, was found the next morning on the ground. The mounting strap had been unbuckled, not broken, unbuckled. The way you'd unbuckle a strap if you had fingers. Diane, 2004. A retired school teacher who lived alone on a property backing up to a woodlot near Highway 11. She called me because she'd been hearing things at night. Footsteps around her house. Heavy, bipedal, circling. She'd called the sheriff. A deputy came out, walked the perimeter, found nothing. The footsteps continued the next night, and the next. I drove out. I walked her property. At the tree line behind her house, I found tracks, canid, oversized, in a bipedal stride pattern. I photographed them. I measured them. 7 inches across. The stride was over 4 feet. I sat with Diane at her kitchen table and I listened to her describe the circling. Every night, 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the same loop around her house. She'd stopped looking out the windows. She'd stopped turning on the porch light. She said the light seemed to make it stay longer, as if it was interested in the illuminated windows, as if it was watching her the way she watches television. I feel like I'm the show, she said. I feel like it's out there with a bowl of popcorn, watching me through the glass. I asked her why she didn't move. She looked at me with the flat, patient expression of a 70-year-old woman who has survived a husband, 2 surgeries, and 40 years of Wisconsin winters. I've lived in this house for 31 years, she said. I'm not leaving because something walks around it at night. I was here first. I never saw it at Diane's house. I set up cameras. I staked out the tree line. I sat in my car in her driveway at 2 a.m. with the windows cracked, listening. I heard the footsteps once, heavy, bipedal, from the west side of the property, moving north. I got out of the car with a flashlight. By the time I reached the west side, the footsteps had stopped. The tree line was dark and still. Whatever had been walking was gone, or standing motionless in the timber 30 feet from me, waiting for my flashlight to sweep past. I stood at the tree line for 10 minutes. I pointed my flashlight into the woods. I saw trees, brush, leaves, shadows. I saw what every person sees when they point a flashlight into the woods at 2 a.m. The world ending at the range of the beam and the dark beginning beyond it. I went back to my car. I drove home. I added Diane's account to the file. The pattern. By 2010, I had over 100 accounts. I'd written 4 books. I'd appeared on dozens of television shows. I'd been contacted by researchers, filmmakers, podcasters, curiosity seekers, and a remarkable number of people who wanted to tell me I was either a hero or a fraud, with very little middle ground. The accounts were consistent in the way that Niels Lindquist's accounts were consistent, in the way that Max Yellowstone accounts were consistent. Different people, different years, different locations, all describing the same animal, a large bipedal canine, 6 to 7 feet tall, dark fur, wolfish head, capable of both 4-legged and 2-legged movement, capable of speed that matched vehicles at highway speeds. Seen at night, on rural roads, at the edges of farmland and forest. Seen in headlights, in moonlight, in the last gray of dusk. Never seen in a photograph that wasn't blurred. Never captured, never killed, never proven, but proven to me by the weight of testimony, by the accumulation of kitchen tables and coffee mugs and careful voices, and the word they all used, the word John had written on the folder: werewolf. I believe them, all of them. I believe Laurie and Mark and Diane and the 100 others who sat across from me and told me what they saw with the specific, measured precision of people who know how insane they sound and are telling me anyway. Because the alternative, carrying it alone, forever, with no one who believes them, is worse than being called crazy. What I've never told anyone. I've never seen it. 30 years, 147 documented accounts, 4 books, 600 hours of recorded interviews, 2,000 miles of rural Wisconsin roads driven at night with my windows down and my headlights on and my recorder running. And I have never, not once, seen the creature that my witnesses describe. I have heard things, the footsteps at Diane's house, a vocalization once on Bray Road itself at 3 a.m. in November 2007. A sustained, low howl that was not a coyote and not a wolf and not a dog and not anything I could identify from 30 years of living in Wisconsin. I have smelled things, twice on Bray Road. A strong, coppery, musky odor that appeared suddenly and dissipated within minutes. An animal smell with no visible animal. I have found evidence, tracks, claw marks, game cameras that were tampered with, damaged, or repositioned by something with fingers. But I have never seen it. And the absence has defined me as much as the presence has defined my witnesses. People ask me, interviewers, readers, the curious, the skeptical, have you ever seen it yourself? And when I say no, I watch their faces change. The believers are disappointed. The skeptics are vindicated. Both reactions tell me the same thing. My testimony, my 30 years of research, my 100+ witness interviews, my careful, methodical, professional investigation is worth less than a single 2-second sighting from a stranger in a car on a dark road. One glimpse outweighs 30 years of documentation. One "I saw it" outweighs 1,000 hours of "they saw it." That's the hierarchy of experience. You can build a cathedral of evidence, brick by meticulous brick, but until you've stood in the presence of the thing itself, you're just an architect. The masons are the ones who were there. I am not a mason. I am an architect who has never visited the construction site. And yet, I believe. Completely, without reservation, without the comfortable hedge of, I keep an open mind, or the witnesses seem credible. I believe a werewolf lives in the farmland and woodlots of southeastern Wisconsin. I believe it has been there for decades. Longer, probably much longer. I believe the Potawatomi who lived here before the settlers had a name for it. I believe the settlers' children heard it in the corn rows at night, and their parents locked the doors and didn't explain why. I believe it walks Bray Road after dark. And I believe it watches the cars that pass. And I believe it knows it's being watched back. I believe all of this, and I have never seen it. Do you know what that's like? To be the world's foremost expert on something you've never experienced? To carry 147 people's terror in your filing cabinet and your recorder and your books, and to have none of your own? To lie awake at 3 a.m. in a house in Elkhorn, Wisconsin, 3 miles from Bray Road, and wonder, with a feeling that is equal parts fear and longing, equal parts dread and desire, whether tonight is the night it comes to your window? Because I wonder that every night. I've wondered it for 30 years, and the wondering is its own kind of haunting. Not the haunting of the thing itself, the haunting of the absence, the ghost of an encounter that never happened, the phantom sighting that lives in the space between my documentation and my experience, between what I know and what I've seen, between the folder in the desk drawer and the empty road under my headlights. Sometimes I drive Bray Road at night, not for research, not with my recorder or my cameras or my measuring tape. Just me, in my car, windows down, driving slowly, looking at the fields and the fence lines and the tree cover, looking for something I've spent 30 years not finding. I drive from one end to the other, 2 miles. I turn around, I drive back. I do this 3 or 4 times. An hour of slow driving on a road where the speed limit is 45 and I'm doing 20, and the occasional car behind me honks and passes, and the driver probably thinks I'm drunk or lost or both. I'm not drunk, I'm not lost. I know exactly where I am. I'm on the road where it all started, where a dental hygienist hit something with her car and a farmer's chicken wire was peeled back, and a county animal control officer labeled a folder with a word that changed my life. I drive Bray Road and I look into the fields and I think, where are you? I've given you 30 years. I've listened to 147 people describe you. I've measured your tracks and photographed your claw marks, and recorded the trembling voices of men and women who saw your face in their headlights. I've made you famous. I've made you real. Not real in the biological sense, not real in the way that a specimen on a table is real, but real in the cultural sense, real in the sense that people know your name, real in the sense that when someone in Wisconsin sees something on a road at night that walks on 2 legs and has a wolf's head, they don't think they're crazy anymore, because they've read my book. And the book says, you're not crazy. Other people have seen it too. I did that. I gave you legitimacy. I gave your witnesses a voice. I took the word werewolf out of the movies and put it in a newspaper and then in a book and then in the public record. And you've never shown yourself to me. Not once. In 30 years. On 100 nights. On a road I could drive blindfolded. I have a theory about this. I don't include it in my books because it's not scientific and it's not professional and it sounds, frankly, unhinged. But I've carried it for a long time and I'm going to say it now because I'm 60 years old and I've earned the right to sound unhinged. I think it knows about me. The way the Yellowstone creature knew about Mac's trail camera. The way the Superior National Forest creature knew about Niels Lindquist's filing cabinet. I think whatever lives on Bray Road, whatever walks the fence lines and crouches over roadkill and stands up in people's headlights and leaves claw marks on their trunks, knows that a woman in Elkhorn has been documenting its existence for 3 decades. And I think it chooses not to show itself to me. Not because I'm special. Not because it's afraid of me. But because, and this is the part that sounds unhinged, I think it understands what I am. I think it understands that a journalist with a sighting is different from a farmer with a sighting. A journalist with a sighting writes a different kind of book. A journalist with a sighting becomes a witness instead of a chronicler.
and a witness can be cross-examined, and a chronicler cannot. As long as I haven't seen it, I'm the woman who believes other people. That's powerful. That's useful. That's the thing that keeps the folder open and the witnesses coming, and the word werewolf in the public vocabulary instead of buried in a desk drawer. If I saw it, if it walked across Bray Road in front of my car, and I locked eyes with something that has a wolf's face and a man's shoulders, and stands 7 feet tall in my headlights, I would become something else. I would become a witness. And witnesses are easy to dismiss. Witnesses are one person with one story. Witnesses are, she saw something in the dark and her imagination filled in the details. But a chronicler, a woman with 147 accounts, a woman with 4 books and a filing cabinet and a county animal control officer's folder labeled Werewolf. A chronicler is harder to dismiss. A chronicler is a body of evidence. A chronicler is the weight of testimony. I think it knows this. I think it keeps its distance from me specifically, deliberately, because my usefulness depends on my absence. I am more valuable to its survival as a believer who hasn't seen than as a witness who has. My books keep the conversation alive. My research gives the witnesses credibility. My 30 years of documentation create a framework within which the word werewolf can exist in public discourse without being immediately laughed out of the room. Take me out of the chronicler's chair and put me in the witness's chair, and the framework collapses. I become one more person with a story. And stories are easy to dismiss. So it lets me drive Bray Road at 20 miles per hour with my windows down, and it stands in the cornrows 30 feet from my car, and it watches me pass, and it does not step into my headlights. Because my headlights would change the story, and the story, as it stands, is working. I know how this sounds. I know it sounds like a woman who has spent too long on one subject and has started attributing motivation to an animal that probably operates on instinct rather than strategy. I know it sounds like the kind of theory a person develops when they need to explain their own absence from the center of their own story. I know. But I also know the filing cabinet. I know the folder. I know the word written in block letters on the tab. And I know that in 30 years, in 147 accounts spanning 3 decades and 1,000 square miles of southeastern Wisconsin, not one of my witnesses was looking for it. Every single one of them was surprised. They were driving home from work. They were walking the dog. They were checking on the chickens. They were not out on Bray Road at 2 a.m. with a recorder and a camera and 30 years of obsessive documentation. They weren't looking. They found it anyway. I've been looking for 30 years. I've never found it. The one person in Wisconsin who wants to see a werewolf is the one person who never does. Draw your own conclusions. I've drawn mine. And on the nights when I can't sleep, when the wind comes off the cornfields and rattles the windows, and I lie in the dark and listen for footsteps that never come, I wonder if my theory is right. I wonder if it's standing in the field behind my house, 30 feet from my window, watching the light in my bedroom, knowing that the woman inside is the reason its name is in the papers, and its witnesses have a voice. And I wonder if, on the night I stop looking, on the night I finally accept that 30 years is enough, and Bray Road is just a road, and the filing cabinet is just paper, and the word on the folder is just a word. I wonder if that's the night it shows itself, when I've given up, when I've stopped driving the road, when I've closed the filing cabinet for the last time, and put the recorder in a drawer, and accepted that I will die as the world's foremost expert
on something I've never seen. That's when it will come. To my window, to my car, to whatever dark road I happen to be driving on the night I've finally stopped looking. Because that's how it works. Every one of my 147 witnesses told me the same thing. I wasn't looking for it. It found me. The folder is still in John's desk. He retired years ago, but the new animal control officer kept it. The tab is faded now, 30 years of fluorescent light bleaching the ink, but the word is still legible. Block letters, careful handwriting. The first time anyone in Walworth County, Wisconsin, wrote down the word that 147 people would eventually say to me across a kitchen table with their hands wrapped around a coffee mug and their voices steady and their eyes begging me to believe them. I believed them. Everyone, for 30 years, without proof, without my own sighting, without anything except their voices and their faces and the particular quality of a person's hands when they're telling you something true that sounds impossible. The folder says werewolf. I've never seen one, but I've looked into the eyes of 147 people who have, and their eyes told me everything the road never did.